Hey guys, I'm Ashlyn, and I lived with my mom and 2 siblings in Atlanta, and I have superpowers. Hang on to see why. My mom was a famous businesswoman in the city. She was from a filthy rich family and considered herself royalty. She carried herself like a queen and made sure my siblings and I behaved that way too. From the way we spoke, dressed, or even our posture, everything needed to be perfect. But because of my superpower, I couldn't get anything right.
Mom, I'm sorry. I was just squeezing the ketchup. I didn't know how it ended up in your face. It's not my fault. He threw the ball at me first. He ducked and it shattered the window.
Yep, being the clumsiest person on earth was my superpower. Sometimes, I even felt if I was bubble wrapped and kept in a corner, I would still end up breaking things. My siblings used to bet on how many times I'd trip over myself or drop something. Like once at the dinner table, I got the hiccups and they started giggling. Just wait, she'll break the glass.
No, I think she'll break the glass and the jug.
And sure enough, my sister won. But in the process, Mom was drenched in water.
It's okay, Mom. It's just water. Let me help you dry this.
I'll bring a fan. Oh, the fan isn't here.
Okay, that napkin'll work.
When I pulled a napkin, it dropped the candle stand on the table mat, and in seconds it started burning. I quickly put out the fire with the curry.
Oh, phew. Hiccup's gone and the fire's out. All good now.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Oh. Just stop it, Ashlyn. How could you be so careless? Every time you're around, it feels like a disaster is waiting to happen. Always finding ways to ruin everything in my life. Such bad luck. It's like you're a curse in my life.
But Mom, it's not like I did it on purpose.
Just get out and let me have my dinner in peace. And all of you are fired. Mom's words really hurt me every time. But thank God I had Annie, who was my nanny, but she was so much more to me. She tucked me in bed, told me stories, and hugged me. Things my mom never did. I shared everything with Annie, and when she saw me crying, she asked me what was wrong.
Annie, Mom's always angry with me. She doesn't like me. I don't know why things themselves fall even when I don't touch them.
Oh dear, don't cry. You know you have superpowers, so things just move around. It's not your fault. And don't worry about your mom. She loves you. Just be a little more careful.
Yeah, I know.
Annie tried her best to make me happy and told me how Mom was just overworked, but actually loved me loads. But Annie didn't know that years ago, I had found out the reason Mom resented me so much. It was because Dad had left her for a maid working at our place just 2 days after I was born. And since that day, Mom saw me as her bad luck. I tried not to let it get to me and focused on my studies, but I wasn't very good at that either. But still, I tried. I really wanted to win Mom's love because seeing her with my siblings made me feel like I wasn't even a part of the family. One time, when I was around 17 and on summer vacation, Mom had a launch party for her new business. Please, just spare me the embarrassment and stay in your room. Order pizza, watch MSA videos. Just don't ruin my party. Mom was always keeping me away from the fun things she did, and I was curious, so I decided it would be fun to just peek at the party. The moment I saw the guests dancing, I decided to join them, and it was then that I tripped and fell on a table. Mom was furious. Before she could even say something, Annie came running and started to clean the mess I had made. You ruined! Ma'am, I got it. Please, don't be angry at Ashlyn. Mom forced a smile, and I thought she'd let the matter go. But I couldn't have been more wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I learned from the other servants that Annie was fired. Mom could call me bad luck and whatnot all she wanted. But firing Annie? That was the limit. Mom, that's not fair. It was my mistake. Why did you fire Annie? She was the only one that cared about me in this big house of yours. What? She was just a maid. It was her job to take care of the house and you. I can't take it anymore. You're heartless. I won't live here a minute longer. You want to leave? Fine. One day out in the real world, you'll realize how much you take for granted. I want to see you try. You're not serious. In fact, I am. I left the house in a haze and found myself standing at Annie's door. When she saw me, she was worried and tried to send me back, saying how mad my mother would be. But I was determined, and eventually she invited me into her small house. Have a seat. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Yeah, I'd like that. But as I sat on the chair, I ended up stuck. Just then, I heard a girl laugh. Bet you never used a chair like that before. No, I didn't. She helped me up and then introduced herself. She was Michaela, Annie's sister, and she was as nice and welcoming as Annie. I really liked their cozy home, even though the things were old and some were even broken. At night, I slept peacefully on the couch, which was far better than my luxurious mattress. But old habits die hard, and the next morning, when I told her I wanted an omelet with a fresh fruit smoothie and a pancake, hearing my words, she looked stunned. Your Highness, this is not your palace, and I'm not your servant. Serve yourself. I'm so sorry. I don't mean it. I can do it myself, but could you please tell me the thing that works like a grrr? What? I just forgot the name of the thing that was used for smoothies. Ah, a blender. Princess, here it is. She left me, and after watching a bunch of videos on how to cook an omelet, I couldn't make it and ended up burning my hand. Michaela came running when she heard me scream. Like, why did you even come here? The real world is a difficult place to survive. I don't know why you would give up such a chill lifestyle for this. Yeah, it might be kind of tough, but I'm confident I can work it out. She was kind enough that she made me breakfast and fed me herself, and in no time, we became friends. It had been several days, and although Mom was angry, I still hoped that my being gone would make her realize my worth, but she hadn't called me once, like I didn't exist to her. One day, when Michaela saw me sulk, she suggested we do something fun. I was totally up for it. We ate popsicles and cotton candy, which had previously been a big no for me, and even rode a bicycle. And it was just one more thing where I ended up with bruises all over my legs that I got by falling several times off the bike. A few days later, the summer vacations were over, and Annie got me into Michaela's school so I could finish my final year of high school, since I didn't want to go to my previous one where I would have to face my siblings and even Mom when she'd come to drop them off. On my first day, everyone looked surprised to see me. I guess I might have overdressed. Ugh. Oh, wow, Michaela, who is she? She looks so pretty. I love that fragrance she's wearing. All of them were really sweet, and everyone gathered around to chat with me. You have a Gucci bag? Is that a real one? No, thrift store. She bought it from there. You want to fit in or stick out like a sore thumb? Fit in? Good. So from tomorrow, don't dress like you're modeling. Michaela was right. I needed to blend in, so I bought new stuff for myself. Things were going well at school, like really well. I even made friends and started to do well in studies. One day, we were walking down the hallway and I noticed a poster for a speech competition with the topic self-esteem. Michaela suggested that I should participate. I decided to give it a shot since it would be the perfect opportunity for me to voice my ideas, something I couldn't do much around Mom. I worked hard for weeks on my speech, practicing in front of my friends. I was still nervous, but I was determined to do my best. On the day of the competition, I kept my eyes on Michaela and Annie as I stepped onto the stage. I was so relieved when I finished my speech, and I knew I had done a good job. The judges were impressed and announced that I was the winner. I was so shocked and excited. To my surprise, the guest of honor was the mayor, and he took a picture of me with the other winners. My picture was in the newspaper the next day. Just a few days later, as I was lost in the pages of my book, Michaela came running and told me how she'd seen my mom go to the principal's office. My heart raced with excitement as I thought maybe finally my mom was proud of me and had come to my school. But then I heard my mom's voice from down the hall yelling at the principal. I gave you permission to give her admission, but that didn't mean you could use my name to publicize your school. Putting her picture in the paper and mentioning she's my daughter was a publicity stunt, right? This school runs on my donations. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? Mom, why are you saying this? I thought you'd be happy, but all you care about is your name? My mom just gave me a nasty look and walked away. At that moment, it finally sunk in that I'd never be enough for her. I was done trying to make her happy. I was done trying to be someone I wasn't. I went to school the next day like nothing had happened, like my heart wasn't breaking. Throughout the day, Michaela and my friends tried to cheer me up. She asked if I could come and watch them practice their cheerleading routine. I'm glad I did because she did a backflip and landed smoothly on her feet. It was amazing. OMG, I can't believe it. I did it. I did it! Oh, Ashlyn, girl, you are like my lucky charm. You know, I've been trying this routine since forever, and I could never get it right. Today, you came and I nailed it. Awesome. Congratulations, Michaela. Hey, what happened? Why are you crying? I've been called bad luck my whole life. No one has ever called me their lucky charm. Luck isn't something you're born with. It's something you create. If you focus on the good things in life, you'll be lucky. I stayed with Michaela until we graduated. Then she got a scholarship to a big university while I applied to business school and got in. I was stoked and couldn't wait to start my journey of becoming a business professional. I was in my 3rd year of college when one day, Annie told me how Mom wanted to see me. The company was failing. What? After all these years, she remembers she has a daughter, only when her company is going into the ground? Forget it. But Annie said Mom was sick too and kept insisting I visit her, but I just didn't want to. A few days later, Annie asked me to accompany her for shopping, but she had another idea. And before I knew it, she had driven me straight to Mom's house, and I was so angry. I get why you're mad, but she's still your mom. I know she was mean to you, but Ashlyn, don't let the anger take over. You are better than her. Please do this. For me. Fine, I'm doing this just for you. When I stepped in the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom was sitting in a chair and she looked so weak. The moment she saw me, she had tears in her eyes. It turned out that my brother and sister had both taken their shares of the company and left Mom. Ashlyn, is it you? I am so sorry. I was so wrong about you. I always treated you wrong, called you bad luck. Please, forgive me. I was such a bad mother to you. Mom, you don't have to say that. Please, let me. I was so wrong to blame everything on you. Can you forgive me? I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try, Mom. I'll really try. And I'll spend every day of my life trying to make it up for being like I was to you. Then Mom and I hugged. She apologized to Annie and thanked her for always supporting me. Mom told me everything about her business and I decided to help her. I spoke to her lawyer and got to know that to save the company, we would need a merger with some big company. I started working there day and night and bagged a meeting with a big company. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling confident and engaged in the discussion. Suddenly, I dropped the pen and it went rolling under the table. Why do I have to be so clumsy? Oops, I'm sorry. Silly me. It's like I have butterfingers. You know what? I'm gonna go. Come on. Happens to the best of us. We understand. It's just part of being human. If it had been my mom, she would have screamed at me. After that, the meeting went awesome, and they told me they'd let me know about their decision. At home, I told Mom everything that had happened, including dropping the pen. She looked unhappy, but right when she was about to say something, the phone rang. Oh my God, we got it! We got the merger! I knew it. I knew you could do it. This calls for a party. Mom threw an awesome party by the poolside. Everyone was having fun until Mom got a call, and her face suddenly changed. I followed her inside the house and saw my brother and sister were there. What are you two doing? Get out now or I'll call security. You can't really own this house anymore, can you? It's impossible. You ruined the business. Oh, God. Did you trick Ashlyn into helping you? We'll tell her the truth. What truth could you possibly tell her? That you were never sick, Mom? That it was all an act to make me save your business? I knew all along. Mom's jaw dropped and my siblings were left speechless. You knew? But why did you still help? Because someone very important to me told me I'm a better person than you. I turned around with a newfound confidence and walked away, leaving Mom behind.
Most of us start our lives in a hospital as newborn babies, but not me. No siree. I started my life in a hospital too, yes, but as an adult. I opened my eyes feeling woozy and numb. I felt like I'd been struck by a freight train.
She's up. She's finally up.
Nurses and doctors surrounded me from all sides, examining me excitedly. What's going on?
Can you tell us who you are?
I'm me. Who else am I supposed to be? The Queen of England?
Your name. What's your name?
I racked my brain trying to remember, but I just couldn't. In fact, I couldn't remember anything. It was like my brain was filled with dust bunnies. What was my name? Hi, I'm Harper. Yeah, I know my name now. And I woke up in a hospital bed one day with no clue who I am. But before I continue my crazy story, please like and subscribe. There was nothing wrong with me, except, my amnesia. The doctor told me my name, that I was 18 years old, and apparently I'd been unconscious since an accident I'd had 2 weeks ago. But what she said next turned my world upside down. Both of your parents are in jail. My jaw dropped to the floor. I was the daughter of some criminals? Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, the doctors decided to kick me out. Release me from the hospital. No other friends or family came forward, so you'll have to manage on your own. How on earth am I supposed to do that? I barely know my own name. You're physically and mentally fine, and you'll start to regain your memory over time. Here are your belongings, and I've called you a cab to your home address. That's where we'll be sending you the bill, too. Now, goodbye. And then she practically pushed me out the door. Just, wow. I hoped I wasn't some kind of weird loser or creepy pariah. Seriously, what kind of person has no friends or family to show up for them? Forget going home. I needed to find my parents, whatever their names were. They'd give me the answers I needed. I turned my attention to my so-called belongings, which consisted of a purse. I rummaged inside, hoping something would spark a memory, but it just felt like I was going through someone else's stuff. I found a phone, wallet, keys, and a chocolate bar. Yum. I turned on the phone, but it needed a passcode to unlock it. I typed a few different combinations, but none of them worked. And then my phone locked me out for guessing wrong too many times. Just then, a black Mercedes screeched to a stop right in front of me. A really cute boy, a little older than me, poked his head out the window, staring at me in shock.
Harper, oh my gosh, are you okay? I've been searching for you everywhere.
Who are you? I have amnesia. He jumped out of the car and ran to me.
Really? So you don't remember anything?
No, duh, that's how amnesia works. This guy was a pretty package, but he wasn't too smart.
I'm Mason, your neighbor, and, well, your friend.
My friend? Mason pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of the two of us together smiling. We looked good together.
Have you spoken to your parents?
Not yet. My stupid phone's locked, and I can't remember the password. Mason put his hand on my shoulder.
Don't worry about it. I'm here now.
Just then, I heard heavenly music play as the skies opened up and a bright light shined down on my head, and then butterflies danced around me. I wasn't a weirdo. I had a friend. Plus, he was a cutie, and he smelled amazing. Mason offered to drive me home. I'd like to see my parents first, but I don't know what jail they're in.
Don't worry, I'll find out and arrange a visit.
Just then, my stomach let out a loud growl.
But first, let's get you some pizza. We can grab a slice down the corner.
A slice? I haven't eaten in 2 weeks, man. Mason laughed and bought me an extra-large pizza before taking me home. 20 minutes later, we pulled up to a luxurious apartment building. Wow, is this where I live?
Yep, this is where we both live. I live 1 floor below you.
Mason was the perfect gentleman. He helped me out of the car, opened every door for me, and generously tipped the doorman. As we rode the elevator to the penthouse floor, Mason's hand brushed against mine, and my heart skipped a beat. Mason said we were just friends, but it felt like we were so much more. I thought to ask him, but I was too shy. What if he didn't like me that way and was just being nice? I didn't want to scare him off, so I stayed quiet. My apartment was huge and so fancy inside, with expensive furniture, exquisite paintings, and crystal chandeliers. A family portrait hung on a wall with a gold-plated frame, and I paused in front of it. My parents looked like really nice people. Mason, what are my parents' names, and why are they in jail? Suddenly, he looked really uncomfortable.
Mr. and Mrs. Harrison did some illegal stuff, but I don't know the details. I'm sorry.
Then Mason told me he had to go, and I was all alone in my so-called home. I roamed around, touching and smelling things, trying to get my memory back, but nothing worked. I tried to open my phone again, but I still couldn't unlock it. I started to get tired, so I tossed it on my dresser and went to bed. The next day, Mason showed up at my doorstep looking all swoon-worthy, with his dark eyes and his movie star hair.
I've got something for you.
He showed me a perfectly wrapped gift. I tore off the paper and found a new phone inside.
I know you can't unlock yours, so I got you a new one. Also, I have my best people trying to find out exactly where your parents are. We'll find them soon.
I threw my arms around him, absolutely smitten. Later that day, I tried looking up my parents online on my new phone, but nothing about them popped up. I'd just have to wait for my visit. But thank God I had Mason, and we started hanging out every day. At my place, at his place, fancy restaurants, at museums. One day, we were walking in the park, and we saw a bunch of kids running up to an ice cream truck, but one boy was standing on the side with a sad face. Hey kid, what's the matter?
I can't afford to get any ice cream.
Well, how about I buy you a banana split? Or maybe 2 scoops of cookies and cream? A couple of kids appeared out of nowhere. They didn't have any money for ice cream either. I gave each of them a $100 bill, and they all ran cheering and screaming to the ice cream truck. I turned around to see Mason looking at me with a huge smile. What? Did a bird poop in my hair? I hate when that happens.
No, I just think you're wonderful.
Then he pulled me into his arms, and my face was inches away from his. Mason, were you and I ever more than friends?
No, but I wanted us to be. We can be now.
And then he gave me the most amazing kiss, and I practically melted in his arms. A couple days later, Mason took me to the aquarium, but as I saw all these kids with their parents, I felt kind of sad.
Hey, are you still thinking about your parents?
Yeah, I still don't remember them. Not exactly, but I want to see them and talk to them. Maybe if I do, my memories will come back. Mason sighed and then took my hand in his.
Listen, Harper, we've managed to find them, and I can arrange a visit very soon. But before that, there's something you need to know. I should have told you this earlier, but...
Before Mason could finish, this girl ran up to us screaming excitedly. OMG, Harper? Is that you? Hey, I'm sorry, I don't remember you. Mason tried to hide behind me. And Mason?
Hi, Jackie.
I knew it! Knew what? Oh, Harp, you're so hilarious. I'm your friend, and I knew you always had a crush on Mason before you started hating his guts. How'd you ever patch things up? Mason turned as red as a cherry popsicle. I have no idea what you're talking about. You called him Mason the Maniac, and you wanted to crush him for ruining your life. You spray painted his house, scratched his car with your keys, threw a brick through his window, and created a website that listed 1,000 reasons why he shouldn't be trusted. What? That's crazy. Why would I do something like that? Yeah, you went a little psycho. But Mason did write that article which got your parents arrested. Are you insane? Mason would never do that to me. Tell her, Mason. Mason? Mason lowered his eyes.
Harper, I can explain.
It's okay, Mason. I can show her myself. Jackie pulled out her phone and showed me a news article with a headline that read, Whiz Kid journalist puts criminal couple behind bars. The Whiz Kid was Mason, and the couple were my parents, and their names were Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Right beneath my parents' photo, there was a link to a video. With trembling hands, I clicked the link. It showed the police hauling my parents out of our apartment building, while a dozen reporters were taking pictures and firing questions. And Mason was right there in the front, with a smirk on his face. We're innocent.
We didn't do this. That sneaky kid Mason is out to get us.
Then suddenly, I came running out of the building and tackled Mason to the ground. We crashed into the reporters, then the video ended.
It's not what it looks like.
Yes, it is. I just couldn't believe it. Suddenly, I got so mad my hands started shaking. I slapped Mason really hard across the face, then stormed off. I took a taxi straight home and spent the rest of the night crying into my pillow. Mason called me 12 times, but I refused to answer. He even came to my door with flowers, but I ignored him. I looked my parents up online. I found Mason's article and read all about my parents' crimes. Mason accused them of stealing from tons of banks, museums, and even a children's hospital, but my parents claimed they were innocent, and Mason was a liar. He'd lied to me about being my friend too. No wonder I hated his guts. One night, when I was watching love stories on MSA, no, don't trust him. He's hot, but he's a bad guy. And stuffing my face with ice cream and cookies, I got a call from the apartment building's reception desk.
Ma'am, there's a call for you from your mother. I'm putting you through.
I shot up straight as an arrow. My mom was calling me from prison? Oh, Harper, how are you? We heard you were in the hospital after the accident, and then you were released. I wasn't allowed to make calls any sooner, and I tried your cell phone first. Oh, I've been so worried, love. Mom, where are you? Can I come see you? I was able to schedule a visit to prison for the next day. I met my mom in this big room surrounded by other inmates and their visiting families. Oh, I can't believe you're here. Your dad wanted to see you too, but he got into a fight with an inmate and isn't allowed visitors for a week. I've missed you so much, baby. Suddenly, I just broke down in tears. Mom, I'm so confused. I lost all my memories in the accident. What? You don't remember anything? No, nothing. I just know that you're in jail because Mason said you guys did all these awful things. Mason? Oh, what I wouldn't do to wring that boy's neck. We wouldn't be in this mess if it wasn't for him. He's evil, Harper. You can't trust a word he says. I'll explain everything later, but first, you need to listen to me closely. Mom leaned in and whispered, "Get the money out of the safe." What safe? It's in a secret room behind my closet. Your dad and I stored things for the family business there. We didn't tell you about it because you were too young. I need you to use the money we've kept in that room to bail us out. The combination is in a drawer in my desk, and be careful. We had a misunderstanding with a few gangsters. Gangsters? Oh, I mean business associates, sweetie. Somehow they think we owe them money. Vultures. So if anyone suspicious turns up at the apartment, do not let them in. Mom gestured over my shoulder, and I turned and saw this scary man with a skull tattooed on his forehead, giving us death glares. Once I got home, I raced to my parents' room, found the combination, and typed it into the keypad on the back of Mom's closet. Then a wall opened up, and I walked into the secret room, my mouth hanging open. It was full of bags of money, jewels, and paintings. All the stolen items that Mason wrote about in his articles were stacked right in front of me. I was devastated. Mason was right. My parents were thieves. Just then, the doorbell rang, and a surveillance feed popped up on a screen in my parents' room. 3 scary gangsters with skulls on their forehead were at my front door.
We know you're in there, Harper. We want our money.
I spoke through the speakers. Sorry, Harper's not home. She's moved to the moon. The gangsters got really angry and kicked down the main door. I locked my parents' bedroom door, and feeling completely freaked out, I called Mason. Mason answered on the first ring.
What's wrong?
You were right. My parents are bad, and now these gangsters are out to get me. What should I do? Mason told me to run to the window. I peeked down and saw him waving at me from the window below. He told me to climb down. Are you crazy? What do I look like, Spider-Man?
You used to climb down all the time when we were kids.
Well, I don't remember that. Suddenly, I heard the gangsters pounding on my parents' door. Okay, maybe some memories are coming back.
Come on, you can do it. I've got you.
Somehow, Mason's words gave me confidence, so I took a deep breath, then started climbing down. Suddenly, I lost my grip and screamed as I fell, but Mason caught me just in time. He pulled me inside through his window and hugged me.
You're okay, Harper. You're safe now.
Okay, cool. This is really nice. You always smell so comforting, like fresh laundry.
I still have to call the police. You mind letting me go?
We reported the gangsters to the police, and they were arrested and hauled off to jail. After that, Mason walked me back to my apartment. When we got to my door, tears started streaming down my face. Mason, was I a bad person, like my parents?
No, you didn't even know they were criminals. Your parents lied to everyone about their business for years.
But I did all those horrible things to you. Why did you even go to the hospital to find me?
Because it was my fault you got hurt.
Mason's words shook me to my core.
The day you had the accident, I tried to talk to you about your parents and make you see the truth, but you got so mad you got into your car and drove off. The next day, the police found your abandoned car stuck in a ditch and they said you were missing.
Mason showed me a picture of my car in the ditch. Then a memory popped into my head. I think I remember now. It was raining. I was driving really fast and I lost control. I remember crawling out of the car to find help, but after that, everything is a blur.
Harper, not knowing what happened to you or where you'd gone was breaking my heart. Then I found you at the hospital and you were different. You didn't remember anything. And most importantly, you didn't hate me. I should have told you the truth sooner, but it was getting harder the more I was falling in love with you.
You're in love with me?
I've always had a thing for you. I'm sorry I lied. I understand if you never want to see me again. I love you, Harper, but I don't want to come between you and your family.
He started walking away, and suddenly my phone rang. It was the number from prison. It must be my mom calling. As I watched him leave, my heart ached. I had to choose. I could bail out my family, help them clear their names, and go back to their criminal activities. Or I could take a chance on a different life. I shoved my cell phone into my pocket, ran to Mason, and grabbed his hand. Let's go and tell the police about the proof I found in the secret room. I choose to be a good person. I choose to be happy. I choose you. Hi, I'm Liana, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My grandfather started a superglue company centuries ago, like 1970 or something, and he made a fortune because everyone uses superglue, right? You need it for school projects, broken shoe heels, fake eyelashes. I was raised by my single, adoring dad who inherited the family business, and growing up, my life was a fairy tale. I wore clothes from global designers, had food flown in from Europe, and an army of servants waiting on me hand and foot, and I went to the best private school where I met my BFF forever, Nicolette. She joined my school in the 4th grade, and we were sitting together in art class when our teacher, Mrs. Humphrey, started laughing at my work.
Liana, why did you make your elephant blue? It looks so silly.
Why, have you seen all the elephants in the world?
No, but I know there are no blue ones.
How can you be sure until you've seen every elephant? Maybe one is blue.
Nicolette, I said there are no blue elephants, and you'll listen to me.
Why? I don't even listen to my parents. Everyone, color your elephants blue, purple, yellow, green, the whole rainbow.
Mrs. Humphrey carried Nicolette off to the principal, and she was fired. Apparently, Nicolette's dad was even richer than mine, and the principal wasn't about to piss him off. I thought it was cool of her to stand up for me, and we've been friends ever since. And yeah, she can be vain, and she's kinda bossy. Like, we always have to eat where she says or watch the movies she wants. But overall, she's a first-rate bestie. Together, we practically ruled the school. Everyone either wanted to be us or be with us. For my 16th birthday, Dad said he had a special gift for me. Did you buy me an island? Another car? The Eiffel Tower?
Eee, a credit card!
Yes, darling. It's time for you to understand how things work and how much stuff costs.
Oh, thank you, Daddy.
And boy, did we make that card work. Nicolette and I went on shopping sprees, got makeovers, then invited our friends for dinner to a fancy new restaurant. We ate till we were about to burst, but the next morning was not so pleasant.
How did you spend $30,000 in a day? $3,000 on a handbag, $2,000 on shoes, and $4,000 for a lock of someone's hair? Liana, why?
It's Himmen's hair from BTS.
$15,000 on 20 pounds of gold-plated onion rings?
Oh, those were delish. You have to try them. Okay, I hear you, Daddy. I had no idea it would add up to so much.
I gave you the card to learn exactly that.
I'll be more careful now, promise. It wasn't so hard because I had new shoes and clothes for a few weeks. Then Nicolette got us invites to a super exclusive costume party, and she'd already taken care of our wardrobe. We're going in some German princesses' gowns. Daddy pulled some major strings to borrow them from the museum. Oh, wow. But do you think that's a good idea? They must be worth a fortune. That's the whole point, duh. You should wear the green one. It'll bring out your eyes. Me? Well, who am I kidding? I can pull off anything. I think we're gonna make some headlines, babe. And we sure did. As we waved at the paparazzi, I didn't realize Nicolette was stepping on my dress, and I walked forward, and then I heard a loud rip. We came under fire in the media for being rich brats who ruined a historical dress, and my dad had to pay a lot in damages. Daddy, it was an accident.
No, it was a stupid decision to wear that dress. I'm not always going to be around to clean your messes, and you don't have a clue about money. Do you think it grows on trees?
Well, money is paper, and paper comes from trees, so technically...
Liana!
I'm sorry. I'll make it up to you.
Yes, you will. You'll start by paying off your credit card debt of $30,000, and you'll have to figure out how. Till you show me you can act like an adult, I'm cutting you off.
And he was dead serious. Why don't you just order another credit card to pay this off? It doesn't work like that. I've got it. Just start your own makeup line. I need money to start that? You've got to meet me halfway, babe. You're shooting down all my ideas. Okay, how about you get one of those job things? What are you qualified to do? Spend money? This is hopeless. And then suddenly, I had an idea. OMG, I should become an influencer and tell other people what to buy. This is perfect. I set up my Instagram page, and the first 300 likes were super easy, because that was everyone in high school. But I felt anxious when I posted the first makeup video with my favorite products. To my surprise, it was quite well received. I became obsessed with my channel and got really busy shooting videos. I was being approached by sponsors and finally started making some dough. Okay, guys, we got these vegan, gluten-free bananas shipped from New Zealand. Highly recommended. Now I'll show you how I eat them. You guys, this snail cream from Korea is what you need for glass skin. Yes, snails are gross, but their mucus is everything. Someone sent me these delicious diet cookies. Oh, God, they taste like sawdust. Liana, when will you be done? I'm bored. Come on, let's go for sushi. I can't. I gotta shoot this video again. Fine, I'll order in.
I was thinking of doing a video about eating on a budget. Can you order from someplace that's not so expensive, please? Now I gotta eat bad food because of you? You suck. But when I posted that video, I was met with some outrage. You think the average person's meal costs $200. What planet are you living on, princess? I hope you rich brats lose all your money. My subscribers were going down. I had to do damage control. So I decided on a charity drive where Nicolette and I would give away some of our things at homeless shelters. Please take care of those shoes. Blind children in Milan made them. You know what? Maybe I'm not ready to part with them yet. Nicolette, I'm live streaming.
Let the freaking shoes go.
One girl looked really displeased when I handed her a makeup kit. What am I supposed to do with this? I don't even have enough to eat. Well, it's better to be pretty and poor than ugly and poor, no? Gosh, you rich people are awful. She threw a cup of coffee at Nicolette, who had a total meltdown. What have you done? This is a real fur coat that my daddy got from Russia? You are such a cruel creature. You've ruined the sacrifice of 1,000 squirrels. Oh God, why is life so unfair? Well, that was the end of my Instagram channel. No one wanted to work with me after that. I'd barely made $5,000. So I had to get a waitressing job at a cafe. Girl, are you saying you're not going to the concert because someone else can't wait on tables? Yes, my shift ends at 10 p.m. Also, I can't waste money on a concert ticket. You're crazy for doing all this work when all you need to do is cry harder to your daddy. I'm out of here. Nicolette started hanging out more with our other friends, but with school and long shifts, I was honestly too tired to care. Waitressing was hard. I asked for a non-fat soy milk double shot cold brew Spanish latte with sweet foam and cinnamon. Well, that's a lot to remember. I'm just one tiny person. Here's your order, sir. I'll take this one away. Liana, you're needed at the counter. I looked up at this boy who just swooped in, and his dreamy blue eyes left me dazed. Just then, I tripped on something and fell on a customer's table. The manager sent me to the kitchen to do the dishes for the rest of the day. Hey, you okay? Accidents happen. Please, don't be upset. Oh, I'm not upset. It's just that, how should I put this? What? I don't know how to wash dishes. The boy smiled and rolled up his sleeves. He spent the next hour teaching me, and I found myself enjoying it. His name was Jamie, and he just joined as assistant manager. So, Jamie, how'd you know my name? Did you ask around as soon as you got here? No. Your name tag kind of gave it away. Oh, gosh, of course. I'm so dumb. Nah, you're cute. You got some soap on your nose. Where? There. Work got a lot more bearable with Jamie around, and he even asked me out. We had an amazing date by the beach after our shift, but Jamie had a request. I'm gonna tell you something ridiculous, but please don't judge me. A few months ago, my friend's sister confessed in front of a lot of people that she's in love with me, and she's super weird and smells like tuna, so I just panicked and said that I'm gay. Now, I've been living that lie, and I need to fix it, but till I do, please don't tell anyone that we're dating, not even your BFF. God, I'm such a dummy. Don't worry about it. I won't. Later when he dropped me home, he kissed me. I walked into my room humming, and then I screamed. Nicolette, you scared me. Why are you here? To put an end to all this stupidity? I can't watch you working like a donkey anymore. And she threw cash on my bed. I went into Dad's office and threatened his stupid assistant to give me money. And when he refused, I threw ketchup at him. He cried and said I made him feel unsafe. Like, what does that even mean? Anyway, I think he hates Dad because he gave me double of what I asked for behind Dad's back. So here, take the money. I knew I should have said no, but man, I was so tired of working. So I gave Nicolette a big hug and gave Dad the money, and he returned the credit card. I won't be keeping checks on you anymore, darling. You've proved that you can be responsible. Nicolette and I were back to hanging out, except some evenings I'd be busy with Jamie, and some nights she was away on dates. One day I went to the mall alone when I saw something that made my heart drop. It was Nicolette in Jamie's arms, and they were kissing. What's going on here? How dare you kiss my boyfriend? Oh, what? Have you hit your head somewhere, Liana? Jamie stared at both of us, then ran away at supersonic speed. What the heck? I've been dating Jamie for weeks. He works at the cafe. I know. I dropped by once to see you, but it was your day off, and I met Jamie there. We've been dating since. He told me not to tell anyone. Oh my God. I can't believe he played us both. What a weasel. Total jerk. But if he had to choose, we know who it would be. Avi. Oh, you think it's you? Why's that? You know, I'm prettier and richer and definitely more fun. Come on, you'd be so boring without me. Oh yeah? Remember that time I had to shut down my Insta channel because of you? Or how about that whole dress disaster? That was so fun. It's not like I forced you to wear it.
Yes, you did. You're so bossy. You always decide things for me. It's not my fault you're a pushover. You've always had the backbone of a jellyfish. Remember in 5th grade when I had to defend you in art class because I felt sorry for you? Did you feel sorry because I'm a jellyfish or because I'm ugly? Or maybe you just acted like that because you've always been a spoiled brat. You're one to talk, Miss Gold Onion Rings. You ordered those. At least I was there on your birthday, unlike you. Oh my God. I missed one birthday in 8th grade because I was getting my appendix removed. So you say. Except I'm pretty sure you flew to Paris that weekend to buy the bag I wanted. I felt so annoyed that I tugged at her hair. She pulled hard at mine, and we broke out into a huge fight in the middle of the mall. We finally stopped to catch our breath. You know what? We can't be friends anymore. Why would I want to be friends with you? You've already told me that you think you're better than me, and anyone would choose you over me. Well, we'll see about that. After that, Nicolette and I went to war. We openly declared the end of our friendship in school, and our friends had to choose sides. We always decided the cafeteria menu together, but now we couldn't agree on anything. Liana, we are not eating salads 3 times a week. Fried chicken for the win. Am I right, guys? Has no one told you that your butt looks bigger lately? I can tell just by looking at you that you've gained 5 pounds. Oh, you take that back, witch. And another fight broke out. We were co-managers of the dance club, and an important performance was coming up soon, but we just fought non-stop over the routine. We took a vote, and most members wanted to go with my ideas, so Nicolette gave in. But during the performance, half the team started doing a totally different dance. There was complete chaos on stage, with dancers bumping into each other in confusion, and Nicolette was cackling like crazy. Needless to say, we were both suspended from management, but things really got to a head when I announced a party at my place, and Nicolette announced one 2 hours later for the same time. There's gonna be a giant bouncy castle at my party. How lame. There will be exotic dancers at mine. I'll be serving the best food in town, and a mystery pop star will be performing. I knew Dad would be away that weekend, and I'd been really good with money lately, so I decided to go all out. The whole school ended up at my place, and I knew Nicolette's heart would burn. But then some kids started fighting, and it turned into a riot. They completely trashed my place, and our security team had to throw everyone out. I felt squeamish with guilt and anxiety. Dad was gonna kill me this time. But the next morning, I got a phone call from the hospital. Dad had been in a car accident on his way back home. My whole world had turned upside down. Dad was in a coma, and the doctors had no idea when he'd wake up, or if. His manager walked me through the hospital bills and explained Dad's finances, but I just felt so overwhelmed. Hey, Liana, I came as soon as I heard. I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry, too, for everything. Me too. I can't believe that stupid Jamie set us off like that. FYI, I got Daddy to get him fired. He deserves that, but I don't think our fight was really about him. Clearly, we've had issues with each other that we just never talked about. Let's just call it a truce now, okay? Of course, and I'm here for you, babe. She did try, but Nicolette was Nicolette, and my responsibilities bored her soon enough. I had an entire household to manage, and I even had to learn more about the family business to make decisions on Dad's behalf. I had some serious growing up to do, and one day when I went to visit Dad, I screamed when I saw him sitting up and smiling. Oh my God, Daddy, please don't scare me like that again.
I'm sorry you went through all this alone. My manager tells me you've been handling everything really well, and I am so proud of you, darling.
Dad recovered fully soon, and things went back to normal. Well, almost.
Hey, babe, let's go to Hawaii to party.
Actually, I just want to focus on school and college applications. I hear you, girl. I am so serious about college, too. I need to get in to access my trust fund. But come on, a week away can't hurt. I'm gonna pass, Nicolette. See you around. A year later, I'm doing really well in business school. Nicolette and I keep in touch, but sometimes you realize you've outgrown certain friendships, and it's totally okay to go down your own path.
The music was pumping, everyone was dancing, and then suddenly, chaos. People were pushing and shoving, trying to make their way towards the exits.
We have to head out immediately.
Milo, wait,
There's no time. We need to go, now.
That was my prom night. It was a disaster, and it was all my fault. Hey everyone, it's Jenna. If you want to hear about my crazy story, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. I grew up in a small town in the Midwest, where life was slow and predictable, but I've always been the kind of person who likes to push boundaries toys and have a little fun. My parents were pretty strict when it came to homework and other boring stuff, while all I wanted to do was explore the world and play outdoors with the boys. And it paid off when I got a cute teddy bear as a gift from Milo, my crush. I love that bear more than anything in the world. But eventually, Milo and I grew apart. He wanted to play video games with the boys, while I still wanted to swim in rivers and explore nearby caves. But I had Teddy, my partner in crime. Even my parents had to get special permission for me to bring my Teddy to class, or else I'd throw a major tantrum. Life was amazing. But things changed when Layla, stepped into my second grade class.
Look at her. She's still carrying a teddy bear like a baby. Did you forget your pacifier?
I kept my cool, but once she even went as far as cleaning the whiteboard with my Teddy. After that, I decided to put it away. I never told my parents what happened with Layla. In fact, they were happy I wasn't obsessed with my Teddy anymore. All they cared about was how good my grades were. You failed yet another exam. But Mom, I was studying really hard. I guess the teacher doesn't like me. Maybe I should have gotten her a birthday present.
Come on, be responsible, Jenna.
I wanted to prove to Mom and Dad that I could be responsible, so I decided to please them with a bunch of chores while they were away at work. I started with attempting dishes, then vacuuming the living room, but I was left with broken plates and tangled curtains. Talk about a productive day. It's okay, Jenna. You still have a chance to prove yourself. Let's open the books now. Time to prove yourself. Oh no! Panicked, I scrambled to clean up before my parents got home. But just then, I heard the screeching of car tires outside. My heart dropped as I realized they had come home early and would see the mess I'd made. As they walked in, I quickly pretended to be studying. How many bones does the human body have? 0. Is the earth flat? Duh, if it was round, people living on the other side would fall off. I turned around to see my parents staring at me in disbelief. I tried to pretend like I hadn't noticed them coming in. Hey, Mom, Dad, you're home early.
What happened here?
I was trying to but today's been a really bad day. But like you said, it's all part of life.
Unbelievable. Jenna!
I just wanted to have fun. And my teenage years were wild with my inseparable twin troublemakers, Sarah and Samantha. They were the ones who introduced me to the world of sneaking out and partying. Looking back, I realized how silly it all was. Like when we decided to skip school and try having a DIY spa day, they wanted to do it at my house, but I knew the wrath of my parents and how strict they were. Trust me, my parents can sniff out trouble from a mile away. We'll be safer at your house. We tried a homemade oatmeal and honey face mask, but it turned out to be a sticky disaster. We looked like we were attacked by a swarm of bees and spent hours cleaning up. It was not the relaxing spa day we had hoped for. Little did we know, that lesson would come in handy sooner than expected. And the next day, we decided to have a bonfire party in their backyard, but the flames quickly got out of control. After trying water and dirt, we had an unexpected solution. A bag of oatmeal. It was strange, but it worked. As we stood there, covered in ash and oatmeal, we couldn't help but laugh. But the twins' parents didn't laugh at all, especially given that their rose garden caught on fire. I was devastated when their parents called mine, and even more so when they forbade me from ever seeing my friends again. The fact that their father was a lawyer and threatened to sue my parents because I damaged their property only added to the seriousness of the situation. It was as if my world had been turned upside down.
You were supposed to be in school.
Is this the first time you're sneaking out like this?
Unbelievable. We are so disappointed, Jenna.
Can I go back to my room? You are grounded until further notice. What about prom?
We'll see about that.
Only if you behave well. Prom was only a few weeks away, and I had been dreaming about it for years. From now on, I had to be on my best behavior. In the days that followed, I tried to make amends by texting Sarah and Samantha, but I never received a response. I couldn't help but wonder if they had blocked me. I knew that they had moved to another country shortly after the incident, and I wondered if they held me responsible. I was heartbroken. I missed the twins terribly, but when I saw Milo, my childhood crush, in the school's hallway, I went to talk to him, hoping we could hang out like we used to, but he was busy with the boys. Meanwhile, my nemesis Layla was getting asked to prom by 5 different guys, each trying to outdo each other. I couldn't help but roll my eyes at how cheesy they were being. Layla seemed to be enjoying all the attention, but I couldn't help but feel bad for the guys. It was like they were all competing for her affection, and it was obvious that she had no interest in them. That's not nice.
Oh, look who it is. The girl who never gets asked to prom.
Of course, Layla was still the same brat she was when we were kids. But she was right. I was still dateless and feeling pretty hopeless. One day, in combined class, I was scribbling notes in my notebook when my phone popped up with Milo's name. My heart skipped a beat. Was he asking me to prom? I tried to act cool, but my hands were shaking, I couldn't believe it. Milo, my forever crush, was asking me to prom. But as I opened the message, it wasn't the love declaration I was hoping for. Instead, it read, "Can you pass me a pencil?" Silly me. And to make matters worse, I accidentally passed him a pen instead of a pencil. Smooth move, Jenna. Real smooth. But my embarrassment didn't end there. Just as I was daydreaming about my prom night with Milo, him looking fabulous in a bold red suit and tie, him making me dance like in a fairy tale, hold me close and never let me go, Milo. You do realize you're drooling, right? It's sad that you can only have him in your dreams. Oh, I was just practicing my drooling for when I see you in that dress you've been talking about. You know, the one that's always out of stock because everyone wants to look like a glittery potato sack. Layla scowled at me and didn't say anything for the rest of class. I thought that would be the end of it, but the next day, the principal called me into his office. Apparently, Layla had told him that I had started a rumor about her and spread it all around school, and my parents were called.
That's it. No prom for you.
What? That's not fair.
We warned you, Jenna, only if you behaved well, and you did it. Once again.
I was devastated. The next day at school, I heard someone calling my name. I turned around to see Milo running toward me, a big smile on his face.
Hey, Jenna, wait up. Thanks for the pen.
What pen? Oh, yeah, sure. No problem.
So, I heard you got into a fight with Layla because of me?
Of course she told him. I should have known she'd blabber about it to everyone.
Hey, do you want to go to prom with me?
Was this really happening? I tried to play it cool, but I couldn't help myself. Yes! 1,000,000 times yes! I'm so excited! But suddenly, I felt something warm.
You okay?
Hey, can you quickly take off your shirt?
My shirt? Why?
Wearing your boyfriend's shirt is the latest fashion trend, and I just want to be trendy, you know? To my relief, Milo smiled at me without asking further questions. Yes, I had just peed a little in excitement in front of my crush. I definitely felt embarrassed, but I didn't care. I was going to prom with Milo, and nothing could bring me down. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, trying to come up with a plan. Since I wasn't allowed to go to prom, I couldn't ask Mom to take me shopping for my dress. So I snuck into my mom's closet and searched through her old dresses until I found one. It was a multicolored dress from the 80s. I loved it. I hurried out of the house through my bedroom window so my parents wouldn't see me. It was supposed to be the night of my dreams. But as they say, life doesn't always go according to plan. And boy, was that an understatement for what happened on my prom night. It all started when Milo showed up wearing a Hawaiian shirt, cargo shorts, and flip-flops. And he wasn't driving a limo. He was picking me up with his bike. I couldn't believe it. I tried to hide my disappointment, but I knew it was written all over my face.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. As soon as we arrived at the ballroom, my dress got caught in the bike wheel and ripped apart. Oh no, Mom's gonna kill me. Milo quickly ran to a classroom to find a stapler and stapled my dress back together, but he made it look like a patchwork quilt. We walked into the ballroom and everyone was looking at my dress. I suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I went to grab my lipstick, ready to dance the night away, when I felt something soft and furry inside my bag, something I hadn't felt in years and definitely hadn't brought with me. I looked down to see my childhood teddy. OMG, I carried the wrong bag. I quickly tried to hide him, but it was too late. Everyone had already noticed and were laughing hysterically. I wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear. It was just like being 7 all over again. Just then, Layla passed by me with her group of friends. Oh, little Jenna never grew up. What a baby.
You kept Teddy all these years?
It almost looked like he was about to cry when ring! My phone started ringing. Oh no, she's gonna kill me.
Jenna, where are you? Your dad just went to kiss you goodnight and found your bed empty.
As my mom continued her lecture over the phone, I felt suffocated, and just as she was about to launch into another tirade, something outside the window caught my eye. A man, dressed in all black and carrying a flashlight, was sneaking into one of the nearby houses. Oh my god, someone's being burgled!
Is this another one of your—
I immediately sprang into action. There was an emergency exit-only door nearby, and without thinking twice, I ran through it. Little did I know that the loud alarm would go off, causing the entire school to panic.
We have to head out immediately.
Milo, wait,
There's no time. We need to go, now.
He was right. There was no time. As Milo gathered around with all the students outside, I chased after the burglar, shouting for help. Soon enough, other people joined in the chase, and together we were able to get him and call the police. As we were waiting for the police to arrive, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. I was relieved that no one had been hurt and that the burglar had been caught, but I knew my actions had just caused prom to be canceled.
So, you kept Teddy all these years?
I did. You forgot me, but I never forgot you.
My bad. I missed you, Jenna. And I'm feeling blessed now. I wish we could slow dance. I can't believe prom is canceled.
And I can't believe you saved my family from a burglar. What? That was your house? Yes. I owe you one, Jenna. Thank you so much. You are a gem of a person. Does this mean we're not enemies anymore? I guess so. When Milo dropped me off at home, I felt nervous about facing my parents. I knew they were going to be mad at me for sneaking out to prom. Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry for everything. You were right. Is this my dress? So funny story. Just as my mom was boiling up like a tea kettle, Milo intervened. He told my parents how I'd saved Layla's house. They might not have believed him, but then my principal called my parents and told them everything. My parents were shocked, but for the first time, I also saw how proud they were of me. It wasn't easy, but they eventually forgave me for my mistakes. I promise, I'm going to be more responsible and more careful from now on. But just as I was about to bask in my newfound maturity, I'm sorry, Mom, but don't worry, I'll fix it.
Oh, please, let it be. I can handle it. Just bubble wrap yourself and sit in the corner.
Hey guys, I'm Kinsey from North Carolina, and I have a condition called OCD. That means I worry nonstop about all kinds of things. Like I have to wipe my desk chair 8 times before I can sit on it. I also count my socks 6 times each night to make sure I have enough pairs for the next day. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Living with my condition was tough and a bit lonely. I was an only child in a super rich family, but our servants were my only friends because everyone at school thought I was a freak. One time, I was sitting in class next to a girl who kept staring at me.
What are you doing with your colored pencils? Duh, I'm organizing them so they all face the same way. You've organized them like 50 times. What are you, a robot?
Everyone started laughing, except this one boy named Blake. After class, he gave me some chocolates to cheer me up. Don't let those mean kids make you feel bad. You're pretty, you're funny, and you're the best speller in our whole class. He was a sweetheart. After that day, Blake and I became really close. And as time passed, I really started falling for him. But anytime I decided to tell him how I felt, I chickened out. But one day in 10th grade, there was an announcement for the school dance, and my heart raced. I wasn't letting this chance go. Today, I'd ask him out. At lunchtime, I caught Blake sitting alone, but my heart dropped when a gorgeous girl walked over to Blake and put her arms around him. No! Hey, dude, what's going on? Is this your cousin or something?
Nope, this is my new girlfriend who just asked me to the dance. Isn't that awesome?
Wow, so awesome. Sorry, I gotta go. The air is making my eyes water. Allergies. I couldn't believe I'd missed my chance. And now Blake has a stupid girlfriend. I was watching MSA videos that night when I came across a story about a girl who got married 9 times just to get revenge on her sister. That's when I got an idea. The only way to get over Blake was to date as many guys as possible. So I texted every boy I knew. I was a gorgeous goddess with extra clean hair. Surely at least one boy would want me. But I woke up to see my phone had blown up with messages from 16 guys. And when I walked into school, a swarm of boys circled me with flower bouquets and even a life-size teddy bear. That's when Blake came up to see me.
These guys are going crazy. Did that dude just throw rose petals at you?
Oh, that one's been wanting to go to the dance with me. Yep, while you were with your girlfriend, I decided to get myself 16 dates.
You can't go on 16 dates. That's crazy.
Oh, yes, I can. You just watch. I walked away like a queen and couldn't help notice Blake looked kind of upset. Well, I was glad. He had chosen someone else, and that was his loss. I set up my dates in a row that whole week. One at a bowling alley, one at an escape room, and one at a skating rink. But I realized I didn't like a single guy I went out with. One night, I was stuck at a restaurant with the most annoying guy on earth. What's your favorite flavor bubblegum? Do you like surfing? Why are you wearing rubber gloves while you eat? I hate bubblegum and swimming in the ocean. And again, I have OCD and don't like touching silverware at public restaurants. Just then, our waiter came by and he looked around my age.
Excuse me, miss. You have an emergency call.
I jumped up right away and the waiter led me to a counter. Did anyone die? Is my mom sick or worse? They canceled MSA, my favorite channel.
Oh, I just made up the emergency call. You just seemed miserable on that date, and I wanted to save you.
Oh my God, you're amazing. Thank you. No, you're the worst. You made me think my mom was sick.
So, how about I make it up to you after my shift ends? We can go to the park. I have a thing for girls with turquoise gloves.
I laughed and immediately agreed to hang out with the guy after his shift. I found out his name was Indigo and he actually lived close by to me.
Actually, I'm homeschooled, so I come here a lot. I don't have a ton of friends.
Well, now you have one. From that day on, Indigo and I started hanging out a lot. I had made a commitment to go on every one of my dates. My mission wasn't complete, so every time I'd go on a bad date at his restaurant, Indigo would come up with some excuse to rescue me, and we had the best time laughing over it. Then one day, Blake and I decided to catch up over coffee.
How come you and Indigo hang out so much? I thought you were busy dating 16 guys.
Now I'm down to 9 guys. I still haven't found anyone yet, but whatever. Indigo's my friend, and I really like him.
Oh, so you like him. Didn't you say he doesn't have any friends? That doesn't seem a little off to you or anything.
There isn't anything off about him. Why can't you just be happy that I made a new friend? He's the only person besides you who doesn't think I'm a weirdo.
I am happy for you. Why wouldn't I be happy? I just don't want you getting hurt since you obviously like him.
God, what a drama queen. But the more I hung out with Indigo, I wondered if Blake was onto something. Indigo was lovely, but he also never invited me to his house or told me much about himself. One night, Indigo and I were sitting by the lake, and I decided to ask him about it.
I don't tell people about my life. It's too complicated.
Well, I don't like hanging out with people who keep secrets.
Fine, I'll hang out by myself then.
At that second, Indigo ran into the lake and went underwater with his clothes on. What are you doing? The lake is polluted. You don't know what's inside it. Ugh, I'm going home.
Just put your feet in. It feels nice. And remember, you can always take 100 showers after. Do you trust me, Kinsey?
I was about to tell Indigo no freaking way, but then I noticed his warm brown eyes and that he was holding his arms out to me. I held his hands tight as I dipped my feet into the water. Oh my God, I'm doing it. I'm amazing. Indigo, this is a really big deal for me.
Well, I'm honored to be by your side during such a big moment in your life.
Indigo smiled at me and suddenly I pulled him close and kissed him. I felt my heart race like never before. I fell asleep thinking about Indigo that night. I could still feel his lips. But the next day, I heard a knock on my window, and it was Blake. Blake, what are you doing here?
Kinsey, I'm in love with you. I've been in love with you for years, but I never had the guts to tell you. That's why I got a girlfriend, but I ended things between us. You're the only one I want to be with.
I couldn't speak. My head was spinning. I'd wanted to hear those words for so long.
So, do you love me back? Can you squeeze in a 10th guy to date?
Before I could reply, there was another knock at my window, and it was Indigo.
Well, I understand everything now. Indigo is the guy you love. I came over because I never heard back from you after we kissed. Is it because you're in love with him?
Oh God, oh God. I sat on my bed and both boys sat on either side of me. Okay, it's true. I like both of you, but I don't know who I like more and I don't want to hurt anyone.
Fine then. There's only one way to settle this. You cancel the rest of your 9 dates and date both of us for a few weeks, and then decide who you want to be with.
Indigo agreed, and suddenly the two of them were arguing about where they'd take me and what gifts they'd buy. I kicked them both out so I could go to sleep and take a frickin' bubble bath. But I agreed to their date plan since it was probably the best course of action. Blake was first and invited me over to his house for a candlelit dinner. He was even wearing a suit and playing romantic music.
I thought the two of us could have a slow dance before we ate.
I actually would love that. Blake pulled me close and my heart fluttered. Even with everything that had happened, I did still love him. But then suddenly, Blake pulled away.
What happened to your hands, Kinsey? They're not peeling or red anymore. They look normal.
I've been washing my hands a little less. Still a lot, but not 30 times a day. Oh, you wouldn't believe what Indigo made me do the other day. I told Blake about how I dipped my feet into the lake and he looked really surprised.
That's really big for you, isn't it? I'm glad. Anyway, let's have dinner. I had all your favorites made.
The next evening, Indigo took me out to see the symphony, and later we went out for a moonlit walk. We ended up roaming the streets for 2 hours because I wanted to count 333 lampposts, and Indigo was more than happy to oblige. The next couple of weeks were a whirlwind of romantic dates, but making my decision wasn't getting any easier. Blake was the boy I'd always loved, but Indigo had left his mark in a short time, and now I couldn't imagine not having him in my life. A few days later, I was having a picnic with Indigo when he turned to me looking serious.
Kinsey, it's about time I told you the truth. The reason I'm homeschooled and why I don't have any friends is because I have a serious illness, and I'm in and out of the hospital a lot. And I never ask you to come over because my parents are really overprotective and they fuss over me a lot. I didn't want to freak you out with all that.
Wow, Indigo, that sounds tough.
It's not been too bad, just something I have to live with.
But things will change once you get the surgery in 2 days. Indigo turned to me in shock as I clapped my hands over my mouth. Oh God, how did I let this slip?
I was about to tell you about my surgery. How do you already know? Wait a second. Did you pay for it? Because my mom told me that just this morning that some anonymous donor had decided to fund my surgery. Kinsey, is that you?
Okay, please don't be mad. I once saw you taking your meds secretly, and I just wanted to know what was going on with you. So I went to your house and met your mom. She told me everything. I'm sorry, I wasn't trying to be nosy. It's just because I care.
I can't accept such a big favor from you.
It's not a favor, and you don't have a choice. I know your illness is more serious than you're letting on. You have to do this. You're running out of time.
Okay, you're right. I can't thank you enough, Kinsey.
Save your speeches for later. You just focus on the surgery now and getting well really soon. The day of the surgery, I reached the hospital an hour before, and I was going to Indigo's room when Blake appeared. I'm so glad you're here, Blake. God, I'm so dumb. I nearly told Indigo everything the other day.
But he doesn't know that I paid for half of the surgery, right? You did what?
Blake and I turned around to see Indigo in a wheelchair, ready to be taken to the operating room. Listen, Indigo.
Are you kidding me? Your lover BFF took pity on me and chipped in too? What am I, some charity project that he used to win you over? No, dude, it's not like that. Save it, Blake. Lucky for you that you're rich enough to pull off such grand gestures. You helped save my life and come off as the hero, so of course she'll choose you. And I'll just end up feeling like a total loser. I'm calling it off. I'm not getting the surgery. And Kinsey, you're better off with Blake anyway, so choose him already and let's get this over with.
With that, Indigo stormed off. I have to go and convince him. He needs this.
Let me try once, okay? Indigo, don't be stupid and come back inside. Please, just leave me alone. No, I won't. And that's because I really care about Kinsey and you're the right guy for her. Over the last few weeks, I've seen how much Kinsey has changed. She seems lighter and more comfortable with herself. I've been her friend since we were kids, but I haven't had the same impact on her that you have. She's different because of you, and I just really want my best friend to be happy. So I told her days ago that I was going to step aside, and I helped pay for the surgery because I want you to be healthy. So do it for yourself and do it for her.
We all waited anxiously for hours, and finally the surgeon stepped out of the operating room with a smile.
The heart transplant went really well, and we're expecting a full recovery. Congratulations.
The next day, when I could finally see Indigo, I went up to him and hugged him gently. I'm so glad you're doing well, Indigo.
And it's all because of you. I have a new heart now to love you even more with. I love you, Kinsey.
I love you too. Hi, I'm Sophie from France, and my story, you'll have to see to believe. My life was brilliant. I grew up in a vineyard and my parents worked super hard to make it a worldwide success. Even though they were super busy, they made sure I got the best things in life.
I've just bought you a pony. You can take him out on rides around the property. Do you want to get a puppy too?
We were super rich, but I didn't care about that. I was homeschooled to take over the family business, but I spent most of my time going on adventures with my best friend Luke. He was the son of our surveyor, Mr. Durand, and a major scaredy cat, but he never said no to my crazy plans, even when they landed us in trouble. Come on, Luke. Let's go to the lake and search for sea monsters. Are you crazy? We'll catch a cold, and besides, it's against the rules.
Rules schmools. If there was a rule against sneezing, your head would explode from keeping them in.
And you'd pick your nose just to tick people off. No, we're not going to the lake, and that's final. But I never took no for an answer. So I jumped over the fence and went running towards the lake. And poor Luke had to follow. But I stopped short when I saw a couple of village boys throwing rocks at a beehive.
Hey, leave those poor bees alone.
What's it to you, princess? Go back to your stupid grape juice farm. Sophie, we need to head back now.
No, you should go back to school and learn how important bees are for the environment.
What, Luke? Those aren't bees, Sophie. They're hornets. Just then, a rock tore through the nest, and all the hornets flew out, and they were pissed. But instead of going after the village brats, they attacked Luke and me. We ran for our lives, but we got stung so much that by the time we got home, our faces resembled beach balls, and it hurt. And Luke went ballistic. I told you we shouldn't go. You never listen to me. I'm sick and tired of being your babysitter.
Babysitter? The stings really messed with your head. I'm your friend.
Friends listen to each other. You're not my friend. Your parents hired me to keep you out of trouble. Luke, stop it. We're honored to serve in any capacity. You might be, but I'm not. She's a reckless maniac. I'm sick of getting hurt because of her. I quit.
Mom, what's going on?
Sweetie, you're an adventurer, and we didn't want to hold you back. And Luke was the perfect balance to your hyper-personality. So we paid him to keep you safe. We were only doing what was best for you.
You think this is best for me? My entire relationship was a lie. What else have you been lying about? Are you two even my parents, or is someone paying you too?
I stormed off to my room and didn't speak to anyone for days. Luke left for the city without saying goodbye, and I felt humiliated that I was such a loser. No one would be my friend if I wasn't rich. Mom and Dad arranged playdates with other kids, but it wasn't the same. Every day I missed Luke, and every day I hated him more. But things at the vineyard got worse. Our wine sales went down, and then a freak storm destroyed more than half the vineyard. We had nothing left, and the bank seized the family estate. Suddenly, we were homeless.
Don't worry, darling. As long as we're together, we'll be fine. The Durans have invited us to stay with them for a while.
Stay with Luke? But he hates us.
Beggars can't be choosers, love. And it's been years. I'm sure he's over all that. It'll be cramped in their small house, but it's temporary.
But my jaw nearly fell to the floor when I saw their house. It was a mansion with fountains in the garden. Mr. and Mrs. Durand had made a fortune by making the right investments and were super nice. But Luke, I had to blink hard because I couldn't believe how handsome he'd become. His eyes were still as green as I remembered, and the small dimple still appeared near his lips when he smiled. Suddenly, he reached out and touched my hair.
You've still got bugs in your hair.
Oh, thanks. I didn't know it was there. I guess I'm a real bug magnet.
Yeah, you always did attract the creepy crawlers.
That was weird, but at least he wasn't angry or rude. After lunch, I was strolling around trying to let out a quiet burp when suddenly I slipped and fell in the pool. Strong arms pulled me out of the water, and I was face to face with Luke. And to my complete humiliation, I burped in his face like a bullfrog.
I thought you had changed, but I still have to save you from yourself. And I'm sick of it.
Hey, it was an accident.
Once a troublemaker, always a troublemaker. Mom, you better hide the good plates or she'll break them in a freak accident. Luke, that's enough. Whatever. I have homework to do anyway.
Mr. and Mrs. Durand apologized for Luke's behavior, but I didn't want to be a burden. I spent the night thinking of several business plans to get us back on our feet, but we just didn't have the money. A week later, I was waiting at the bus stop when suddenly a sports car raced by me, drenching me with muddy water. Hey, watch where you're going. I am so sorry. I didn't see you there. You're headed to school, right? Let me give you a ride and we can get you cleaned up. My name is Bella and I'm kind of a big deal there. You should stick with me because you're obviously new and don't mind me saying so, but you look like you got dressed in the dark. I just moved here from the village. OMG, love that for you. I've always been a city girl. Last year when we went to my family's, Bella talked nonstop till we got to the school, and by the time we were sitting in first period, I knew her entire life story. She was an only child, her mom and dad were rich politicians, and she loved corgis. They have the cutest, slappable butts. I've wanted one for so long, but my parents say I'm too irresponsible, and my boyfriend is super scared of dogs, and OMG, there he is. Babe, come meet my new bestie. Oh, wait, I totally forgot to ask your name. It's
Sophie?
Whoa, did you just read her mind, Luke? I didn't know you had super normal powers.
No, I know her. She's the family friend I told you about. The reckless one.
Even turtles look reckless to a chicken like you. Guys, do you know what this means? We can be besties together. Bella was the sweetest girl imaginable. She didn't care whether I was rich or poor. She just liked me for me and took me everywhere with her, even on dates. Oh, wow, babe, this is such a cute bracelet. But you know I'm allergic to pink. But it looks so cute on you, Sophie. Oh, I'm squishy. You should totally have it. Bella, you're crazy. Luke got this for you.
I don't mind.
See? Our boyfriend doesn't mind. Put it on her, Luke. Our boyfriend? What was going on? My skin tingled as his fingers touched my skin, and Luke stared into my eyes. He was oddly sweet when we weren't at home. And rather than get jealous, Bella clapped and cheered. They were the weirdest couple I'd ever met. But Bella thought I was the weird one. What do you mean you've never read Shakespeare? I was only taught things that would help me run a vineyard. Like, that is Holyrood and will help you with fevers. And that thing you're taking a selfie with is poison ivy. Yikes! Hey, you should make TikToks. OMG, this is the best idea I've ever had. We can go on nature walks, and you can talk about what's poisonous and what isn't. Incredibly, Bella's idea was a hit. I went viral, and people in school started calling me Nature Girl. I even started getting sponsors, and one day, my fans challenged me to participate in Mr. Beast's Squid Game. The contest was tough, and as expected, many people joined the fight. I did my best to win the game, but I lost during the tug of war. Still, it was the best adventure I had ever done. I made tons of new friends as well. Not to mention, seeing Mr. Beast personally is the coolest. My heart jumped when I saw him heading my way.
Hi there. Thank you for joining our version of Squid Game. You were great.
Thank you, Mr. Beast. We all had a blast, even though we lost. Just being part of your content alone is an experience of a lifetime.
Well, making people happy is what my content is all about. I'm glad you had fun.
I really did, and it's been quite a long while since I had fun like this.
Really? Why is that?
Well, sometimes life could get rough all of a sudden. Things happen without warning.
That is so true, but no matter what, never stop walking the road to happiness. Never forget the quote, "A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step."
I felt my eyes sting as Mr. Beast gave me a hug. And just like what Mr. Beast said, I never stopped walking the road to happiness. I kept on seeking adventure, teaching my fans about plants through TikTok. Bella supported me 100%. Eventually, the money I got from my sponsors were used to set up a small grocery shop in the city. And little by little, we were saving up to move out. Life was getting better, but Luke's behavior at home was getting worse and worse. He was rude to his parents and ignored them all the time. One time, Mrs. Durand asked them to pass the bread, and he accidentally dumped them all on the floor. What is wrong with you? That's no way to behave with your parents.
You have no idea what you're talking about. Stay out of it, please.
This isn't you, Luke. You used to be so sweet and caring, even if you were pretending. His eyes softened, but then he shook his head and pushed past me.
I'm not the boy you used to know.
It's okay, Sophie. It's just a phase. I didn't get what his problem was. He had everything he could ever want. Loving parents, a roof over his head, and a great girlfriend. But things with Luke and Bella were getting weirder. The old feelings were coming back and made me nervous. So when Dad announced we'd be moving to our own apartment at the end of the month, I was relieved, but also bittersweet. Late one night, I was packing up my things for the move when I heard footsteps on the roof. I freaked out and picked up a baseball bat to investigate. There was so much crime in the city. We never had this problem in the village. What if there was more than one burglar? But it was only Luke. You scared the farts right out of me.
Oh, great. Just what I need. A damsel in distress.
I'm the one holding the bat, smart Alec, and I was always the brave one while you were scared of your own shadow.
I sure was a coward back then. Remember that time you couldn't sleep and you made me push all those sheep from a fence so you could count them?
They were goats, and Farmer Jack was so mad.
He made us shovel horse poop for weeks.
You have to admit, it was fun pretending to be my friend.
I was never pretending.
He looked at me like there was so much he wanted to tell me, but he couldn't. His lips were so close, and my heart beat like crazy. I wanted him to say more, but I also wanted him to shut up and kiss me. But Luke pulled away suddenly, looking angry.
Forget it. You won't understand.
Had I almost kissed my best friend's boyfriend? What was wrong with me? It was a good thing we were moving out in a few days anyway. On our last day in the house, Mr. and Mrs. Durand held a farewell party for us. They invited all their friends, including Bella and her parents, and held a mini promotion of our little grocery store and even showed my videos on a big screen. Luke looked handsome in a suit, but I had to look away. I still felt guilty about the other night and confused by his hot and cold attitude. But suddenly, he was standing right in front of me.
Hey, wanna dance?
I shouldn't.
Why? Do you think you'll trip and fall?
No.
Then come on.
He whirled me onto the dance floor, and I felt like I was dancing on air. It was magical and thrilling. Then his lips came close, and all the voices in my head fell silent, but the music suddenly stopped.
Luke, what are you doing? Bella's parents are watching.
You should be dancing with her, not
the poor grocery girl.
Yes. Sophia can't bring you any connections or wealth. I'm sorry, dear, but we have to think of Luke's future, and that is with Bella. I was so shocked my mouth fell open. My parents were furious. Is this how you feel about us? Why did you invite us to stay with you? Why throw us this party?
Because they want to rub in your faces how rich they are now. They always envied you, and they didn't throw you this party. Bella and I did.
It was all Luke's idea. He's been planning this party for weeks. I just helped with the decorations. Suddenly, all the guests left saying they were disgusted, and Mr. and Mrs. Durand looked panicked. What's going on? I'm so confused.
Let me explain. When we were kids, I loved being your friend. You were awesome and brave, but my parents wanted to cash in on that friendship and started charging your parents for protection services. I hated it. We did it for you, son, so you could have everything rich kids had. I never wanted any of that. And even here in the city, you insisted I date rich girls so you can make connections with their parents. You two have always used me for your own gain, and I'm sick of it.
And look what it got you. You have luxury cars, you live in a mansion.
But I can't be with the girl I love.
I thought you two were in love. I'm a cheerleader and he's a jock. We had to date. It's like in the Bible or something. But we were never in love. And when I saw how much you two loved each other, you knew? Always. Why do you think I kept leaving you two alone when we hung out? You two are super cute together.
Can you ever forgive me for being such a jerk and not getting in touch sooner? I thought you hated me.
I did, but only because I missed you so much.
I'm never gonna leave you now.
Me either. Best friends?
The bestest.
And he kissed me, and it was everything I'd imagined.
Hi, I'm Brittany from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. I was raised by my single German mom who moved to the US before she had me, and she wasn't a very conventional mom. For starters, I was allowed to call her by her name, Julia, and other people just didn't get that.
Carol, excuse me, can I please go to the bathroom?
It's Miss Carol, honey. You don't call adults by their first names, like you say Mom. You don't use her name.
Yeah, I do. I call her Julia all the time. What's wrong with that, Carol?
She thought I was being cheeky and got mad, and I really didn't understand why. But after that, I started using Miss, Mr., or Mrs. with names of everything in her class, just to be on the safe side. Mr. Apple, Miss Banana, Mrs. Pencil, and for some reason, that annoyed her too. Mom always treated me more like her BFF than her daughter, and we could have candid conversations about anything.
How many boyfriends have you had, Julia?
5.
Can I have a boyfriend?
Sure, but I warn you, boys are annoying.
Was my dad annoying?
He was the worst, lazy, stupid jerk. He always stole my chocolates.
I'm glad he's not around. Okay, is Santa Claus real?
Ugh, of course not. I buy your amazing presents, not some fat old men.
I thought so, Julia.
Life was pretty good, till a woman moved next to us in the 3rd grade. She had a son who seemed to be my age, and Mom and I were excited to welcome them to the neighborhood, but the lady didn't seem too happy to see us. What is it? You woke me up from my nap. Oh, we just brought you a butter pecan pie. A what now?
A butter pecan pie.
That's just her German accent. Sounds really weird. I'll return the dish once we've eaten it. Okay, danke. What did you say? I said okay, danke. Who are you calling a donkey, you weirdo? And then she smashed the pie in Mom's face. Mom lost it and attacked her, and several neighbors had to stop them from ripping each other's hair out. I tried telling the lady and her son that danke means thank you in German, but they just wouldn't listen. And that was the day an endless war started between the two houses. Alan's mom worked the night shift and slept during the day, so Mom made sure she did everything noisy during that time, like mowing the lawn, hammering nails in the wall for hanging pictures, and playing the drums. Yeah, she bought a drum set just for that purpose. And in turn, we'd often find our washed laundry in the mud, dog poop on our doorstep, our newspaper crosswords always done, and trash outside our gate. Hey, you pick this up before I come and kick your bottom. You should go back inside. There's already enough garbage on the street. Our moms also kept calling the cops on each other. They were playing their music too loud. We were not. They're keeping an illegal animal in that house. We just own a cat, you moron. But you've been keeping lice in your hair and spreading it in the neighborhood. Officer, arrest her. We shared a wall, and one time, Mom was playing music and Alan's mom started banging on the wall. Mom got pissed and banged even harder. Then Alan's mom punched a hole through the living room wall with a broom. You stupid cow. You've ruined my wall. It's not your wall, it's mine. Alan and his mom tossed a bunch of trash through the hole, and of course, we returned the favor. And for me and Alan, our feud didn't even stay at home. We made each other miserable in school with stupid pranks. One day, I discovered slime in my locker, and just then, I heard Alan talking trash about me to his friends in the hallway. I'd had enough, so I threw toilet water on him.
Wow, you smell terrible.
I'll get you for that, Brittany.
Ooh, I'm scared.
You gonna get your mom to punish me, you mama's boy? I can take care of myself, you ugly monkey. There was never a moment of peace between us. And then in 9th grade, our moms both came to school for the school play and started fighting over a seat. Hey, that's mine. It doesn't have your name on it. If it did, how would you know? It's not like you can read English. They started shoving and scratching each other. A couple of teachers had to drag them out of the auditorium as Alan and I looked on in horror. Seemed like everyone was talking about us. I don't think I've ever felt so embarrassed in my entire life. Seriously? I wish the ground would swallow me whole. Wow, look at us. We actually agree on something. And honestly, I was getting a little sick of it all. We had done about as many nasty things as we could to each other, and I was beginning to wonder what the point of it was. Julia, why don't we just move and put all this behind us? No. That's exactly what that woman wants, and I won't let her have it. But there were more and more days where I saw Alan, and it wasn't my first instinct to glare at him or call him stupid or throw my drink in his face. And I started noticing a similar change in Alan. I think the two of us had reached the same conclusion. We had outgrown this feud. We weren't friends, like not at all, but we weren't really enemies anymore either, which somehow led us to being partnered for a class project. Oh, great. Stuck with you. Are you gonna set my notebook on fire or stab me with a pencil?
Look who's talking. You threw rotten eggs through my bedroom window and put a dead fish in my mailbox. I'm not exactly thrilled about this either.
Whatever. Let's just get it over with. We knew there would be a huge fight if either of us told our mothers we were working together, so we kept it a secret and met up in parks and cafes. I didn't expect to enjoy myself, but weirdly, I did. One day, I caught him staring at me. What are you looking at?
I always thought your face looked like a rotten tomato, but when you smile, you're kind of cute.
Oh yeah? Your face looks like a raisin.
Raisins are sweet, and they're good for you.
The next day, Alan gave me a basket of golden raisins with a silly note that made me smile. Alan was actually really funny. He made me laugh more than anyone else, and I could almost forget all the things he'd done to make me angry over the years.
Brittany, I know our moms hate each other, but I was thinking.
You mean you finally got that brain of yours to work?
Haha, very funny. Truth is, I don't hate you. I'm not sure if I ever really did.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Even after the project was done, we kept sneaking around and hanging out as much as we could, watching movies and taking long walks, and the more time I spent around him, the more I started realizing that I liked him. Alan, I think
You've fallen head over heels for me. You've been struck by Cupid's arrow, you can't get enough of me, and you think about me all the time.
I wouldn't say all that.
Okay, fine. If you were gonna say that you liked me, then you should know that I like you too.
So, what should we do about it?
I have some ideas.
Then Alan pulled me close and kissed me. Our moms were still getting into fights, but that didn't mean we had to be a part of it. When we were in school, we could totally pretend none of that drama was real, and afterwards, we would hang hang out in places where our moms weren't likely to find us. Sometimes we'd even use the hole connecting our houses to talk after our moms had gone to sleep. Things seemed to finally be going well, mostly. When should we tell our moms?
Don't you think it's too soon?
Considering that they hate each other, it seems like any time would be bad. Besides, aren't you sick of sneaking around behind their backs? I'm not really used to keeping secrets from my mom.
I guess you're right. Why don't you come over for this big family dinner Mom's hosting tomorrow? And I can introduce you as my girlfriend then. She won't make a scene in front of so many people, trust me.
That night, I showed up at the party all decked out, and Alan greeted me at the door.
Wow, you look amazing.
You look good too, aside from the sweat on your forehead.
I'm just a little nervous. I'll be fine.
The house was filled with guests, and they were really nice to me. A few minutes later, we all went to the dining room, and that's when Alan's mom walked in with the roast chicken and saw me.
What is that awful girl doing here, Alan?
Alan was about to speak, but then suddenly he pushed me away instead.
I have no idea, Mom. She must have snuck in. She has a crush on me, and she's just obsessed, like a psycho stalker.
I was so shocked and hurt, I couldn't even move or speak.
You horrible child. Get off my property at once or I'll call the police.
Alan's mom picked up a bowl full of spaghetti and hurled it at me. I ducked just in time and went running out the door in tears. And when my mom found me sobbing on my bed later, I told her what had happened. She was beyond furious.
I'm not going to let them both get away with this.
Julia, can't we please just move away? I'm so sick of all this fighting.
No, we are staying right here, and we are planning revenge.
She came up with all these crazy ideas for how I could embarrass him at school or out in public, and some of them involved his mom. I was getting so frustrated that my brain was about to explode. Just stop!
What do you mean, stop?
You haven't even heard the rest of the plan. I'm sick of this. I don't want to be part of your stupid plan.
There's no need to be rude to your mother. If you have a better plan, share it.
OMG, you are not hearing me. I'm tired of this stupid feud, and I don't care about getting revenge on anyone. And I wish you would act like a mother for once. I ran outside and bumped right into Alan. What are you doing here?
Brittany, look, I don't have much time. My mom's out, and I wanted to say,
I don't care about what you have to say. We decided to tell your mom about us, and you chickened out and lied about everything.
Wait, please. I know I was a jerk and a coward, and I shouldn't have acted like that. I just froze up.
Congratulations on your self-awareness. Now get out of my way.
You don't understand. My mom's terrifying. She gets that crazy look in her eyes. I can't make her mad. She's really hard on me. But I know that's not a good excuse, and I really am sorry. I love you so much. I want to shout it from the rooftops. I hate hiding things and living like this.
What if we didn't have to hide it?
Our moms will never see eye to eye.
We need to find a way, if you really care enough.
Of course I do.
Both our moms were on alert because of what had happened, so we had to be extra careful sneaking around and meeting up, which led to some pretty close calls. One night, I even had to climb a tree and leap over Alan's backyard fence when his mom got home from work early. And then a day came when we were hanging out at the park, and suddenly my mom popped out of a bush.
Aha! I knew something was going on. How could you, Brittany?
Mom, Alan. Suddenly, Alan's mom appeared from behind another bush.
Why would you associate yourself with that awful girl? Because we love each other. Your evil daughter has brainwashed my son. More like, your demon son has brainwashed my daughter.
Our moms fell into an all-out fight, pulling hair and screaming and trying to gouge each other's eyes out. It was insane. But Alan and I looked at each other and just ran away from there. We were done. And for the next 3 days, we hid at my friend's house and made her swear not to tell our mothers. After a while, our moms reported us missing, and flyers of our faces were posted all over the city.
You know we can't do this forever, Brittany.
I know, but I'm not sure I'm ready to go back yet.
I'm not either, but we have to eventually.
The next morning when we went home, both our moms came running out, pulling us into hugs and sobbing.
Brittany, where have you been? I was very sick. Alan, how could you do this to your poor mother?
Alan took my hand as we faced them together. Alan and I are together. That's not going to change just because you can't get along with his mom. We've always been so close, Julia, but you're ruining our relationship and making me miserable. I need you to stop being so selfish.
Don't make us choose between you two and our relationship. You both need to respect our decision. You don't have to like each other, but you need to respect and tolerate each other if you want us in your lives. You got it?
Our moms looked at us and then at each other, and for the first time that I could remember, they didn't start fighting. Instead, they shook hands.
All right. This doesn't mean we're friends though, but can we call a truce? Gross. Why would I think we're friends? But yeah, truce.
Hello, everyone. My name is Diana. Before we get into my story, please like and subscribe. I was born in a tiny town in America, in an old house where my mom had grown up. Our cleaning lady once told me that Mom used to be the most beautiful woman around, and when she walked by, everyone stopped to look at her. She'd left for Hollywood, but she returned when she was pregnant with me. But the version of Mom I knew was not very glamorous. She hardly left the house and spent all day watching soap operas. She was obsessed and was always trying to copy the actress.
This woman is the worst actress ever. I can do better. Yeah, that role would have been mine if I didn't give up my career.
Mom didn't say it exactly, but I always felt like I had gotten in the way of her acting dreams and a different life. Sometimes I kind of felt bad for her, and I tried not to bother her so much. She came in wearing jewelry and some flowy silk gown that was too tight. Did she think she was at the Oscars? She catwalked down the hallway and flirted with all my male teachers. It was so embarrassing. Why did you have to act that way, Mom? Couldn't you just be normal?
What? I'm just being myself. I'm an actress. Looking and being a certain way is all part of it.
Mom, I'm just a kid. I don't care about your acting and all that. I just want you to be a normal mom. Over time, Mom and I grew more distant, and by the time I was 12, we were living like housemates that barely spoke to each other. One time in 8th grade, I'd asked to borrow some of her clothes for a talent show, but I didn't bother inviting her. To my surprise, though, Mom walked in halfway into the show, and she looked totally normal, just like all the other parents. But soon after, a girl was performing a one-man show, and suddenly, I saw Mom running up to the stage and grabbing the mic from her.
Honey, that was so embarrassing. I just couldn't watch anymore. You have to play each character as if you are the character. Look deep into your soul. Come on now, try it again. And maybe you can do one character with a British accent.
She started speaking in a terrible British accent. The girl looked as confused as the audience, and I was beyond embarrassed.
Hey, isn't that Diana's wacky mom?
I ran away to hide in the bathroom. I couldn't even do my act anymore. Once the show was over and everyone left, I came out to the parking lot to find Mom there.
Hey, I was waiting for you.
Why did you come here? Was it to humiliate me?
What? No, I came to support you.
Then why couldn't you just sit quietly instead of jumping onto the stage and snatching the mic from a kid?
I was doing her a favor, and she'll remember me forever for those tips. Come on, let's go home.
I'm gonna walk home. In fact, I'm gonna walk all the way to China if that's what it takes to get away from you.
Diana, watch out!
I suddenly felt something hit me with force and I went flying. I saw a blinding white light and then I passed out. I woke up to Mom's worried face and realized I was in the hospital. Mom told me that I'd been hit by a car. I'd broken my leg and I had to use a cane now. For how long?
A few months, at least. We can't be sure when it'll be fully healed, and you might end up with a small limp.
I'm so sorry, baby. This is all my fault. That day, I cried so much I thought my eyes were gonna fall out. I tried to stay mad at Mom, but I couldn't. She wasn't great, but I knew she didn't wish for this. When we got home, Mom tried so hard to be the perfect caregiver, but I knew she was struggling. It just didn't come naturally to her, but she never stopped apologizing. Baby, this is all my fault. In times like this, I wish I was more like Carol. Carol was my mother's sister who lived in New York. When I was younger, I always wished she was my mom. She had 2 kids, Theo and Becky, and the holidays I spent with my cousins were my favorite memories. Auntie Carol is quite amazing, and it would be nice to see Theo and Becky. Do you think spending some time with them would make you feel better? Yes, yes, yes!
If that's what you want, love.
And soon enough, I was heading for New York. But my first disappointment came at the airport when I saw Aunt Carol wasn't even there to pick me up. When she didn't show up after a while, I called her. It turned out she'd forgotten. I am so sorry, honey. There was a little situation at the kids' school. She still looked like the amazing aunt I remembered, but something about her also felt different. And when we got to her house, it was really quiet. As Aunt took my luggage to my room, I wandered into the kitchen to find Theo making a sandwich. Hey, Theo, it's so good to see you. Theo just looked at me blankly, then walked off without a word. What the heck? Didn't he remember me? Just then, someone almost knocked me out with a bear hug. Oh my gosh, you're finally here. I've been waiting all day. Gosh, I missed you. How are you? Well, I know you're a little sad, but I got you now. Thank God, Becky was the same chatterbox I knew. We talked and laughed for hours. Hey, is Theo okay? He was so weird to me earlier. Becky's face instantly fell and she looked like she was gonna cry. Yeah, that's him these days. Mom thinks it's just a puberty phase, but it's more than that. He's changed so much, I hardly know him anymore. But at least I have you now. In the coming days, I got to see the new Theo myself. He never spoke to anyone and spent all his time in his room playing video games. One day, Aunt had to go in to make him clean his room, but Theo started yelling like a crazy person. Leave my room right now! Get out! One day, Aunt was having a garage sale and Becky and I were helping her out when suddenly a police car pulled up with Theo in it. Is this your son? He was caught stealing cigarettes and magazines at the mall. All our neighbors were staring at the spectacle, and Aunt's face was red with embarrassment. The policeman let Theo go because he was a first-time offender, but that day, Aunt snapped. Why have you decided to humiliate me? I work my butt off for you to have everything, and you go around stealing? And what, you're smoking now? That's none of your business. And if my allowance was enough, I wouldn't have to go around stealing, would I? So maybe you're not working hard enough. Hey, stop that. You're being rude. You know your mom works so hard. Who asked you? This is a family matter, and just because your mom dumped you here doesn't mean you get to butt into everything. I was so sick of his stupid attitude. I hit him with my cane and we got into a fight and Aunt had to separate us. That's enough. Theo, apologize right now. From that day, Theo and I were dead to each other. I didn't care anyway, as long as I had Becky with me. Aunt Carol registered me at my cousin's school soon, which Theo looked very unhappy about since we were in the same grade. On our first day, Theo cornered me right after Aunt dropped us off. Listen, just stay away from me. Mind your own business, and as far as anyone knows, we are not related. Understood? It was my first time in school since the accident, and I was nervous, but the students here were really nice. They helped me up the stairs and even helped me find my class. I had a feeling I was going to love it here. But when the bell rang for recess, I noticed the strangest thing ever. A group of boys ordered Theo to pick up their books and put them in their lockers. And he did, without a word, like he was their servant. During lunch, I noticed him with the same boys again. This time, they made him fetch their lunch, and while he was balancing all the trays, someone bumped into him and he fell down, and those jerks all laughed at him. Hey, what's the deal with that boy? Oh, that poor boy is Theo, and that blonde guy in their group is Billy, and the rest are his minions. They've been hurting Theo forever. One time, Theo reported Billy and got him into detention, and since then, it's gotten so much worse. Like they're really trying to punish him. Sometimes I feel bad about not helping him, but we're all scared of those jerks. My heart broke into a million pieces. Theo was being bullied by monsters. And why hadn't Becky said anything? You must know what Theo was going through. Why haven't you told Aunt all this time? Diana, Mom works for the company Billy's dad owns, and you don't know how far Billy can go to make someone miserable. He's a spoiled brat, and if he asked his dad, Mom would lose her job in a second. Theo has forced me to stay quiet and says he can put up with it. He says things will be worse if he doesn't. I tried to understand her point of view, but I just couldn't. This had to stop. That night, I went to Theo's room. Listen, I'm really sorry for the way Billy is treating you, and he needs to be punished. Didn't I ask you to mind your own business? And it's not how it looks. I do stuff for those guys and get paid for it. You get paid to run around like their errand boy? That's humiliating. Let me help you. No, you'll make it worse. It's just for a few more months and then we'll graduate. I'm handling it just fine. No, you're not. You are hurting and everyone close to you is hurting too. Can't you see it? Leave me alone. But I just couldn't. So the next day, I made videos every time I saw Billy bully him, then sent them to the principal's email address. The next day, I felt a million butterflies when I found out that Billy had just been called in by the principal and suspended for 2 weeks. Not long enough, but a little justice. But when I got home, Theo was furious. I told you to leave it alone. He's going to come back and have my head. No, he won't. The principal knows now. You are such a dumb, nosy idiot. You think the principal will actually take serious action against someone like Billy? Thanks for ruining my life. For the entire 2 weeks, he was so paranoid and looking over his shoulder. And the day Billy was supposed to be back, I noticed tears in Theo's eyes on our way to school. I silently prayed that he'd leave Theo alone,
and that I hadn't made things worse. But during lunch that day, I noticed a crowd gathered outside. I got closer and saw Theo surrounded by Billy and his boys. OMG, they were gonna hurt him. Hey, leave him alone. Stop it. But no one heard me. Then suddenly, I felt a huge force rush through my legs, and I charged forward and hit Billy in the knees with my cane. He fell to the ground and stared at me furiously. Theo had grabbed Billy by the collar and punched him in the face.
No one messes with my cousin.
Luckily, someone had called the principal to the scene, and everyone said that Billy tried to hurt me. The principal told him he was expelled.
You can't do that. Do you know who my father is? Oh, yes, I know, son. And I'm sure he wouldn't want word getting out that his son goes around beating kids with disabilities. That wouldn't be good for his reputation. You hurt a girl with a cane. I'll talk to your father right now.
Billy was indeed expelled, and his minions were suspended for the rest of the term. Billy's father also reached out to Aunt Carol to apologize and promised that his son would not be bothering her family again. After it was all over, Aunt Carol turned to Theo in tears. I should have known. I'm such a bad mom.
No, you're not, Mom. You're the best, and I'm sorry for all the hurt I've caused you.
And then he pulled me into their hug, too.
Thank you for everything. I really owe you one.
I'm just happy to have you back, cousin. From that day, things changed. Theo started to get better and becoming his old self, and my leg had started recovering too. I could now walk for short distances without my cane, and I didn't have a limp. One day, we were having dinner when someone knocked on the door. It was Mom, and she looked different. For the first time, she looked happy. She told us she'd gotten an opportunity to be in a big movie in LA, but she'd turned it down to take me home.
I'm so happy you're getting better. I want to be there for you during your recovery. I'm learning slowly, but I do want to be the best mom for you, really.
Mom, I really appreciate that, but you have to take that role. You'd be crazy to turn it down.
What?
It's your dream, and I'm happy here. Go to LA, become the biggest movie star, then come back to me. I know you love me, and I love you too, but sometimes the best way to show love to someone is by loving yourself. Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles. Phew. She never told me why Dad went away or where he was, not even if he was still alive. But I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup, and fell, I realized I was going to be totally late for school. So many mistakes. Again. No. I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again. You, changed a lot. And it's not even all I got. Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes, too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to... Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower, you know? Now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, you know. It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house. He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now. I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only two of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here's a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis. But we need to know if you still got it. When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world. I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it. There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin. Fixed by occluded revelation, but freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school. Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great. I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. We'll think about it. Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, She just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra.
Hi, I'm Janet. When I was 16, I fell in love, and it was magical. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. His name was Carter, and he was a dream come true. Every day I saw him, it was like the sun shined brighter. I miss you, darling. My heart aches when you're not around. I saw you 10 minutes ago, but it feels like an eternity. Babe, you're my world, my inspiration, the air I breathe. Without you, I'm nothing. But with you, I feel like I could do anything. I love you so much. You're so sweet, you make my teeth hurt. You're like cotton candy dipped in chocolate fudge with rainbow sprinkles. Every time Carter held me in his arms, I melted like a popsicle on a hot day. He made me feel like I was the only girl in the world. With him at my side, I was unstoppable. I was at the top of my class in school, I was captain of the debate team and class president, and Carter was my biggest cheerleader. Every time I reached a new goal, he bought me balloons and flowers and we'd waltz down the hallway. Ouch, my foot. Sure, we stepped on a few toes and a few grumpy people couldn't handle our public displays of affection.
Jeez, gotta roam for goodness sake.
But we didn't care. Our love was amazing. At home, it was just me and my dad, who was the head accountant at a huge company. He made a ton of money and worked really long hours, but he always made time for me. We'd play chess, watch movies, and I even cooked his favorite meals. Though one time his face turned green and he spent the rest of the night in the bathroom. Life was perfect, but a year later, everything changed. Dad started having problems with his boss, Mr. Saint. Mr. Saint owned my dad's company, and everyone in town loved him. He was filthy rich and donated a bunch of money to charities, but Dad hated him.
I can't stand that man. He's a crook and a thief. If they only knew what he does behind closed doors. He's a rotten criminal and he's bribed the police to look the other way.
No way, not Mr. Saint.
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Carter is Mr. Saint's son. And of course, Dad has no idea that he's my boyfriend. Dad had to be mistaken. Carter was an angel. No way his father could be a criminal. Sure, Mr. Saint was a little stuck up. Pissed me off that he always tried to set Carter up with his rich friend's daughters. One time, Carter was on a date, and I jumped out of the bushes dressed like a zombie. I pretended to bite Carter, and then we chased his date down the block. Another time, I gave Carter a smelly shirt to wear. It stank so much that his date almost threw up at the table. Carter and I kept our relationship a secret. As far as our dads knew, Carter and I were just friends. Carter once even climbed through my bedroom window.
What's that noise? I swear I heard voices.
Oh, it was just me. Hey, Janet, how you doing this evening? I'm fine, thanks for asking. I think I'll go to bed now. Jolly good idea. Good night, Janet. Good night. One day in the 10th grade, I competed for an internship at this huge tech company. We took a bunch of tests and had to give a big speech. My scores were the highest, and my speech got a standing ovation. But they gave it to some rich kid because his dad was friends with the CEO. The whole thing is rigged. That kid flunked the tests, and he slept through his own speech. It isn't fair. It doesn't make any sense.
Janet?
This is all wrong. The animals are running the zoos. The world has gone mad. All hope is lost. We're doomed. No one can save us. I had a bit of a breakdown. It wasn't my best moment. Carter felt really bad. He tried to cheer me up, but nothing helped. A week later, Carter ran up to me at school with an acceptance letter from the tech company with my name on it.
Your internship starts next week. I told my dad what happened, so he pulled some strings.
I was over the moon. Carter was the best boyfriend ever. But when I got home from school, my dad was furious. Mr. Saint told my dad he had to help him steal money out of the company to pay for Mr. Saint's new yacht in exchange for helping me get the internship.
I can't believe you never told me about your relationship with Carter, and even worse, that you accepted a favor like this.
I'm so sorry, Dad. I didn't know. I'll talk to Mr. Saint. I'll tell him I won't accept the internship.
It's too late. I already tried that. He'll keep hanging this internship over my head to force me to do more illegal things. I won't do it. I'm quitting tomorrow. We're leaving this place for good. I can't believe this is happening. I'm so disappointed in you, Janet. I thought I taught you better than this.
Dad didn't speak to me for the rest of the night, and I felt horrible. I wanted to crawl into a hole. Maybe not a real one. I'm terrified of spiders. But the next day, my world turned upside down. When Dad went back to work to resign from the company, he was arrested and charged with fraud, theft, and embezzlement. The newspaper said he stole hundreds of thousands of dollars from Mr. Saint's company. At the trial, the lawyer had a ton of evidence against him.
Guilty.
The judge sentenced my dad to 20 years in jail.
I didn't do it, honey. Mr. Saint framed me.
We have to do something. We can tell the judge or go to the press.
It'll only make things worse. Mr. Saint has too many connections. Promise me you won't tell anyone. He'll ruin your life just like you ruined mine.
My blood boiled at the thought of Mr. Saint getting away with it, but I promised my dad I wouldn't say anything. Soon, we lost our house, and I had to go live with my grandmother in a tiny apartment across town. After the trial, Carter came over to visit.
I'm so sorry about your dad. He seemed like such a nice guy. I can't believe he was a crook.
I was stunned. I wanted to slap Carter across the face for saying that about my dad. My dad's not a crook. It's your dad that's...
I want you to know that I don't care about your dad's crimes. Even if he did try to steal from my dad's company, I forgive him. But most of all, I still love you and I want us to be together.
I was about to explode, but before I could say a word, Carter put his finger to my lips.
Don't speak. I know this is all a lot, but we'll get through this together. I promise. Our love will triumph over it all.
Then he kissed me on my forehead and left. That night, Carter and his dad took their new yacht to some tropical island and he sent me a photo. Seeing Mr. Saint and Carter's stupid smiling faces on that dumb yacht made me so angry I could scream. I called Carter to dump him, but my calls wouldn't go through. Money was tight at my grandma's house, so I decided to get a summer job so I could stay at the private school for my senior year. I applied everywhere, but no one would hire me. They'd say they didn't have openings, but I'd hear them whispering about me behind my back. You can't hire her. Her father's a criminal.
He's a thief and a liar. She's probably just like him.
I wanted to punch them in the face, but I kept walking. Everywhere I went, people gossiped about my dad. After a while, I learned to ignore them. Eventually, I found a job at an old electronics store near the edge of town. My first day there, I met a boy named Vincent. Vincent was kind of weird at first. I'd catch him staring at me across the aisles. Every time I'd say hi, he'd walk away. And one time, I was walking home from work, and I caught Vincent taking pictures of me with his phone. What's your problem?
I had a feeling it was you. Your dad's that crook that worked for Mr. Saint.
Vincent showed me a news article on his phone with a horrible picture of me and my dad from the trial.
What's the name of the jail he's in?
The jail is called Janet Punches Weirdos.
Never heard of it. Weird. Janet punches...
I'd had enough. I punched Vincent and shoved him to the ground. My dad is not a crook. He's innocent. That jerk, Mr. Saint, framed him. It was the first time I said it out loud. Vincent was shocked. Then he said something totally unexpected.
Join the club.
Vincent told me that Mr. Saint framed his dad for a crime a few years ago.
My dad was a reporter. He was investigating Mr. Saint. He spent months working undercover as Mr. Saint's butler. He almost had enough evidence to take him down, but before he could finish his story, Mr. Saint found out and planted stolen money in my dad's office. My dad tried to fight it, but Mr. Saint paid off the judge.
Vincent's dad made Vincent promise not to say anything too. I can't keep quiet any longer.
Neither can I. But what can we do? We both promised our dads we wouldn't say anything.
We can finish your dad's story and publish it anonymously. No one would ever know it was us.
Yes, I just got an idea. We can finish my dad's story and publish it anonymously.
Yes, I just said that. It was my idea.
Nuh-uh, it was my idea. I literally just said it 3 seconds ago.
No, it's my idea.
You're making me angry, Janet.
Fine. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's not like I'm angry.
God, such a weirdo. That night, Vincent invited me to his house. Vincent found his dad's old laptop in the attic, but when he tried to pull up his dad's story, we learned that the computer had been wiped clean.
Oh no, it's not here. All the evidence is gone. It's all over. There's nothing we can do.
I can go undercover as Carter's girlfriend. I could snoop around his house and find the evidence.
You do that?
Yeah. Vincent stood tall like a soldier and saluted me. What are you doing?
It's just, you're my hero. You're so brave and selfless. I heard that Carter is the worst. He's a spoiled jerk. His voice sounds like nails on a chalkboard, and his brain's the size of a peanut. It's gonna be torture to pretend to be his girlfriend.
I didn't tell Vincent about me and Carter. Carter returned to town a week later, and I invited myself to his house. Every time I looked at Carter's face, I thought about Mr. Saint and what he did to my dad. Carter tried to kiss me, and I almost gagged.
Are you okay?
I must be coming down with something. Do you mind getting me some tea and maybe some soup? When Carter left the room, I snuck into his dad's study and snooped around. I took pictures of a bunch of secret papers and files and planted a recording device. Just as I was about to leave, I ran into Carter and Mr. Saint.
What is she doing here?
Oh, Mr. Saint, I'm so glad I found you. You saved my life. You're such a good man for exposing my dad and all the horrible things he did. How can I ever repay you? I know, I'll clean your study. I snatched a napkin from Carter and started cleaning. I knocked over an expensive vase, spilled water on the floor, and tossed a bunch of important papers in the trash.
She's so grateful, Dad. Isn't she the best?
I spent weeks at Carter's house, sending him on crazy errands so I could snoop around. Then, I'd rush over to Vincent's to show him what I'd found. We spent hours combing through the evidence. It was strange spending so much time with Vincent. He and Carter were so different. Vincent wasn't rich, but he was really smart, and his determination was contagious. Vincent and I wrote a bunch of articles that we posted online under a fake name, and before we knew it, the stories went viral, and the police showed up at Mr. Saint's door.
We did it. I can't believe it. He's finally going down.
Vincent pulled me into his arms, and my heart skipped a beat. What are you doing?
I'm not sure.
Then Vincent kissed me, and it was magical, but I was so confused. Vincent wasn't even my type. Suddenly, my cell phone rang, and I pulled away. It was Carter, and he wanted to see me. I should go to, get more evidence.
Good idea.
I raced out of there to Carter's house. I found him sitting on the porch, looking really sad.
I'm scared, Janet. They just arrested my dad. He might go to jail and we'll lose everything. All our money, our houses, and our maids. I don't know what I'll do. I don't know how to be poor. I don't even know how to use the toaster. What if I need toast, Janet? How can I eat a sandwich without any toast?
Carter cried in my arms, and suddenly I felt really guilty. Memories of our love came rushing back to me. I hated seeing him like this. We went to his room to watch MSA videos to cheer him up. Carter drifted off to sleep. Then I saw Mr. Saint in his study paying off the judge.
Drop the charges, and there's more where that came from.
I raced over to Vincent's, but when I got there, a bunch of strange men were searching his house. Then out of nowhere, someone pulled me into the bushes.
They're after me. Mr. Saint found out I posted the articles from my computer. They're destroying all our evidence. Tell me you found something.
I told Vincent about Mr. Saint and the judge.
I know that prune-faced man. He's the judge that put my father away.
Mine too.
We have to publish another article. This is the proof we need to get our dads out of prison.
It's too dangerous.
Danger is my middle name.
Your middle name is Simon.
Yes, that's my second middle name. But the third one is Danger, and the fourth one is Triangle. And, forget it. Just text me the video and I'll finish this. I have to protect you. You're a delicate flower.
I'm stronger than you are.
You know what I mean.
I texted Vincent the video, then he kissed me and ran off. My heart raced as he disappeared into the darkness. But when I got home, something unexpected happened. I walked into my room and saw Carter standing there with a huge smile on his face.
It's over.
What's over?
My dad caught the guy that's been writing all those lies about him. He'll go to jail just like his lying father.
Carter turned on the TV. Vincent's face popped up on the screen. He'd been arrested. My heart sank. Then Carter got down on one knee.
Will you marry me, Janet? You're my rock and my sunshine. I couldn't have gotten through this without you. Our love saved me.
I didn't know what to say. At one time, I dreamed of marrying Carter, but the thought of Vincent rotting in jail made me sick to my stomach. I ran out of there and straight to the police station. I showed them my secret recordings and all the other evidence I'd saved on my phone. The police released Vincent, but when they went to go arrest Mr. Saint, he was gone. He'd left town without a trace. A couple weeks later, my dad and Vincent's dad were finally back home. It broke Carter's heart to learn the truth about his dad. I tried to reach out to him, but he refused to take my calls. I heard he and his mother moved away to a farm where Carter learned to make bread. As for Vincent and I, we fell in love. We studied journalism in college, and after we graduated, we became investigative journalists.
We make a great team. You're an excellent sidekick.
I'm not a sidekick, you're the sidekick.
You're standing by my side, and when we first met, you kicked me.
Actually, I shoved you and punched you in the face.
Details.
Hi, I'm Ava from Belarus, and I'm so rich, I actually own private jets that can fly me to Korea anytime I want. Why Korea? Because that's where all the good-looking guys are. And who knows, maybe one day I'll meet the Lehman Ho of my dreams. But even though I was rich, I was raised by a single dad, so things got pretty lonely sometimes. Dad loved me, but he was so busy running his multi-million-dollar business, he barely had time for me.
Look, Dad, I made you a painting.
Wow, honey, that's the cutest elephant I've ever seen.
But that's a horse.
Sure, we'll buy you a horse today.
No, Daddy, I don't want a horse. I made you an elephant.
Yeah, I know, baby. Daddy's put on a little weight, but you don't have to call me an elephant. I promise I'll start working out soon. Now, go play somewhere else. Daddy's got to earn all that money to keep my little princess happy.
But I wasn't happy. Sure, I had everything a girl could ask for, but I didn't have a family. And every time I saw other kids out with their parents, laughing and having fun, it boiled my blood. Like when I was 9, I was on my way to school when I saw a classmate hopping out of his mom's tiny car. He saw me watching and then turned and smiled at me.
Whoa, that car is insane! Bet it feels awesome showing up in that every day.
Yeah, my dad got it for me on my birthday. Was that your mom who dropped you off?
Yep.
Lucky you. I don't have a mom, in case you're wondering why I suddenly look like a sad puppy.
Oh, I didn't either. I used to live in an orphanage. Then a few years ago, this super nice couple adopted me. Now they're my parents.
So, you got a family at an orphanage?
Basically, you stay there for a while and then someone awesome picks you. Anyway, I'll see you in class.
He ran off, completely unaware that he had just detonated something inside me. So, if I wanted a family, all I had to do was wait around in an orphanage and sooner or later, someone would pick me up. But when I walked in, the lady at the front desk looked up from her computer, surprised.
Sweetie, did you get lost?
No, I'm here to get adopted.
I'm sorry?
Do I need to fill out a form? Is there a waiting list? I'd prefer a family with a fun grandma and a dog that doesn't bite.
She just stared at me like I had 2 heads and then called the police. They informed my dad and soon he came to take me home.
Ava, are you crazy? Why would you walk into an orphanage like that?
Because I thought that's how you get a family.
I am your family.
No, you're not. You barely spend any time with me. You never take me out. You don't even drop me to school. My classmate's mom picks him up and drops him off every single day, and he's adopted. I thought if I just waited around long enough, maybe someone awesome would come pick me too.
After that day, Dad tried to be more present, but between his endless meetings and 3 a.m. business calls, it just wasn't happening. So he hired a nanny for me, and that's how Maria came into my life. At first, I thought Dad was just brushing me aside like he always does, so I made it my mission to scare Maria away. I hid her phone, poured salt in her tea, faked allergies to every meal she cooked. But Maria never flinched. She just smiled, cleaned up the mess, and carried on. Then one night, I fell terribly sick. Dad was out of town for a business dinner and couldn't make it back till morning, so Maria stayed with me.
Do you have something to say?
No, I mean, yes. You know you can leave whenever you want. I'm used to being alone. I could, but I'm not leaving you when you have a fever. Besides, I hate my tiny room. Yours is way cooler. And I'm bored too, so I thought I'd watch a movie while you rest. Do you mind if I use your TV?
What movie?
Moana. It's my favorite.
No way, mine too.
That night, Maria sat next to me while I curled up under my blanket watching Moana and slurping the best chicken soup I'd ever tasted. And after that, we got closer. She got me ready for school, picked me up, helped with homework, and showed up at my school events. On weekends, we'd camp out in the backyard, and she'd tell me the wildest stories. Life was good, and it only got better with time. I was doing well in school, had a solid group of friends, and a packed social calendar. I was happy until my 17th birthday, when Dad came home with a surprise.
Sweetie, this is Cynthia and her daughter Maddie. We're gonna get married soon.
You're what?
When? Why am I only getting to know about this now?
I wanted to be sure about my decision before I broke the news to you.
Yeah, Dad, but...
But what, big sis? We're gonna be a family soon. I'm so excited. I've always wanted a big sister because big sisters are awesome. They braid your hair, teach you makeup, and you can borrow their clothes. It's so cool. You'll let me borrow your clothes, right? Yay! I knew you would say yes. This is gonna be just perfect. Come, let's cut your cake now.
And not long after, she and Cynthia officially moved in. Maddie was loud and dramatic in a whirlwind of energy, while Cynthia was her exact opposite, calm, polite, and always watching with that unreadable smile that made my skin crawl. It felt odd, but Dad looked happier than he had in a while, so I pushed my thoughts aside and decided to go with the flow. On the day of the wedding, I was actually excited to read my toast for Dad. But before I could get a word out, Maddie plucked the mic from my hand.
I can't begin to thank the Lord enough for giving me the chance to share my life with my new dad. I can call you Dad, right?
Of course, sweetheart.
And my sister, Anna.
It's Ava.
Yeah, but Anna just sounds so much cuter. Like one of those adorable main characters from MSA. Oh my gosh. You guys watch MSA, right? It's literally the best channel ever. Subscribe now. People, it'll change your life. Anyway, I'm just so happy to be here and finally call these beautiful people my family.
And then she started sobbing. I watched in disbelief as everyone began dabbing their eyes. I thought maybe Maddie was genuinely excited to have a new family. But as the days went by, she went completely overboard.
Ava, look, I totally revamped your dress. Doesn't it look way cooler now?
That was my mom's dress.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. I just really loved the color. But the frills made it feel too heavy, so I chopped them off. You're not mad at me, are you?
I was, but Maddie looked like she was going to break into a million pieces, so I just took my dress and left without saying a word. But a few days later...
Oh my gosh! Your room is so big and airy! Mine looks like the cupboard under Harry Potter's stairs.
It's literally as big as mine.
But I want to stay with you! I've never lived in such a big house, and sleeping alone creeps me out. Pretty please, let me stay with you.
In less than an hour, Maddie had completely taken over my room. And it didn't help that she farted the whole night. She would raid my closet, turn my makeup upside down, and even at school, she was constantly clinging to me. And it was getting really suffocating. So I started hiding and avoiding her altogether.
What are you doing in the guest room? I've been looking everywhere for you.
I'm hiding in here because if I have to look at Maddie's face for one more second, I'll lose my mind. She's like 10 hyper toddlers stuffed into one person. And Cynthia keeps giving me these cold, polite smiles that creep me out. And Dad looks like he's all happy with his new family, and I don't even matter anymore.
That's not true. You know your dad loves you.
Maybe he thinks if he makes Cynthia and Maddie feel welcome, they'll settle in easier. And he's hoping you'll help him do that. Why is that my job? I didn't ask for any of this. I have no space for Maddie, and I feel like a guest in my own house.
Then talk to your dad and tell him how you're feeling. He's not a mind reader. But first, I saved you some souffle. I know you love it.
Maria smiled as I gobbled up the dessert, and somehow I felt a little better. All night, I rehearsed exactly what I was going to say to Dad. But the next morning, when I came down for breakfast, he turned to me angrily.
What is it that I'm hearing, Ava?
I have no idea.
Let me help.
Maddie shoved her phone in my face, and it was a recording of me and Maria talking about her in my room last night. Hey, that's some serious invasion of privacy.
You think I care? You were bad-mouthing me to a maid. You said that you hate me, that you wish I was gone.
I never said that. All I said was that I felt suffocated. But only because I've never had to share my space before. I just need time to get used to all this, Dad.
You've had just as much time as Maddie, and she's adjusting perfectly fine.
Sprawling across the whole house and claiming everything in sight is not called adjusting. That's called taking over. And I'm trying my best, but she's just too much.
You wanted a family, and I gave you one. And now it's too much for you?
Darling, don't be too hard on her. It's a big change for Ava. And yeah, maybe she does hate us, but she loves you.
I don't hate anyone. I just want a little space. Is that too much to ask?
Don't raise your voice at Cynthia. After you spoke so meanly about her daughter, she's still trying to understand you.
Dad?
No, enough, Ava. I don't want to see you right now.
Before I could respond, Dad was already on his way out. And later that day, he left for an important meeting abroad. I kept trying to call him, hoping we could talk things out, but he didn't answer. And then, around evening, Maria barged into my room. It's your dad. His plane is missing. What do you mean, missing? Maria turned on the news, and it was everywhere. Apparently, Dad's flight took off on time, but 30 minutes in, it dropped off the radar completely. Authorities were looking into the matter, but no one knew where the plane had vanished. No, this can't be real. I dropped to my knees and sobbed into Maria's lap like I was a kid again. It felt like my whole world was crashing. The next few days, I did everything I could to track Dad down. I went to the police station, spoke to airport authorities 100 times, but no one had any answers yet. I was devastated. But Cynthia and Maddie acted like nothing had happened. Who are these people?
My friends, of course. I was feeling so bad about your father's disappearance, I needed some cheering up, so invited them over. Come on, bow to them.
What?
That's how we greet guests from where I come.
Do you come from a different planet? 'Cause that's not what we do here.
Is that the pain-in-the-butt daughter you were telling us about, Cynthia? She sure as heck looks like one.
Oh, don't mind her. She's just got this nasty little habit of poking her nose in everyone's business. And Ava, you're 17, darling. Don't you have something better to do than sulking around? Now shoot, and don't embarrass me in front of my friends.
She didn't even pretend to be sad that Dad was gone. And from there, things only spiraled. One by one, Cynthia began changing everything. She replaced the furniture, hung creepy cat paintings all over the house, and fired the entire old staff. The only person she kept was Maria, probably because she knew the house too well, and someone had to train all the clueless new hires. The only good thing that happened was that Maddie moved to a bigger room. But that peace lasted only a few days, because her 15th birthday was coming up, and the whole house was swept into a frenzy.
What do you think? Peach or pink?
How can you even think about a stupid dress when Dad's still missing?
He's not my father. I mean, not biologically. And this is the first time I'm having a real birthday party, and I don't want to ruin that. Besides, who knows if he'll even come back?
That was it. I snatched the dresses from Maddie's hand and threw them out the window. She lunged at me, and we fought like wild cats until Cynthia pulled us apart. Of course, I got grounded for a week, and Maddie still got to celebrate her perfect little princess birthday. But that didn't stop me from getting a little creative in the kitchen, like adding a generous dose of pepper to the pasta or sprinkling chili flakes on the cake.
Oh my God, my mouth is on fire! Quick, someone give me something sweet! Ah! What did you bake this thing in? A volcano? Is that wasabi frosting? Am I dying?
It was so much fun watching Maddie jump around. But later that night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I couldn't help wondering, was this my life now? Was Dad ever coming back? Or was I just stuck with these two leeches forever? I quickly shook the thought away and got up to get water from the kitchen. But on my way back, I passed by Cynthia's door, just in time to hear her talking to Maddie.
This was the worst birthday ever. What if she wakes up one day and poisons me? Mom, she's insane.
Relax, honey. She won't be around much longer.
Wait, are we gonna kill her? That seems a bit much, don't you think?
Oh, for heaven's sake, no. I was in your daddy dearest's study the other day and found some documents. Turns out Ava's adopted. She's not even his biological daughter, but I'm his legal wife. You know what that means.
That you can't marry anyone else?
No, you idiot. It means when the time comes, we won't have any trouble taking over everything. Legally, she's nothing.
You're so demented, Mom.
I really hope you mean diabolical.
Yes, that too.
The information hit me like a punch to the gut. I was adopted? Why hadn't Dad ever told me? And if that was true, who were my real parents? Were they still alive? Did I have a whole other family somewhere out there? I had to know the truth. So the next morning, while Maddie was at school and Cynthia was in the shower, I snuck into her room and rummaged through her drawers. Finally, I found the adoption papers. Dad was listed as my legal guardian, but there was no mention of my real parents. I headed straight to the orphanage listed on the documents, but the lady at the desk wasn't having it.
I'm sorry, but we can't release personal information. It's against our policy.
Please, I just found out I'm adopted. I don't know who my real family is. I'm not here to cause trouble. I tried everything in my power to convince her, but she simply refused, and I stormed out in tears. Maybe I'm just destined to be rejected by every family I try to be a part of.
That's a bit dramatic, don't you think?
I spun around to see a familiar face smirking at me. Wait, I know you. You're the guy who's always building weird gadgets during lunch.
They're not weird gadgets, okay? They're brilliant inventions. One day, I'm gonna win a Nobel Prize for them.
Uh-huh. Best of luck with that. But I'm in the middle of a meltdown here, so leave me alone?
I would, except I have an offer for you. I kinda overheard that you're looking for your real parents. Well, my dad runs a private detective agency, and I work with him sometimes. If you want, I can track down your parents for you.
And why exactly do you want to help me? For money?
No, money's for losers. I've got bigger plans. There's this annual tech convention, and only the top minds get invited. Your dad is kind of a big deal in the tech industry, and there's a chance that he might know the organizers. Maybe you could tell him to help me get in and pitch my inventions?
If you'd done your homework, you'd know my dad isn't around.
I know, but he'll be back. I'm sure of it. It's my detective's gut instinct. So, do we have a deal?
Liam's words were oddly reassuring, and he sounded sincere about helping me, so we shook on it and got to work. The plan was simple. Sneak into the orphanage at night while everyone was asleep and dig up my adoption records.
I've been volunteering there for a while now, so I know where the cameras are and all the back entrances. All we need to do is somehow get to the computer to go through the records. It'll be a walk in the park.
Or it'll be a drive to the jail.
Let's stay positive, shall we?
What are you talking about?
I turned around and saw Maddie staring at us.
I heard the word jail.
Maybe that was just you taking a peek into your future.
Very funny. Are you two dating?
Not that it's any of your business, but no, we're just friends.
That's just perfect. Liam, I've had the biggest crush on you for a while now, and I've been meaning to ask you out for prom. I had a whole dance and everything planned. Want to see?
Yeah, he'd love a demonstration. Maddie grinned, then jumped on the table and started wriggling around like a hyperactive octopus. The whole cafeteria erupted in laughter, but she thought people were cheering for her and kept dancing like a maniac.
So, what do you think? Will you go to prom with me?
Yeah, no, I could never match up to that. Thanks for asking, though.
And Liam practically sprinted out of the cafeteria.
What the heck just happened? I thought that was amazing.
Oh, it was definitely memorable. But some guys prefer normal girls. You, on the other hand, are extraordinary. Anyway, this was fun. See you at home. Best day ever. Or at least it was, until night fell and it was time for the mission. Liam picked me up and we made our way to the orphanage. We slipped through the back door and padded silently through the dark hallway, avoiding the cameras until we reached the reception area. To our luck, the computer at the front desk wasn't password protected. So Liam quickly typed in my name, but nothing came up.
He tried my dad's name, and still nothing. How is that possible? It says in the papers I was adopted from this place. Why is there no record?
That is strange. Maybe we can check the archive room? I know where they hang the spare key.
But just as we turned to leave, we heard footsteps approaching. We dove behind the reception desk and held our breath. I peeked just a little and saw the same receptionist shaking hands with Maria.
Thanks for your help. I know how it might have been risky for you to delete the records.
It's fine. I owe you for the time you helped me out with money. I have some work to wrap up, so I'll see you soon.
Maria nodded and left, and the receptionist walked off too, while I just sat behind the desk, frozen.
Wait, isn't that your maid? I've seen her drop you off at school.
Liam was saying something, but I couldn't focus. All I could think of was the one person I trusted the most had betrayed me, and I needed to know why. So after scanning the area and making sure no one was around, Liam and I bolted. When I got home, I immediately went to Maria's bedroom, but she wasn't around. So I decided to wait, and minutes later, the door opened.
Oh my God, Ava, what are you doing here?
You lied to me. You knew I was adopted, but you didn't tell me. What, Maria? Why would you get my records deleted? And don't you dare lie. I saw you with the receptionist at the orphanage just now.
Ava, I know it's hard for you to trust me right now, but please understand, your life here is far better than anything your biological parents could have given you. Believe me, some truths are better left undiscovered.
Are you serious right now? Have you not seen what Cynthia and Maddie are doing to me after Dad's gone missing? If there's even the slightest chance I could find my real parents, why would you not want that for me? But Maria didn't say anything. Oh, so now you won't answer me? Silence. Fine. If you won't tell me, then I don't ever want to see you again. Get out! You're fired! Maria tried to say something, but I was already on my way out. And the next morning, I found out that she left. I was so heartbroken, I locked myself in my room. I didn't talk to anyone, had zero appetite, and barely got out of bed. Not that anyone cared. There was still no news of Dad. And Cynthia and Maddie were more than happy to have me out of their hair. The only person who called me was Liam, but I ignored him too. Then a week later, I was sulking in my room when I heard someone screaming. I went downstairs and saw Liam desperately trying to free himself from Maddie's grip.
Come on, Liam. Just give me one chance. I'll do anything for you. You don't like my dance? No problem. I'll learn how to sing for you. My mom says I have the vocal cords of a siren. Want to hear?
Liam looked horrified, and I had to jump in. Get a life, Maddie. Can't you see he's not into you?
Oh, please. You think he likes you? Have you seen your hair lately? It looks like a mouse's nest. And only a raccoon would fall in love with you with those stupid under-eye bags. Ugh. Anyway, this isn't over, Liam. When I want something, I get it.
She flipped her hair dramatically and walked off, and I took Liam to my room.
Thank you for rescuing me.
I'm sorry for ignoring your calls. I haven't been feeling great.
It's okay. I get that you were shocked. But I have something you need to know.
Liam told me that after the orphanage mission tanked, he went back through my adoption documents to see if we'd missed anything. And we had. A tiny signature at the bottom.
At first, I didn't think much of it. But then I figured whoever oversaw your adoption probably signed other documents around that time too. So I went to the archive room and started checking old files. And voila! The signatures matched. They're Maria's.
What?
Yep. She worked at the orphanage around the time you were adopted. So I checked older employee records and found out she had a sister. And not just any sister, a famous one.
What about her?
The internet says she was quite the sensation, but one day she just vanished. Rumor has it she got involved in some criminal activities and was sent to jail. But others say she left the spotlight because she was pregnant.
I stared at him. You're not suggesting that she could be...
Your mother? It's possible. I put together a timeline of when Maria's sister disappeared and your birth and adoption dates. And it kind of matches. But the only person who can say for sure is Maria. Do you know where she is?
I fired her. I was so mad, I didn't even give her a chance to explain. I immediately called Maria, but her phone went straight to voicemail. I dropped her texts, but she didn't reply. So Liam suggested we go to the orphanage and ask the receptionist.
Oh, not you again.
Please, I just need to find Maria. I know she used to work here, and I deserve to know the truth. The woman sighed, pulled out a paper, and scribbled down an address.
Whatever you find, just know that Maria loves you deeply.
We left for the address the woman had given me. It was a quiet house somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Liam and I knocked on the door, and Maria opened it. I told her everything we'd found, and she finally came clean and told me that my real mother was indeed her sister.
She was 15 when she ran away from home to become an actress, and somehow she made it. But she was very money-hungry and kept wanting more, so I wasn't shocked when the news broke about her being involved in some financial scandal. And then she simply vanished after that. I tried getting in touch with her, but she was just gone. Until a year later, she showed up at my doorstep with you. She said she was sorry and wanted a chance, and I believed her. But a week later, she ran away and left you in my arms.
And you gave me away to the orphanage.
I tried my best to care for you, but I was just a low-wage worker at the orphanage. I couldn't give you the life you deserved, so I put you up for adoption. It broke my heart, but it felt like the right thing to do.
Then why did you come back into my life?
I just wanted to see you again, so I tracked down the couple who had adopted you, and that's when I found out your adoptive mom had passed and your dad was looking for a nanny. I loved you so much. Watching you grow up was a gift I never thought I'd get back, so I took the job. I'm sorry. I thought I was doing the right thing.
Oh, God. I wish you would have just told me the truth.
I wanted to tell you so many times, but I was too ashamed. I didn't want you to know that both your mom and I had abandoned you. And when I saw you living like a princess, I thought you'd be too embarrassed to accept that your maid was actually your aunt.
That doesn't matter. You've always been a mom figure to me. You've always showed up for me like any parent would. Knowing we're actually family just makes me even happier. I would never be ashamed of you. Maria broke down in tears, and I found myself hugging her.
Sorry, this is just, well, can I hug you too?
Liam joined in too, and the three of us wept like babies. Eventually, we pulled ourselves together. I want you to come home now, not as my maid, but as my mom.
Oh, I will.
But there's something I need to do first. Mom told me that after she left home, she started doing some digging on Cynthia.
I always thought Cynthia was off, but I never acted on it because I was too focused on you. But after I left, I couldn't shake the feeling that she might hurt you. So I did some research, and it turns out Cynthia's a con woman. She scammed multiple men across different states, drained their bank accounts, and vanished without a trace. Your dad was just her next target.
Then we need to go to the police right away.
Wait, as terrible as Cynthia is, Maddie is just a kid, and she doesn't deserve to pay for her mom's mistakes. Let's confront Cynthia first and give her a chance to fix this herself.
I didn't totally agree, but I understood where Maria was coming from, and together we headed home, right in time to crash one of Cynthia's little parties.
Oh, Maria, thank God you're back. These new servants are a mess. Do me a favor and get them in line.
Get out.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that? I thought I heard get out.
You heard right. We know all about your scams, Cynthia, and how you planned to rob Ava's dad blind, and we've got the evidence to prove it.
Maria threw the evidence in Cynthia's face, and she was shocked.
How dare you threaten me in my own house? Don't forget your dad and I are legally married, and you're just his adopted daughter. Legally, you don't stand a chance.
Just so you know, an adopted child has the same rights as a biological one. More importantly, you're still married to the last guy you conned, meaning your marriage to my dad isn't even valid. So, here's the deal. You leave and never come back. Or we hand everything over to the authorities. Your call.
You did this. Ava's just a naive little brat, but you poisoned her. Why don't you leave this house and crawl back to whatever dumpster you came from, you filthy maid?
Do not say another word to her. She's not a maid. She's my family. And nobody disrespects my family and gets away with it.
And no one talks to my mom like that and gets away either.
Maddie lunged at me, but tripped over the carpet and face planted on the floor.
Okay, I'll fight you tomorrow. Right now, I can't feel my face. A little help, Liam.
But Liam simply looked the other way, while Maria took Cynthia's hand and dragged her outside. She kept screaming and kicking, but Maria didn't give two hoots. And Cynthia didn't have much choice, considering the evidence against her was solid. Cynthia and Maddie left, and soon after we got the news that they were intercepted at the airport. Turns out, the police had already been tracking Cynthia for months and were alerted as soon as she scanned her passport. Soon after, Cynthia got charged on multiple accounts of fraud and identity thefts. Since Maddie was only 15, she was let off with some community service and later placed in foster care, because God knows she needed a better mother. After the dust settled, things started falling back into place, except there was still no news about Dad. Weeks passed, and I was slowly losing hope, until one day, I was at school, and Liam came running to me.
Ava, there's a man here. He's looking for you.
My heart stopped as I made a run for the door. And when I got outside, I saw my dad waiting for me. I ran into his arms and hugged him. And he told me how there were technical problems in his plane, and they had to make an emergency landing on a remote island.
While the rescue team found us, I had a lot of time to think how I always gave my work more priority over you. But I promise you that's gonna change, even if you have an aunt now.
You know?
I didn't, but Maria told me when I got home. Now that I think about it, the way she looked after you, that kind of love doesn't come from just doing a job. But Ava, blood or not, you've always been my daughter. I'll always love you.
I love you too, Dad. I hugged him again and realized family isn't just about blood. It's about the people who never leave your side. Hi, I'm Abina, and I live in an orphanage in Ghana. And before you start feeling sorry for me and blah, 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 relax, man. Everyone is super chill here. The coffee is bomb, and I have a little brother who worships me. So I guess that's why I've never wanted to get adopted. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I could remember, rich, stupid foreigners would come every month to take one of us home with them. But I knew they were just using us to brag about how they'd done such a noble deed by adopting a poor orphan. So whenever those snobs would drop by with their camera phones and designer clothes, I'd convince my brother Kofi to help me mess with them.
Come see our room. We just got new blankets.
Sweetie, I'm taking a selfie with...
Our new blankets smell like lavender.
Ah! Is that
pee? Silly me. I forgot. We have a bedwetting problem. A bedwetting problem!
The woman ended up bursting into tears from the awful smell. So traumatic. But one day, the warden had had enough of my behavior. You're 14 years old now, and Kofi's 8. It's important for your development to have parents. So the next time a visitor arrives, you better behave yourself. I was about to refuse, but I wanted Kofi to be happy and healthy, so I gave in. Except when a couple finally decided to take us home, I immediately disliked them. Apparently, they were both philanthropists who loved doing charity work. They were just too sweet, and I had a bad feeling about these people. Just like that, they whisked us from our beloved home to some mansion in America. Who wants to see their new room? Do you want to see your big boy bed, my cutie-wootie widow mouse? Ew, gross. We hate mice, and don't talk to Kofi like he's a baby. Of course, dear. I'll try again. Yo, dudes. Who wants to see their billion-dollar golden baller sleep in place? You hear me, bro? There's gotta be a cliff I can jump off of. At least I had a giant bed with a mattress from heaven. But the next day, things took an awful turn. I discovered that Kofi and I were all over the news, and the paparazzi were right outside our window. Were my new parents famous? How come you didn't tell us you guys were celebrity philanthropists? I don't want to live in the public eye, and I've got an 8-year-old brother. I don't want his picture everywhere online.
Oh, come on. Being a celebrity is fun.
You never have to wait in line. You get free stuff? Give it a chance, Abena. It's Abena. I've told you 3 times. You know what? Just call me Abby, since I'm an American now. Mom looked hurt when I said that, and from that day on, things went downhill. Mom and I fought about everything imaginable. Like, she'd get mad because I hated being interviewed by reporters, or because I hated the itchy $1,000 clothes she bought me, or the fact that she kept feeding Kofi fancy food that he wasn't used to, even though I told her to just give us something more simple. By the time school started, I was exhausted from all the media attention, and I didn't want a bunch of kids coming up to me since I was the famous Ghanaian orphan that they were fascinated with. So I decided to ditch class and hang out in the school garden. Then suddenly, I heard a voice near me.
Hey, are you okay?
I looked over to see a boy my age with neon hair dressed in rags. Even the clothes I wore at the orphanage were nicer than his. No, I don't know. My parents are annoying. Your biceps are gorgeous. Never mind. The guy just laughed, and suddenly I found myself pouring my heart to a total stranger about everything that had happened. I found out his name was Carter, and we went to the same school. He apparently skipped classes regularly so he'd have enough energy to work nighttime shifts, and it was all because his parents barely had enough money to buy food. I felt bad for Carter, but I was kind of relieved to finally meet someone here who wasn't rich. He ended up walking me home, but when we arrived, Mom greeted us at the door, and she immediately asked Carter to leave.
Abby, I know that boy. He lives in a trailer outside our neighborhood. I want you to stay away from him. He's a criminal. You'll be in danger, and people will think my daughter's mixed up with a crook.
Because your publicity image is all you care about, right? You don't actually care about my safety. Well, guess what? You're not my real mom, which means I don't have to listen to you. Mom grounded me after I said that, but I didn't let that stop me. Carter and I started hanging out all the time. Sometimes we'd ditch class together, and sometimes he'd sneak in through my window so we could watch MSA videos together on my TV.
I'm so glad you watched these on YouTube instead of TikTok. Promise me you'll never watch MSA on TikTok and fry your brain, please.
I didn't believe Mom about the criminal nonsense until one day I noticed Carter take off his baseball cap to reveal a clump of shiny jewelry. Please tell me he didn't steal all that.
Abby, you know I have a family to support. Yeah, I feel bad for stealing, but a job washing dishes can only pay so much.
Look, I get it, but you don't have to become a thief. No wonder Mom thinks you're a delinquent. Maybe I'll ask her to give you some money. She and my dad love bragging about how they give to charity. Then suddenly, Carter got this really serious look on his face, and then he told me something disturbing. My parents were known for being frauds. Kofi and I hadn't been the first kids they'd taken home. Apparently, they'd foster them for a year or two, use them to get publicity, and then they'd send them somewhere else. That makes no sense. They took me home and signed the papers.
Are you sure? Because they've never adopted an actual kid before. Look, I don't know the logistics. I just don't want you getting hurt. I know it's only been a short time, but I've grown to care about you, Abby.
I was about to confront Mom and Dad when I got home, but when I arrived, I was hit with awful news. Kofi was in the hospital due to food poisoning, and he was really sick. This is all your fault. I told you 1,000,000 times not to feed my brother fancy food like caviar because he's not used to it. Now he's sick, and it's all because you two were too stuck up to give him something like rice and beans.
Abby, it's not fair to blame us for something like this. The food poisoning could have been from anything.
Plus, he'll be fine. Why are you making such a big deal about food poisoning? It's not about the freaking food poisoning. It's about you two being selfish, irresponsible jerks that don't care about us. Mom and Dad apologized and reassured me, but I didn't listen. I knew now that Carter was right. My brother and I weren't safe with these people. So as soon as Kofi was better, I crafted a plan to run away from home. Carter said Kofi and I could stay with his family in the meantime, while he would help find new parents who weren't horribly selfish. So one night at 1 a.m., I turned off the location services on my phone and helped Kofi sneak out the window. I don't want to run away. These people are nice and they take good care of us.
They seem nice, Kofi, but they don't really care about us. We'll be living in another foster home in another year. Trust me.
Says who? Your new boyfriend Carter, who you've known for like 5 minutes, and who also happens to be a thief? I know you're not actually this dumb.
It's not like he wants to be a thief. He has a family to support, and I still would trust a thief over any adoptive parents who could hurt us. Carter picked us up in his car a few minutes later, but Kofi wasn't speaking to me. I felt bad, but I was doing the right thing by protecting us, right? Besides, Carter's parents were happy to let us stay with them for the time being. Yeah, they lived in a one-bedroom trailer, and Kofi and I had to sleep on a floor mattress, but it was still so much better than staying with parents who didn't care about us. The next morning, Carter told me that he had disguises in case the cops came looking for us.
No, I want to go back home. You can't do this to us. You can't take us away from Mom and Dad just because you heard some rumor to live in a one-bedroom trailer with your boyfriend.
It's not like I have a choice. I'm doing this for you and your safety. Mom and Dad are frauds.
Why? Because they like bragging to the media about how they adopted us? Big deal. They still care about us, and they're still giving us a great life. You're just trying to find excuses to run away because of what happened 6 years ago.
Right then, Carter asked me what my brother was talking about, but I wanted to change the subject. I didn't tell Carter about how my parents had gone missing at work one day, and no one had ever been able to find them. And that's why we'd been at the freaking orphanage in the first place.
You'll do anything to avoid being hurt again. You'd even rather live with your criminal boyfriend and believe a ridiculous rumor than let another family take care of us.
I knew Kofi was right, and maybe staying with Carter wasn't the best option, especially because as days passed, I learned that he wasn't just poor, and he didn't just steal to support his family. I was drifting off to sleep one night when I heard laughing outside, and I opened the door to find him sitting with a bunch of guys and unwrapping towels filled with money. No, do not tell me you're in a gang.
Well, we all have families to feed, and now that you and Kofi are staying with us, I want to make sure I can support you guys. I don't want all of us to have to live in a one-bedroom trailer. Here, babe, I stole $50,000 just for you and your brother.
Carter, I can't accept this. You can't keep stealing. It's wrong, and I don't think we should be together either. I appreciate what you're doing for me, but I think it's best if Kofi and I leave.
No, please, don't leave me. You're the only thing that makes me happy. Nobody at school wants to be friends with me because I'm a poor loser, and no one in the neighborhood wants to associate with me because I'm a thief.
Before Carter could finish his sentence, I heard police cars, and that's when Mom and Dad came running over and crying. I guess they did care about us after all, and Kofi seemed overjoyed to see them. I started to warm up and apologize to my parents for running away. Then suddenly, a policeman handcuffed Carter and said he was taking him to juvie for 3 years.
It's thanks to you two that we've been able to do an investigation and track down how much money this guy's stolen.
And he dated my daughter and put both her and her brother at risk. My heart suddenly stopped as I saw Carter's parents beg and cry and apologize. I knew it was wrong what Carter had done, but did he really need to be away from his family for 3 years? I tried not to think about it as Mom and Dad drove us home and said we could do whatever we wanted. Watch movies, order in, go to Disneyland. They were good people, and I had been wrong all along. Instead, I'd put my brother in danger and got a boy taken away from his starving family. All because I was too traumatized to trust anyone to adopt me. I felt practically ill with guilt. The next day, I finally went to school for the first time without ditching class, and everyone was interested in being my friend since I'd been all over the news and I'd dated a known delinquent.
So what's it like dating a real thief? Have you dated thieves before in Ghana? Is it true all of them have rock hard abs?
I don't know. Why would I know that? By the time I got home, I felt like I was literally gonna die of guilt. And then things got even crazier. Mom and Dad called Kofi and I into their study because our old warden had called.
She wanted to check in and see how things were going. We told her we loved fostering you two, and the truth is, we want to adopt you.
What do you mean? I thought you already adopted us. Oh, no. Usually, we foster children for a few years and then we find them a home. Your warden sent you off with us because you'd have better living conditions. But we love you two so much that we want to keep you. So Carter had been right about the whole fostering thing, but he'd been wrong about them trying to hurt us. He'd just been looking out for Kofi and me. He was a good guy. I couldn't let him sit in juvie for 3 years. You guys can adopt us, but on one condition. You have to help out Carter's family. They don't have any money or food. That's the only reason why Carter formed a gang and became a crook in the first place. Yeah, he committed some bad crimes and I won't date him anymore, but he's a good person.
prison and shouldn't have to stay in juvie for 3 years. To my surprise, my parents actually agreed, and the four of us went together to talk to the police about Carter's situation. My new mom even insisted on buying his family a new house. Thanks, Mom. That means a lot.
Did you just call me Mom?
Well, you did agree to adopt me, and I've kind of been a jerk to you. We hugged at that moment, and it made me feel warm inside, but there was one more person I needed to talk to. I'm really sorry I got you into this mess. You might still have to go to a disciplinary school, but you won't have to stay here for 3 years.
Don't apologize. That's what you get for forming a frickin' gang. Thanks for looking out for me, Abby. I know we need to break up, but I'm glad we're still friends.
Actually, my real name is Abina. Why don't you call me that from now on? And yeah, of course we're friends. I've never had anyone look out for me the way you did.
So, will I see you again soon, Abina?
You sure will.
Oh, wow. I'm hearing a second heartbeat. Congratulations, you guys. You're having twins. But we didn't order twins. We can barely afford one kid.
Are you sure there isn't a mistake, Doc? Can you check again?
Of course. Wait. Oh my God. This is unbelievable. I'm hearing a third heartbeat. I'm just joking, guys. It's only 2. You're definitely having twins.
Oh my God, you moron. Can you stop playing video games and help me look for Michelle's medicine?
Mommy, you need the cough syrup, right? It says you need to give her 2 spoonfuls.
How are you doing that?
Doing what?
Reading. How do you know what's written on the bottle?
Oh, when you leave us with the neighbor, she reads to us. I learned it from her.
Wow, that's amazing. Can Michelle read too?
No, she's a dummy, Mom. I don't know how we're identical twins.
Would you listen to this, moron? Our Alexis is a genius. My awful older sister is in town, and she's coming over for dinner. Come on, everybody, help me clean up. We have to look our best. I don't want her to think she's better than me. Honey, of course she's going to think that. She's a beautiful, gorgeous, successful actress who lives in Hollywood. What do you have? A husband and 2 kids? This small, ugly house? Oh my God, I'm such a loser. Let's buy the girls nice dresses. I don't want her to feel sorry for us. Let her feel sorry for us. Maybe she'll give us some money. Oh, hello. You must be Alice. And where's your brother Michael?
I'm Alexis, and my sister is Michelle. I read your latest movie review, and I'm sorry it was such a failure.
She doesn't mean that. She's just a cute little smarty pants.
Wow, you're so pretty, Auntie. I hope I look like you in 50 years.
She doesn't mean that. She's just really bad with numbers. You know what? After seeing your girls, I've decided something. I want one. Want one what? One of your girls. I want to adopt one. Do you really mean that? Of course you can have one. Well, which one? This one's a genius, but this one's good too. She's really charming and... No. I don't want one right now. I'm too busy with my career. I'll take one when they're all grown up. So, let's say 10 years. I'll decide which one is more worthy. Then I can fund her education, launch her career in Hollywood, whatever she wants. Alexis, you want to go to college one day, right? Well, we don't have the money. You'll have to impress your aunt, and I'm certain she'll pick you, darling. You don't want to study and still become rich and famous, right? You gotta get your aunt to pick you. She'll make you a model, an actress, anything you want. You got this, honey. Listen, you gotta help me up the tree. Come on, give me a leg up, please. Hey, you. Have you seen a geeky-looking boy in a hoodie run by here? What do you think I'm doing? Sitting and staring at stupid boys running around? That nerd boy is gonna have hell to pay when we catch him. Thanks, I really owe you one. I'm Josh. I think I've seen you around school. Who are those guys, and what did you do to them? They're my brothers. I fed them some cat poop cookies. They thought they were chocolate chips. What are you always scribbling away in that journal that's such a secret? Okay, I'll tell you. Promise you won't laugh? Promise. I want to write scripts for Hollywood movies one day. I want to get out of this town and move to LA and watch my stories come to life on the big screen. Does that sound dumb? No, not at all. And hey, I've got tons of great ideas. How about a superhero cat that saves the world from a zombie invasion? So cute.
Don't joke about that. Zombies are real. And they're among us.
Don't worry, Michelle. You're totally safe. Zombies only eat human brains.
Oh, so funny. Why don't you two get a broom?
What?
Get a broom, stupid.
Huh?
What would we do with a broom?
How would I know? That's what I heard Mom yelling at a couple in the park the other day.
Do you mean get a room?
That makes no sense. What would you do with a room? Everyone says you're smart, Alexis, but I don't see it. You're dumb and ugly. We look exactly the same. OMG! That's the meanest thing you've ever said to me. I need a mirror to tell me you're lying.
Is she always like this? And how do you get to be so smart?
I think I was a zombie in the womb, and I ate her brain.
Wait, does she think we're more than friends, like a couple?
Who cares what she thinks? She's stupid. Keep walking, loser. It's a modeling competition. You have to be hot for that.
Oh, like that's hard?
Yeah, it's hard. If it was easy, everyone would be hot.
Maybe some of us just don't care.
Maybe some of you are just ugly.
You know what? I'm tired of you calling me that, and I'm going to sign up for this stupid thing, and I'll prove I'm just as good as you.
Oh, yeah? Prove it.
That's what I just said. I'll prove it.
I said it first. God, why are you such a copycat? See you on the ramp, witch.
What am I even doing? Why did I sign up for this? Josh, can you stop laughing? Sorry. You look great. Just try not to walk like a 2-year-old baby, and whatever you do, don't fall off the ramp. OMG, Michelle, you're such a sore loser. I won fair and square.
What square? And you just want to show Aunt you're better than me at everything, so you get to go to LA, right?
I should go because I am better at everything.
Oh, I'll show you what you're not. I'll show you ASAP as possible.
Hey, you know this lame dance for lame people? I was thinking we could maybe go together and make fun of everyone. Oh, I didn't know you were looking for a date. Not a date, dummy, just as friends. Yeah, I'm sorry, but I do have a date for the dance.
Oh, really? Who's the unlucky girl?
That would be me. And I'm very lucky to be going with this cutie.
Seriously? You're going out with my sister?
I didn't think you'd have a problem with it. I have a problem understanding why you'd want to go with her.
You know her.
Yeah, sure, she's a little silly sometimes, but she's kind of charming. Also, she's really hot.
Really?
You've never thought that about me? Yeah, you're my friend. I don't see you that way. And she's different. It's her attitude and style.
And lack of intelligence.
I don't get it, Alexis. Are you jealous?
I'm not jealous. I just don't get it. Of all the girls, why Michelle?
Guess all boys just like bimbos then.
Michelle, I know you're doing this just to annoy me. You could have any other boy, but you went for my best friend. Yeah, I told you I'm better at some things than you, like getting any boy I want. And I just noticed Josh is kind of cute. What's your problem anyway? Do you like him? No, it's just that if you guys start dating and you break his heart, it'll make things weird between me and him too. Geez, why do you always have to think so much? Now tell me, where should we go for dinner later? Does Josh like Asian food?
Yeah, I guess. He's Korean.
Oh, so he's not Asian? Maybe Italian food then?
Everyone loves burgers. Hey, Alexis, can you do me a big favor? I'm kind of busy. Okay, what is it? It's this dress I got for Michelle for Valentine's Day. Could you try it on and tell me if it's the right size? No, I don't have time for that. And if it's the wrong size, she can return it. Yeah, but I wanted things to be perfect. I've got this whole date planned out. Ugh, never mind. I shouldn't have asked. You didn't like the dress Josh got for you? Nah, it's not my style. Plus, it's weird to wear presents from your ex-boyfriend on a date. Ex-boyfriend? Did you and Josh break up? Yeah. Well, kinda. I've been giving him hints all week. I guess I'll just send him a text that we're over. You've been giving him hints? So he doesn't actually know? Well, he's smart like you, isn't he? I'm sure he understood. No, I'm sure he didn't. How can you do this, Michelle? He's really into you, and he's waiting for you on the date, and you're just going to send him a breakup text on Valentine's Day? Well, what else can I do? I'm just not that into him. Hey, you're here. I almost thought you weren't coming. And wow, you look amazing. You've been kind of quiet and not yourself this evening. And I think I know why. Why? I think you're going to break up with me, Michelle. I've been getting that feeling lately, but I still went ahead with this date. And you were sweet not to end things before Valentine's. But it's okay, really. If you don't feel the same way anymore, I can accept that. I'm so sorry, but yes, you're right about all of it. I still care about you, though. You're amazing. You deserve someone better than me. You're probably right. I don't know if it's the moonlight, but you've never looked as pretty as you do right now. Can I kiss you goodnight? Alexis? Yeah? Oh my God, it is you. I knew that kiss felt different. Alexis, are you a complete psycho? Why would you dress up as Michelle and go on a date with me? Josh, I'm so sorry. Michelle wasn't gonna come. She's already seeing someone else. And I couldn't bear the idea of you sitting alone at that restaurant. I just thought at the end of the date, I'd break up with you gently because you deserve that. Oh, thank you? You sisters are really something. She sent you to do her dirty work, and you guys were going to have a good laugh about it later, weren't you? What? No. Don't you know me at all? No, I don't. You're my friend. You should have been honest with me. And right now, you look exactly like Michelle, and I can't stand your face. Hey! Smile! What are you doing, you crazy witch? Mom! Dad! Help! You broke my best friend's heart, and now everything is ruined. I hate you. Well, I hate you more. I wish you'd never been born. God had to give our parents one kid with a heart or a brain. Stop calling me stupid all the time. I don't like it. Stupid, dumb, stupid idiot, stupid. Oh my God, what are you doing? Put my journal down, Michelle, now. Oh, I've read your ideas, and trust me, they're all rubbish. So yeah, I'll put it down. She burned my journals. I had years of writing in there. I'm never going to forgive her. Not ever. Mom, do you think I'm a bad person? Sweetheart, no, I don't think that. But I think I am. I hurt Josh. I ruined his friendship with Alexis, and I burnt her journal. I feel really terrible about it. Like it's making my kidney hurt. That's where your heart is, darling. I think you should tell her all this and apologize. I promise you'll feel better. She said she was going by the lake. Maybe you can catch her there. Ugh. Someone, please help me. Oh my God, Alexis, are you okay? Michelle, I just fell through. I don't know what happened. I've hurt my ankle. Get some help, please. I'm coming down, okay? Don't worry. What? No! Get some help! I'm so glad you're okay. If you died and I'd never said sorry, I would have had liver pain forever. What? I'm just really sorry, okay? About Josh, your journal, everything. I'm sorry for calling you dumb all the time. You're not dumb. You're confident and cool. And you were so brave right now. I'm so glad you came after me, Michelle. Oh my, look at you girls, all lovely and grown up. Auntie's here to pick one of you now, so you can start showing me all your amazing achievements. I should have never let you talk us into your stupid deal. My girls are both amazing, and they're not going to prove to you who's more worthy. You want to be a good aunt for once? You can help them anyway, but you're not adopting either. Are we sure about this? Ow! Okay, yeah, what my wife said.
You've got a visitor, Alexis.
Michelle apologized to me, and I've been wanting to apologize to you too. I'm sorry I was so mad at you that day. I know you were actually just trying to do something nice.
No, you were right. I should have been honest. Can we put all that behind us and be friends again, please?
I'd really like that. Here, I brought you some of my mom's chocolate chip cookies.
Huh?
Oh my God. Do these have cat poop? I'm gonna kill you, Josh.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life that endless you, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glow.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh, spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Hey guys, I'm Eva from Canada. Please like and subscribe, and you might just get that new present you've been wanting. As you can see, I was born with a birthmark on my face that covered my right eye. Though it sometimes caused others to stop and stare, which made me feel insecure, the one person who always made sure those feelings didn't stay around too long was my cousin Anna. My dad brought her home to live with us on my 8th birthday. Don't worry, I got you, Anna. You can stay in my room and share all my toys. Oh, please don't be sad. Oh, Eva, you're the kindest. Thank you so much. And thank you so much, Uncle. I was happy to have Anna with me. Soon, we started going to school. She was shy, but I introduced her to everyone, and my friends were a little too thrilled to see her. Whoa, is she really your cousin? She is way too pretty. If she were my cousin, I would feel jealous. I know, right? Anna's the best. I did put on a smile, but I'm not gonna lie. It did sting a bit when my friends were going all gaga for Anna. But it was true. She looked like a movie star. That day when I got home from school, I decided to put on some makeup to cover up my birthmark, and even tried to dress and style my hair like Anna's. But Anna saw me. She told me that my birthmark was cool. It made me unique and special, and that it was like a little star shining on my face. Anna was the sister I'd always wanted. We truly loved each other and had so much fun together. She was smart and helped me with my studies, while I showed her how to make social media accounts. Can you believe she didn't even have Instagram or TikTok? What do I do with this? Which rock are you under? Jeez, you upload your cute pics. But why?
Well, that's what Instagram's for, to share the moments of your life with others. Everyone has it. Seems like allowing people to invade my privacy. But I'll try it out, just for you. Of course, I would grow to regret ever having done that, but I couldn't have known it at the time. When I was in 8th grade, Dad's friend's son Parker came to live with us from Paris for a couple of weeks for his mom's treatment. The moment I saw him, I may have developed a teeny tiny crush. Oh my God, he was too cute with his glasses, just like Harry Potter. Parker seemed kinda uptight, no doubt due to all the stress he was under. His mom was in the hospital and all. As I sat near him one day, he scooted further away. I thought it was funny and was trying to make him laugh, so I did it again. He fell off the couch. I am so sorry. Please, don't mind me. Still silent? Cat got your tongue?
Look, I lost. 'Cause of you.
Oh, sorry. Late at night, I got up to get some water, and I bumped into Parker, who was still playing some game on his phone. Dude, it's like 12 a.m. No wonder you have glasses. I just couldn't sleep. I have a cure for that. Come on, follow me. I took Parker to the kitchen to make him some hot chocolate. Slowly, he opened up to me. I was surprised by how chatty he was. I could feel this connection between us, and I found myself really liking him. One day, Anna, Parker, and I were in the garden, and Parker was looking kinda down, obviously missing his mom. I could see that he was getting a bit emotional, so I tried to think of something to lighten the mood. Hey, let's play a game, and let's see who hangs upside down from the tree and for how long. Oh, no. Okay, how about a bubble making competition? Right then, I tripped over a rock, and thank God Parker caught me before I fell. My heart was fluttering. Then the gum popped and splattered all over his face and glasses. I wanted to help him clean it up, but before I had the chance, here, let me help you. Anna took off Parker's glasses and started wiping them down, and he just stood there and stared at her. I just couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Parker stayed with us for 2 weeks while his mom recovered, and I got pretty attached to him. I was glad his mom was okay, but it was kind of sad to see him go. I missed our talks. One day when I was studying with Anna, I saw unread messages from Parker on Anna's Instagram account, the one I had made for her and she never used. Well, I knew Anna was obviously not interested in replying to him, so I decided to chat with him from her account. And then I made an account like hers to talk to him. I mean, it wasn't like we would be seeing Parker anytime soon anyway, right? I just thought it would be fun to get to know him more. And I was right. We talked about everything under the sun. But the more we talked, the more I realized we had a lot in common. We both loved Chinese food and taking pictures of nature. He even told me the story about his first breakup in kindergarten. And I told him my secret, how I was afraid of heights. I think I was falling in love, but I couldn't even tell him because he thought I was Anna. One day, as Anna and I were hanging out, I got a message from Parker that absolutely rocked me. He was coming to town and would be staying at our place. OMG, this was gonna be mad. I was up all night and decided that I'd tell him the truth when I met him. But once he arrived, he had his eyes only on Anna. Someone got handsome. Whoa, was he always this huggy? Why is he talking to me like he's known me forever? How would I know? I just got a fist bump. I had managed to make the guy I loved fall in love with the one person I was always jealous of. Parker was totally head over heels for Anna, and she seemed to be liking the attention. But still, I held on to a tiny bit of hope that maybe, if I told him the truth, he'd feel something for me too. I tried so many times to tell him, but every time I was about to, I'd chicken out and my heart would sink. Just a week later, I was displaying my photography in an art gallery, and Parker, Anna, and Dad were also there.
Wow, the angles, the lighting, everything's perfect. Eva, you're a pro. And I thought Anna loved photography.
Ah, she does. I learned everything from her.
Oh, okay. Eva, I need to ask you something.
I need to tell you something.
Oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. You go ahead. I chickened out again.
I want to buy one of these photos from you.
Really? I never sold my photography before.
Yeah, I want this one of Anna. I'll give it to her when I ask her out. Do you think she'd like it?
And right at that moment, I felt like I was hit by a train. You want to ask her out? Really? Don't you want to get to know her more first?
I know her better than anyone else. she's my soulmate. I've known that all these years, and she's the one.
I was too shocked and just smiled. Yeah, I think she'd love it. Parker bought it right then and there and gave it to Anna. I couldn't hear them, but I knew what he was asking. And then he kissed her. Once we were home, I asked Anna why she agreed to date Parker, and her answer broke my heart into a million pieces. Eva, I really like him. Boys have always chased me, but Parker, he's different. It's like we've known each other forever. He's so confident with me. That's nice. I walked away with a heavy heart. Parker and Anna both liked each other and were happy. I couldn't take that away from Anna. A couple of days later, Anna was out shopping and called Parker to join her. He asked me to accompany them. I tried to refuse, but he practically begged me, saying how much he hated shopping and would need someone to talk to while Anna shopped her heart out. The ride started off a bit awkward, at least for me. Parker broke the ice by playing some songs and asked about what music I liked, which made me feel a lot more relaxed when we started talking. It was so much fun.
It feels like I've known you forever.
Like you felt like you knew your kindergarten girlfriend forever?
Wait, how did you know about that?
What? Oh, Anna told me. After we picked up Anna, Parker asked to take us both out for lunch. How about Chinese?
Oh, I love it.
Chinese? No way. I don't like it at all. I'd rather just get a burger.
But I thought you loved Chinese food.
Parker was super confused, and I felt goosebumps all over my body. To make matters worse, when Anna told Parker how she wanted to try skydiving, he looked totally shaken.
But I thought you hated heights.
Me? No, it's this scaredy cat who's afraid of heights. It was the most difficult lunch of my entire life. That's when Parker looked at me all side-eyed and suspicious. I quickly excused myself for the restroom, but ended up running into a waiter carrying a glass pyramid, and it tipped all over the next tables. Eva, are you okay? Yeah, sorry, just in a rush to pee. I felt so embarrassed. And Parker stayed quiet the whole time, even on the ride home. As soon as we were back, I hurried out and hid in my room. And then I realized I had left my phone in his car. I ran outside. Anna had already gone in, but Parker was still in his car. He was looking at my phone. Oh no.
I had my doubts, but now I know. How could you, Eva? I thought Anna and I had a real connection. It was all a lie. Here I was thinking Anna was my soulmate.
Parker, I know I messed up, but I was afraid that you wouldn't like me. You were always too busy looking at Anna to pay attention to me anyway. I was just trying to get to know you. But then I fell in love with you and couldn't stop myself.
You couldn't stop yourself? That's your excuse? What am I supposed to tell Anna now? I can't do this.
But she likes you.
You still don't get it, do you? Eva, I am in love with the person I talked to all these years, but now I don't know if I can ever trust that person ever again.
Saying that, Parker walked away while I crumbled. I was stuck in this mess of lies I'd created for myself. I had no idea how to get out of it. I went for a walk, trying to clear my head and think of how I would explain it to Anna, when I heard her crying at the top of her lungs. I rushed to her and saw that she'd smashed her phone. No one ever did this to me. That jerk. He said he wanted to date me, and now he called and said he wants to break up because I'm not the one? I can't believe this. Like, who even breaks up on the phone? Oh no. I hugged her tight and told her there must be a misunderstanding. I needed to talk to him and make him get back with Anna. I couldn't see her cry like this, and it was my fault. But when I called him, he never replied, and a few days later, I learned he had gone back to Paris. Anna was devastated, and I knew the right thing would have been for me to tell her the truth, but I didn't have the courage, and the guilt was eating me up inside. Over the next few weeks, I did everything I could to help her get over the breakup. I took her out for laser tag, bowling, mini golf, and even on a short trip to Hawaii. We had the most amazing time ever. And on our last day in Hawaii, as I was looking at the setting sun, Anna came and sat next to me. You are the best sister ever. I'm so lucky to have you. No, I'm not, Anna. There's something I need to tell you. I told her the truth. I'd expected her to be upset, but I hadn't expected her to be so silent. I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest on our flight back home. When we got back home, Anna didn't talk to me at all. I was desperate to make things right, so I started doing little things for her. I made her favorite chocolate chip cookies. I gave her notes telling her how sorry I was. Even made her a scrapbook of all our childhood memories. But nothing seemed to work. I was starting to feel hopeless. One day, I was in my room when Anna suddenly barged in. If you want me to forgive you, you have to go skydiving with me. Skydiving? You know I'm terrified of heights. I need proof that you're actually sorry. Anyone can make cookies, Eva. This would show me you really care. Wait. Okay, I'll go. When we got on the plane, I felt like I would black out, but I was willing to push myself to make up for my betrayal. When it was time, Anna grabbed my hand. I closed my eyes, and we both jumped together. The feeling was peace. At first I was scared, but then I felt calm, and once we landed, I looked over at Anna, and she smiled back at me. Without a word, I ran over and hugged her tightly. I am so sorry, Anna. Eva, I know how insecure you are when it comes to boys, and since I was always being chased by them, I realized I don't know how you must have felt, even though you are beautiful. I can't believe I ruined what you and Parker had. Maybe you can forgive me, but I can't forgive myself. But it wasn't real, our relationship. I only thought it was. I'm not mad at you for that anymore, but I will be mad at you if you keep doubting yourself. I talked to Parker and decided he's right. I'm not the one. He's back in town today, but he's leaving in an hour. Go. Tell him how you really feel. Really? I got an Uber and rushed to the airport. I couldn't get past security without a ticket, so I bought one. There goes all my savings. After looking for him everywhere, I saw him sitting on a bench looking at his phone. I went and sat next to him, and he scooted over without looking at me, just like the first time we met.
Hey, excuse me. Oh, Eva, it's you.
Yep, it's me, Eva, the girl who just jumped out of a plane to prove how sorry she really was, and the girl who really, really likes you, but was too insecure to be herself.
Anna actually made you skydive? And you did it?
Of course I did. She's basically my sister. And for you, I would go anywhere.
Hey there, my name is Tamara, and this is my best friend, Rachel. No, she was gonna say Monica.
And who are you?
I'm Tamara's best friend, ever since you ditched her for the glitz and glam of New York.
I didn't ditch anyone. I'm 16. I just go wherever my parents take me.
It looks like they took you to a daycare center because your outfit is something my 4-year-old niece would wear.
Sounds like a chic 4-year-old. Now back off. I'm back in Tamara's life, and she doesn't need you anymore. Thanks for babysitting her while I was gone, but bye-bye now.
Babysitting? Our friendship is way deeper than that. I mean, my face unlocks her phone. See?
That's nothing. I know her bank password. Rachel Tamara Love 112. Top that.
Don't yell it. I've got a mole she got removed last year in my necklace.
Ew, what? That's nothing. I've got 2 of her baby teeth right here in my earrings.
Okay, this is weird enough. There's room for all 3 of us in this story.
No, there's not.
And with that, the hair pulling started. While they're busy with that, I'll tell you the whole story of how this feud came to be. Growing up, I had an amazing but lonely life. My parents adopted me when they were pretty old, so they couldn't always keep up with the energy of a wannabe actress who was 7 years old. Plus, I was an only child with no pets, so I grew up lonelier than a penguin in the desert. All my performances were long monologues without an audience. Then, I became friends with my classmate Rachel, and everything changed. We'd experiment with makeup and ridiculous fashion, go swimming in the lake, and have spontaneous karaoke and dance sessions. She even practiced acting with me. I dreamed of being a Hollywood star, and she dreamed of designing my costumes and dresses. Rachel and I were inseparable, and I finally felt like a normal kid. But my world turned upside down on my 13th birthday when Rachel's mom announced that her entire family was moving to New York City. Rachel threw a fit.
You can't drag me away from Tamara.
Yeah, and who's gonna French braid my hair and tell me that having mismatched socks isn't cute anymore? Rachel's mom's decision was final, and no matter how much we complained and cried, they left soon after. Our new lives away from each other were horrible. Rachel hated it there. She thought all New Yorkers were snobby and boring. For my part, I was all alone. Again, one day, while I was eating alone at lunch, wondering what exactly salami was, when this new girl, Monica, showed up. Why are you looking at your sandwich like that? I'm trying to figure out what salami is. I was doing the same thing with my bologna. Maybe we can get to the
the bottom of those mysteries together? Monica smiled and sat next to me, and just like that, we were fast friends. As I got to know her, I learned that she was really shy and was also an only child like me. We soon became inseparable too. Rachel and I still talked on the phone, but apparently she was getting used to her new life in the city.
I accidentally stepped on a rat in the subway and then fell, and the cutest guy came and helped me up. And now we're in a band together. I think I'm in love.
Wait, you slipped on a rat? From then on, it was like she didn't need me anymore, and we started drifting away. Then, 3 years later, while Monica and I were crying over our new favorite tween drama, Summer Wishes, Rachel called me sobbing because her boyfriend dumped her.
Everyone here is horrible. I just want to come back to Arizona.
I ended up speaking to Rachel for an hour to calm her down, and Monica felt left out. That's when their rivalry began. It got even worse when Rachel's aunt and uncle let her move in with them back in Arizona. Of course, I was so happy she had returned home, but Monica, not so much. They just couldn't stand each other. Monica thought Rachel was a snob who made her feel small, while Rachel used to say that Monica was obsessed with me because she was insecure and had no other friends. Of course, I was always in the middle of their fight. Sometimes literally. I needed them to get along for the sake of my mental health. So once, in the middle of one of their crazy fights, I had a light bulb moment and burst out, "Stop! I can't take this anymore! I'm sick!"
Sick?
Yeah, like really sick. Are you okay?
Is it serious?
Just like a pro actress, I started to improvise, even shedding a tear or two. I have a really strange skin condition. Normally, with a lot of makeup and skin creams, I manage to hide it. But when stress hits, it goes into full-out freak mode. So, unless you want me to transform into a human blowfish, can you two stop fighting all the time?
Oh my god, I didn't have any idea. What is the name of your condition?
Stresszilla skin syndrome? Why didn't you tell us before? It's a weird thing to have. I didn't want to be left out because of it. Then I turned on the waterworks. We'll never do that. We love you no matter what.
She's right, and we'll stop fighting, we swear.
They both hugged me, crying too. I want to thank the Academy. Surprisingly, my crazy lie actually worked, like a charm. Despite hating each other, Monica and Rachel put my condition first and stopped fighting. They were even compromising. Can you please cover your mouth when you sneeze?
Only if you stop chewing with your mouth open.
Deal. Those months were awesome. Monica and Rachel got used to each other, and I used my lie to improve my acting skills. I was like Meryl Streep, caught in my character. While a part of me felt horrible for having stretched the lie so far, my friends were so nice and went out of their way to take such good care of me that it was hard telling them the truth. Still, soon after, my lie was exposed. So, I went to see my dermatologist yesterday, and he told me there's no such thing as Stresszilla skin syndrome. Uh-oh.
And all those fancy and super special creams you put on are just regular moisturizers and sunscreen. We know now.
Wait, I can explain. I just said all that so you would stop fighting and be friends over your love for me. I mean, I can't believe you lied to us all this time. You just did it for attention. You had us waiting on you hand and foot.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting that you made up a disease to manipulate us. This is very upsetting. I need to go shopping to deal.
I'll join you. And with that, the two of them left me behind. I felt really embarrassed and sad. They were right. I cried myself to sleep. But the next day, I tried to make things work again. Monica and Rachel were in the hallway, laughing and joking. Maybe I could convince them that I wasn't so wrong. After all, my little lie brought them together. Hey guys, cute outfits. But they just ignored me and walked down the hallway towards Trevor, the it boy of the school. Every girl in our class, including Monica and Rachel, was crazy about him. I wasn't at all. In fact, he was my archenemy because just like me, he wanted to make it in Hollywood. We always fought for the lead roles in school plays. He was really good looking, but really dumb and not as talented as me. So he kind of resented me. That's why, when he saw the opportunity, he made a move to steal my friends from me.
You girls are looking super stylish.
Rachel has great taste. New York must have rubbed off on her.
Aw, stop. You're the one with the amazing fashion sense.
Suddenly, the two of them were BFFs, and they had completely forgotten about me. I felt so rejected and alone. One day, I heard Monica, Rachel, and Trevor mention my name in gym class. I hid behind the wall, eavesdropping.
She is so pathetic.
Yeah, no one likes her.
She can't can't even act. I'm way better.
Totally.
Oh, way better. I couldn't believe they were laughing at me. And whenever I walked past the trio, I was ignored. I wasn't only sad anymore, I was also really pissed. And I wanted my friends back. At lunch, I watched Trevor gulping down a Slurpee. His love for that sugary drink seemed like the perfect revenge. The next day in class, I spied on Trevor's phone passcode. I asked him if he wanted to finish my Slurpee. 20 minutes later, he was running desperately to the bathroom. Yeah, I slipped in a laxative. I unlocked his phone and got to work.
Rachel, can't stop thinking about you. Meet me at the bleachers after school. Monica, you're running laps around my mind. Meet me at the bleachers after school.
I spied on them after school. Monica and Rachel showed up at the bleachers, but not Trevor.
Monica, what are you doing here looking so cute?
Trevor asked me on a date. What are you doing here looking like a queen?
Trevor asked me on a date too.
What the? And then Trevor showed up looking so embarrassed. Before Monica and Rachel could lunge at him, he jumped to his defense.
I didn't send those texts. Someone hacked into my phone.
Who? Uh-oh. I tried to slip away, but luck was not on my side. A strong breeze blew my hat off my head, and it landed right by the furious trio. They spotted me.
Tamara?
Yeah? What? Okay, fine. I did it. But how could you guys just replace me with this loser? You know I hate him. He's my nemesis.
What?
You don't care about us. You're just angry that you aren't the center of attention anymore. You are the ones who can't stop talking about me. Like in gym class? She's so pathetic. No one likes her. I heard it all. Monica and Rachel looked at each other confused.
Oh, you overheard us talking about Tamika from our favorite reality show, Cheaters and Liars.
Wait, you thought we were talking about you?
You may not have stress-zilla skin syndrome, but you do have a disease, main character syndrome.
You're totally right. Then I got super furious. Maybe because I knew they were right about me. Yeah, I may have main character syndrome, but what about you two? You don't even really like each other. Yes, we do. We're friends. Oh, is that right? So you didn't say that Rachel was a snob who thinks she's better than everyone, but is really a drama queen with a superiority complex?
What? You said that?
Oh, don't play innocent now. You're the one who compared being friends with Monica to doing charity work, like helping out the less fortunate.
I did, but...
Oh, nice to know how you really feel. Tamara was right about you. You were just a judgy and entitled brat.
Said what?
You know what? I don't need you guys.
Glad we agree on that. Friendship's over.
Monica and Rachel stormed off in different directions, and I realized I'd just made things much worse and lost my friends forever. We graduated high school a few months later without patching things up and all went our own ways. I moved to LA to be an actor. I still missed Rachel and Monica a lot. Maybe that's why I didn't even make new friends, because I was afraid I'd blow it with them too. So I focused completely on my career. At first, it was tough, but then things started to look up. When I turned 19, I got my first movie. Okay, it was a very small role, but still, I was so excited. But just before the shooting started, I got a call from Monica. Rachel is really sick. Trevor told me. They started dating after high school, but now she's in the hospital. It's serious. I immediately burst into tears. I felt horrible. I lied about having a condition, and she actually got sick, and I wasn't there for her. Well, not anymore. I left LA immediately to visit Rachel in the hospital. When I got there, Monica was by her bedside. We three looked at each other and didn't even need to say sorry or anything. We just hugged as if we'd been together all that time. And then Rachel told us about her situation.
I need a new kidney urgently. Trevor was a match and he agreed, but then he got cold feet and dumped me.
Forget that jerk. You have us. Always. I wanted to donate my kidney to Rachel, but sadly, I wasn't a match. Neither was Monica. We were both devastated.
It's okay. You tried. That's all that matters. Just do me a favor and delete all my embarrassing photos off social media after I'm...
No, don't even say it. We're not letting you go anywhere. Not a chance. This is not over. Monica and I started an online campaign to find a donor, but we couldn't find another match for her. There was only one way out. I went to see Trevor and offered him my dream. I talked with the producers of the film. I resigned and convinced them that you can play the part. It's just the part of a waiter, so I guess you can do it. Trevor liked my offer, but still hesitated.
I don't know. My kidney is worth way more than a small part. I want to play superheroes and things like that.
I did my best not to break his face. Maybe this is your big big break. I mean, when the producers see you, they'll be like, that's a rough in the diamond. I mean, a diamond in the rough.
Okay, I'll do it.
I let out a joyful cry and hugged him tight.
Careful, don't want to damage my kidney.
I made him swear not to tell Rachel and Monica that he was giving his kidney in exchange for a movie role. I let them think he'd just changed his own mind because I realized that I didn't need to make this about myself and be the main character. I just had to support my friend. The surgery was a success, and a few months later, Rachel made a full recovery. The day she stepped out of the hospital was the best day of our lives. Today, I'm still acting, waiting for my big break. Luckily, when the time comes, I'll be ready because I have like 100 dresses for the red carpet from Rachel and Monica's super successful clothing line, Frenemy Fashions. So, this is my story. I mean, our story. I hope you love it as much as we do. Till next time, keep spreading the love. I'd been avoiding this all night, but it was time to face the truth. I was standing in the middle of the dance floor at the winter formal, surrounded by two of the most popular boys in school, Nicholas and Isaac. Nicholas gave me flowers. Isaac jumped in front of Nicholas and started singing me a love song. Nicholas threw a glass of punch in Isaac's face, then gave me a diamond necklace. Both of you, get away from me! How many times do I have to tell you I don't love you? But we shared a chicken sandwich. I gave you half my fries. What about me? We walked on the beach under the moonlight and kissed under the stars. I liked all your Instagram posts, and I texted you 1,000 smiley face emojis with hearts in their eyes. The hearts were in all of their eyes, Ember. Do you know what that means? Leave her alone, you jerk. She's my girl. No, she's mine. No, mine. The lovesick boys started shoving each other. Then it turned into an all-out brawl. I snuck out the back door and ran straight into my worst nightmare, my nemesis, the boy that stole my heart and had the power to break it into 1,000 pieces. His name was... Oh, I can't even say his name without getting butterflies. I feel like such an idiot. What's wrong with me? Things were never supposed to turn out this way. It's best if we start my crazy story from the beginning. Maybe that'll give me time to figure this out. I'm Ember, and I'm a professional heartbreaker. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. It all started with my best friend, Lisa. Lisa and I were inseparable since birth. We loved the same movies, music, and games. We'd finish each other's sentences and keep each other's secrets. But everything changed when Lisa discovered boys. When we were 9, Lisa ran up to me and my neighbor Wilson at the park.
Do you see that boy over there? The one that's picking his nose? Of course not.
The one that's eating sand?
No, the one next to him with the dark hair and dreamy brown eyes. I think I'm in love with him.
A day later, Lisa and the boy were a couple. A week after that, the boy broke Lisa's heart and she lost her mind. She cried for days. Wilson and I tried to cheer Lisa up, but nothing worked. Then one day, Lisa walked up to me and Wilson happy as a clam because she'd found another boy. Then he broke her heart and the whole cycle continued over and over and over again. Why do you keep crying over these stupid boys? The last one smelled like a stinky old sock.
He didn't smell like a sock. He smelled like a man.
But he was only 12.
You guys don't get it because you're not as mature as I am.
You're only 2 months older than we are.
But you know nothing about the magic of love.
It went on like that for years until we reached high school and Lisa fell in love with a football player named Nicholas. Yeah, the same guy from the beginning of my story. The one with the horrible singing voice and obsessed with heart emojis.
Ember, he's the one. I just know it.
You said that about the last boy.
No, it's for real this time. I think I'm gonna marry him.
A day later, she and Nicholas were Insta-official. They dated for a year, but the whole time he was cheating on her, and it broke Lisa's heart. The same thing happened with another boy at school named Isaac, a smooth-talking, rich model. Yep, he was the second jerk you met in the beginning of the story. Every time Lisa saw Nicholas or Isaac with another girl, she'd break down in tears. She couldn't pay attention in class. She started failing all her tests. Her grades dropped, she stopped coming to school, and eventually couldn't get out of bed. Lisa's parents got so worried about her that they moved away, and I lost my best friend forever. I was devastated. She even refused to contact us and changed her number and deactivated all her social media accounts. Her mom told us to respect her wishes. You still have me. It's not the same, Wilson. After Lisa left, I blamed myself. Nicholas and Isaac were heartbreakers, and all the girls loved them, even though they both had the IQ of a fly and were the most conceited boys on earth. They had a new girl every week and ripped the poor girl's heart to shreds. I should have protected Lisa from those jerks. She was my best friend in the world, but I wasn't there for her. I'm the reason she's gone.
That's not true. Lisa made her own decisions. She chose to date those guys.
If it's not my fault, why does it hurt so much? A couple years later, in my senior year, I had a major glow-up. My dark olive skin and long curly hair got me so much attention, people thought I was a model or a movie star. Nicholas kept staring at me in gym class. I tried to ignore him, but he cornered me in the hallway.
Hey, beautiful. I couldn't help but notice that you're almost as hot as me. I've never seen you around. Is this your first day?
No, dummy. We've been in the same classes for 2 years. He looked at me like I was crazy. I'm Ember, Lisa's best friend.
I don't know any Lisa.
Your ex-girlfriend's Lisa? He shrugged his shoulders like he didn't even care. I wanted to slap him in his stupid jerk face.
I'm captain of the football team, you know, and I've got 2% body fat.
He lifted up his shirt to show me his washboard abs. Am I supposed to care?
You're funny. Let's go out this weekend.
I was pissed. First, Nicholas broke Lisa's heart, and now he wanted to go out with me? Suddenly, I had an idea. I could make him pay for what he did to Lisa. So, I said yes. Later that day, Wilson and I were sitting together at lunch. I was helping him fix his battle robot for the robotics club when Isaac walked up.
Hey, babe, is your dad a genie? Because you're my wish come true. We should get together.
You're not her type. No one asked you, nerd. Wilson's battle robot charged at Isaac. Isaac grabbed the robot and spiked it like a football.
Wiper butt, no! Next time, mind your own business.
Avenge me.
Wilson jumped up to confront Isaac, and I slid between them. I'd love to go out with you, Isaac. I gave Isaac my number, then he walked away. Wilson was totally confused. Why would you go out with that jerk that broke Lisa's heart? I'm gonna go out with both jerks that broke Lisa's heart. I'm gonna make them pay for what they did to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I came up with a master plan. Nicholas was the first target. He was obsessed with sports and super competitive. He was on the basketball team, the football team, and the baseball team. But after a little investigation, Wilson and I discovered that Nicholas was terrified of heights. For our date, I invited Nicholas to a rock climbing gym. As we were walking inside, Nicholas saw a beggar on the street and yelled at him for asking for food.
Get your own food, loser. Ugh, can't understand why these poor people choose to live on the sidewalk. There's an apartment building right across the street.
I couldn't believe how insensitive and stupid Nicholas was, but I had to stay focused on my mission. Good question, but tonight's about us. Let's go have some fun. I took his hand and pulled him inside. Nicholas took one look at the rock wall and broke into a sweat.
I don't know about this, Ember. Can't we just go to the movies?
Are you scared? I didn't know you were a chicken.
I'm no chicken. I'm not afraid of anything. I'll climb to the top twice as fast as you.
You're on. I raced to the top, and Nicholas struggled to keep up. Come on, Nicholas. You can do it. Just don't look down. Nicholas looked down and freaked out. He started crying like a baby. It took 20 minutes for the instructors to pry him off the wall. Wilson recorded the whole thing on his phone and posted it online. The video went viral in minutes, and Nicholas was the biggest joke. The next day, I went out with Isaac. He got us concert tickets to see a famous pop star. He met me at my door with a huge bouquet of flowers, but when he wasn't looking, I slipped a couple doggy treats in his pocket. As we were walking to his car, my neighbor's huge dog charged towards him. Isaac got so scared, he turned to run, but slipped and fell face first in the mud. His clothes were ruined, and so was his perfect hair. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It was an accident. Too bad we'll miss the concert.
We don't have to miss it. Come with me. I dragged Isaac inside my house and told him he could take a shower. I gave him a special bottle of shampoo to wash his hair and some of my dad's old clothes. 10 minutes later, I heard Isaac scream, "My hair!" Oh no! Silly me. I guess that wasn't shampoo. At least the green brings out your eyes. Isaac ran out of my house like a maniac. I wished Lisa was here to see what we did. She would have been so proud. Wilson and I celebrated. I even had the rest of the weekend to help him fix his broken battle robot.
I really appreciate your help, Ember.
It's the least I can do. I couldn't have gotten back at Nicholas and Isaac without you.
I was worried that you'd fall for those guys like all those other girls at school.
Give me some credit. Those guys are the worst. I like guys that are smart and kind. Then Wilson gave me a strange look.
I think I like you. I mean, like you, ever since we were kids. I was wondering if maybe we could go out on a real date.
I was shocked. I never saw Wilson as anything more than a friend. But as I thought about dating him, I suddenly started to blush.
Sorry, I guess that was a dumb idea. I'll leave now.
Before I knew it, Wilson was walking out the door. Wait! I grabbed Wilson's hand. He turned to me, and when we looked into each other's eyes, I swear that sparks started flying. Or it could have been the porch lamp shorting out again. It had been doing that for weeks. The next day, spring break started, and Wilson and I spent every minute together. We grew closer by the day, and after we shared our first kiss, I finally understood what Lisa meant about the magic of love. Being with Wilson made me feel like I was walking on a cloud, though it was bittersweet because I still missed Lisa so much. But when school started, everything changed. My first day back, Nicholas ran up to me with a huge smile on his face.
Ember, it's so good to see you. It took me a while to realize it, but you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You changed my life.
Wait, what? I was totally shocked. I thought Nicholas hated me.
You gave me the courage to face my fear of heights, clowns, and strawberries.
You're afraid of strawberries?
It's the seeds and their pointy ends. They could take an eye out, but that doesn't matter anymore. I've conquered all my fears, and now I'm unstoppable. I'm a new man, and I think I like you.
Then Nicholas kissed me on the cheek and waltzed down the hall. After school, Isaac ran up to me in the parking lot with his bright green hair. He hugged me and spun me around.
Babe, you're amazing. My hair is a hit. I booked 10 modeling jobs over the break. I wanted to call and tell you, but I was so busy. You're my good luck charm.
Before I could say anything, Isaac kissed me. Then, out of nowhere, Wilson and Nicholas appeared. Wilson stared at me and Isaac in total disbelief. Nicholas got so mad, he grabbed Isaac and punched him in the nose.
Get your hands off my girl. She's not your girl. She's the love of my life.
Then I saw an amazing opportunity. My mission wasn't complete. That night, I told Wilson about my new plan. Our mission isn't over. I'll go on a few more dates with Nicholas and Isaac. I'll make them compete for my love. And when I know I've got them hooked, I'll rip their hearts to shreds. I'll just need you to...
What about us?
We'll keep our relationship a secret until after I break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts.
You're not making any sense. I'm your boyfriend. I can't just sit back and watch you date other guys.
We have to complete the mission.
I don't care about the stupid mission.
What are you saying?
It's me or them.
I chose the mission. I couldn't back off now. It was too important. I owed it to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I broke up. I kept dating Nicholas and Isaac and made them compete for my affection. It was funny seeing them try to one-up each other to win my heart, but every time Wilson saw me with them, he gave me the saddest looks.
What are you staring at, nerd? A jerk sandwich with a side of stupid sauce? Nerd boy thinks he's funny. He's just jealous because Ember's out of his league. She'll be my girl soon.
No, carrot head. She'll choose me. My muscles are bigger than yours.
I've got an 8-pack. You've only got 6.
Oh, yeah? My biceps are the size of a grapefruit. Nicholas and Isaac took off their shirts and started flexing in front of each other. A couple of Wilson's battle robots ran up and kicked them in the shins. As the days passed, I couldn't stop thinking about Wilson. Suddenly, I felt like I was the bad guy. It was one thing to break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts, but Wilson didn't deserve this at all. I was so confused. I was doing this for Lisa, but hurting Wilson in the process. So, I was finally able to reach out to Lisa for the first time in years. She was living 3,000 miles away in Australia. She told me all about her new life and her new boyfriend and how sorry she was for not keeping in touch. Then, I told her about my mission. Oh, Ember, you didn't have to do that for me. Love's a risk, and sometimes it hurts, but it's worth it. I was trying to break those heartbreakers' hearts and broke Wilson's along the way. I feel like a hypocrite trying to teach those guys not to play with a person's emotions while I was doing the same thing. You made a mistake, and that's okay. We all do. Now you just have to fix it. The next day, I met up with Nicholas and Isaac. It's over. I don't love you. I don't want to see you anymore. They didn't take it very well. They dropped dozens of teddy bears, candy, and love notes at my door, but I sent it all back. I tried to contact Wilson, but he didn't return my calls. And when I went by his house, his mom told me he was out of town at the National Robot Battle Championships. I was proud of Wilson, but so sad I wasn't there to support him like he'd always supported me. He posted a bunch of videos from the competition online. The moment I saw his face and heard his voice, my feelings for him rushed back, and suddenly, I was nursing my own broken heart. A week later, a couple of girls from class encouraged me to go to the winter dance. It was better than sitting in my room all alone, so I agreed to go. So, yeah, now we're back to where we started. Hey, editor, can you speed things up from here?
No problem.
Okay, here it is. The moment of truth, when I ran out the back door and right into the love of my life. If you haven't guessed it by now, the mystery guy is Wilson, and he looked so different that night. He was confident and happier than I'd ever seen him before. Wilson looked up at me with his big brown eyes, and all my feelings for him were stronger than ever. I'm sorry I hurt you. I was so obsessed with getting revenge for Lisa that I became a colossal jerk. I hope you can forgive me. Maybe someday we can be friends again.
I don't know. You did some really dumb stuff.
I get it. I ruined our friendship and broke your heart. I understand why you don't want to be friends anymore. I guess this is goodbye. I turned to leave, then Wilson grabbed my hand and smiled.
This doesn't have to be the end. Maybe we can fix this. I think it's worth a try.
Another mission?
Something like that.
I sat in the audience for the 1,000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me.
There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model. So, Brookie, you and Iris are going to play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head. Can I jump off a building first?
Always such a little party pooper.
I played the dumb card game until I won, so I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage. Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg. That was the goal of the game, genius. Well, you did it way too hard. Ow! The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking walls. Hi, I'm Brooke from Manhattan, and this is my story. But before I rant about my drama, please like and subscribe. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident.
Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater?
I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry. I'll avoid smashing your new nose. You're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you. She was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes.
You are looking lovely today, princess.
You just followed me into the girls' bathroom.
I wanted to ask you out on a date.
You've never even made eye contact with me before.
I used to think you were just Mara's mean loser sister, but when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire. So I'll pick you up tonight at 8.
I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl. He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing. Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something. And if they were going to mess with me, I was going to mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me.
After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date.
Too bad your breath smells like a sewage drain. Next.
If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with
ice cream makes me puke.
So I used to be an underwear model, but then
I'm embarrassed for you.
I had this flown over from Japan.
No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my God.
Brookie, oh Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh Brookie, Brookie, my sassy princess I adore.
The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress.
What's that you're wearing?
A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you.
I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now.
You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it.
I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that, because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets.
Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance.
And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks, and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends, and no offense.
How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face, but just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage.
Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours.
Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to.
Listen, cranky face, I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule.
With that, Zeke took off with the
boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis. You've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me. I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realize this may be going too far. It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you gonna be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something? No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy. Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted. You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing. Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke. And two, was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in. Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Well, fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm going to get myself an awesome girlfriend. I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends and popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception. But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that you've never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for. And since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll
squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot. You don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except none of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money off of it. But I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad, and suddenly I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me, and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time.
I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way.
So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it. One day, someone knocked on our door and Mom opened it. "Ma'am, please hurry up. Your daughter got into a fight with 3 girls and they're hurt very badly." Mom ran really fast to the store where she saw everything was a mess, like a tornado had swept through. "Maggie! Maggie, where are you?" Just then, she saw 3 huge men holding a teenage girl, kicking and screaming. They were trying to calm her down, but it wasn't working. But when the girl saw her mom, she ran to hug her.
"Ma'am, she attacked 3 girls. I think they're her classmates. The girls were taken to the hospital. One of them is in serious condition."
"Mom, don't listen to him. I'm your good girl." And the girl they were talking about is me. I hugged Mom again and held on to her as I pulled a switchblade out of my pocket, aimed it at a rice bag, and hit it at the perfect angle to tip it over. The bag fell on the man's head, and he collapsed. Mom turned around as he fell to the ground. "Oh dear, that poor man." "Don't worry, Mom. He just got tired from standing up all day." Then Mom gave me the strangest look. "Who are you, young lady?" "I'm your only child. Your husband went missing, and you have no one. It's only me. Don't worry if you're not understanding what's going on. I'll explain it to you later. Let's pray those girls are dead by now." No. The girls are dead? No, not dead. I meant bed. I hope they're in bed by now, resting. They're fine, I swear." Then Mom burst into tears. I tried everything to calm her down, but she wouldn't stop crying. I slipped the big security guard a $100 bill and asked if he could give us a ride home. We walked out of the store, and then I realized we were surrounded by the bad guys. Yep, this mission was a disaster. I'm Maggie, and let's just say I have a special set of skills. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. Before I met Mom, I lived in an orphanage in a small town. I was pretty quiet and kept to myself, but I loved playing in the sandbox. I could build anything if I saw a picture of it first. I built sand castles, sand rockets, sand airplanes, and I even sculpted my favorite teacher. My sand sculptures were so cool, they got lots of attention. The newspaper even came to take my picture once. One day when I was 9, I'd been making a complicated new sandcastle for hours when 3 of the biggest bullies walked up to me. Your stupid sandcastle is in my way, weirdo. Move it or else.
There's plenty of room and I can't move it, dummy. Plus, I was here first.
The bully got really mad, then he and his friends smashed my sandcastle to pieces. Tell anyone and we'll smash your face too. I cried like a baby, and I even told the nuns in the orphanage, but the bullies just denied it. That night, I watched a martial arts movie about a man that fought a dozen bad guys and beat them to a pulp. The next morning, as I was building another castle, the bullies came up to me and tried to push me around, but then I thought about the martial arts movie, and I suddenly started kicking and punching like a ninja. I gave 2 of the bullies a black eye and punched the big one in the nose. They ran off crying to the nuns.
She's a maniac. She's out of control.
The nuns didn't even listen to my side of the story and grounded me for a month. I was so angry I could scream. Then the best thing happened. This strange couple, we'll call them Mr. and Mrs. X, adopted me. They flew me to America on a private jet and moved me into a huge mansion. But when I walked through the doors, I learned that Mr. and Mrs. X had adopted another girl my age named Grace. And that wasn't even the craziest part. During the day, Mr. and Mrs. X worked as executives at a huge security company to pay the bills. But at night, they were vigilantes fighting for justice. Grace and I started training for the secret family business on our very first day. Grace also had a special set of skills like me. Before she met Mr. and Mrs. X, she lived with a magician, so she knew a ton of magic tricks, and she could appear and disappear with the snap of a finger. Yeah, it was kind of creepy. Mr. and Mrs. X played us a couple scenes from a boxing movie on TV, then threw us into a boxing ring. I didn't want to hurt Grace. She seemed really sweet. Do we have to fight each other?
Whoever wins gets $500.
And the biggest room. The next thing I knew, Grace's fist came flying at my face, and I landed flat on my back.
Hey, that's cheating. I wasn't ready. Too bad, loser. Are you gonna cry or get up and fight?
Then Grace kicked me. I jumped to my feet, and we fought like a couple of wild dogs. I used my ninja skills to pin her to the ground. After that, Grace and I spent our days learning new skills, like picking locks, driving getaway cars, and swinging from tall buildings. By the time we were 15, every night, Mr. and Mrs. X took us out on missions where we beat up criminals, tied them up, and dropped them off in front of the police station. Mr. X was really nice, and even when we weren't fighting crime, he loved spending time with me. But I always felt like I wasn't Mrs. X's favorite. Whenever I tried to talk to Mrs. X, she'd get bored and start asking about Grace. Mrs. X and Grace even left the house late at night to go on special training missions and refused to let me join them. Sorry, Maggie, there's only room for 2. I felt so left out, and it made me pretty sad. But then I met my best friend Asher. He lived in the house next door, and he always made me smile. We'd play video games, watch MSA videos, and build model airplanes. One time, Asher almost figured out my secret.
Why is your watch beeping like that?
Maggot, we need you ASAP. The bad guys are... Ah!
Was that Grace? Is she okay?
Oh, that's nothing. It's just a little game we play sometimes. Actually, I have to go. See ya. I really liked Asher. He was a great friend, but I felt so guilty lying to him all the time. Grace knew I had a crush on Asher, so she loved torturing him. Once he came over to visit me, and she pretended to be sick.
Oh no, I don't feel so good.
Asher ran over to help her.
What's wrong? Is there anything I can do?
Then she pulled out a water gun, sprayed him in the face, and then shoved him out the door.
Sucker!
Grace hung out with the popular kids, who she'd turned into her little minions. She loved to brag about how she had more friends, more boyfriends, and better clothes than me. But when Grace and I were in high school, things took a turn. Mr. and Mrs. X lost their jobs at the security company, and money got really tight. Then one night, I caught Mrs. X and Grace stealing a bag of money from a crew of bank robbers instead of turning the money into the police. A couple hours later, reports of the missing money were all over the news. I told Mr. X what Grace and Mrs. X did, and it caused the biggest fight.
We're the good guys. You have to give that money back.
They'll never know it was us.
Plus, I need new shoes. My disguise is too small, and our gadgets are way too old.
But stealing is wrong.
So is your stupid base.
If you don't give it back, then I will.
Mrs. X promised to give back the money, but the next morning, I woke up to a crashing sound. Then the police stormed through the doors. Mrs. X was gone, and she'd taken all the criminals' money and cleaned out all our bank accounts. The police told us that Mrs. X had been stealing from criminals and banks across the city for years and had framed Mr. X for the crimes. Mr. X and I were shocked and heartbroken, but I could tell Grace already knew. Of course she did. Later, I tried to talk to Grace. I know you were in on it. You and Mrs. X were so close, and you lied about your secret missions. Why did you two do this? Because we wanted a great life for ourselves away from you two. We had bigger ambitions, and now it's all ruined and I'm stuck with you. But I know she'll come back for me because she loves me. She never cared much for you. But so much time passed, and Mrs. X never came back or responded to any of our attempts to reach her, and Grace grew bitter and angrier by the day. Asher and I tried to cheer her up. One morning, we made her favorite chocolate waffles. Look, Grace, we made your favorite breakfast. Are you and your idiot friend trying to poison me, you backstabbing jerk? Grace threw a waffle at me and dumped orange juice on Asher's head. My eyes! Then Grace tried to drown me with syrup. Dad rushed in to break it up. Luckily, Asher wasn't hurt too bad, and Grace was grounded for a month. When Grace and I turned 17, Mr. X fell in love with a rich woman named Miss Cherry. Now, when I say rich, I mean really rich. Like she owned 3 mansions, donated millions of dollars to charities, and even had a hospital named after her. And Grace hated Miss Cherry. She slammed doors in her face, gave her dirty looks, and refused to talk to her. I thought Miss Cherry was really nice, though. Even though she was so wealthy, she was sweet and down to earth. We spent hours talking, and she loved helping me with my homework, and she even taught me how to play the piano. For the first time, I felt like I really had a mom. Soon, Miss Cherry and Mr. X got married. Mr. X was called away for a job interview out of the city, and while he was gone for a few days, Grace started acting really weird. She'd sneak out of the house late at night, and when I asked her where she was going, she'd snap at me. Mind your own business, loser. One night, Miss Cherry was cooking, and she accidentally spilled a cup of water. Then she slipped on the water and hit her head hard on the floor. I ran over to help her up, and thankfully, she was conscious soon. But then she started to panic because she didn't even know where she was or who I was. Heck, she didn't even remember her own name. I told her I was Maggie and I was her daughter. I told her to rest while I got her medicine for her throbbing head from the store. As I entered the store, I got an alert on my phone. It was a message from Mr. X.
Maggie, listen, I don't have much time. Miss Cherry is in danger. Mrs. X and Grace are going to try to steal all her money. You have to protect her.
The video cut off, and just then, I turned to see Grace and her minions behind me. It's over, Maggie. You're outnumbered. Fighting is futile. Mrs. X and I will get Miss Cherry and all her money. You'll have to get through me first. Grace and her minions charged at me, holding breadsticks like swords. We fought in all the aisles, knocking over a dozen displays, and food flew everywhere. By the time we were finished, the grocery store was destroyed. 2 burly security guards grabbed me and pulled me off Grace and her friends. Then out of nowhere, Miss Cherry appeared. Maggie! Maggie, where are you? So, this brings us back to the beginning. Miss Cherry took one look at me and the mess and got really confused and then upset. And I was trying to take her home, but now we were surrounded by the bad guys. Grace and her evil minions. Yeah, she'd called in backup, and there were more of them now. Grace had a big bruise on her forehead. Her hair was all messed up, and she looked like a crazy lunatic. Miss Cherry, took one look at the girls and started yelling at me. Maggie, you terrible girl! Look at what you've done. Apologize at once. Then the big security guard pulled off his mask, and it was Mrs. X in disguise. Give us Miss Cherry. We just need to take her for a few hours, have her sign over her wealth to us, and then we'll return her to you to live together happily ever after. There was no way I was going to hand poor Miss Cherry to Mrs. X and Grace, so there was only one thing I could do. Run! I jumped in the air, flipped over their heads, and grabbed a bunch of apple pies off a food cart. One by one at supersonic speed, I hit Grace, Mrs. X, and the minions in the face. They fell down in a daze, and I grabbed Miss Cherry, pulled her into a random car, and drove her straight home. We were almost home when I saw Mrs. X and Grace on my tail in a huge moving van. We had a high-speed chase through the streets. I turned a corner and swerved toward my house and almost hit Asher. Mrs. X and Grace came barreling down the road. I grabbed Asher and Miss Cherry, ran inside the house, and barricaded the doors. Miss Cherry sat down on the couch and took a nap.
What's going on? When did you learn to drive?
Before I could explain, Mrs. X and Grace jumped through the window. Surrender, you big loser! We won! Asher got so scared he dropped his milkshake on the floor. Grace lunged at me, slipped on Asher's milkshake, and lost her balance. I grabbed her, shoved her into a closet, and locked the door. Then Mrs. X grabbed Asher. Give me the old lady, or your little friend here is toast. Asher screamed like a banshee and fainted in Mrs. X's arms. Then Miss Cherry appeared out of nowhere. She hit Mrs. X in the head with a vase and knocked her out. Look, I stopped the bad woman. I'm hungry. Who wants ice cream? Mr. X and the police arrived later and took Grace and Mrs. X off to jail. Mr. X had been captured by one of Mrs. X's associates and tied to a tree on the side of the road, but he cut his way out and ran all the way home. Asher didn't speak to me for weeks after the incident, but I convinced him to meet me on the roof at school. I can't believe you lied to me all these years. I wanted to protect you. I'd never be able to forgive myself if I ever put you in danger. You're my best friend, and so much more. What do you mean, more? A lot more. I like you, dummy. Asher leaned in for a kiss. I couldn't help but giggle. I was so nervous. What's so funny? I've never kissed a boy before. I've never met a real-life vigilante. Then this should be fun. Put on this mask and hold on tight. I'm taking you for a ride.
Hi, my name is Yuichi Hamada. My friends and family know me as a normal teenage student at Yokohama High School. But the truth is, I possess extraordinary powers. Ever since I was a kid, I had this habit of disappearing into other worlds, fantastical and magical. There, I could be whoever I wanted to be, the hero of my own story. These episodes were particularly active during my childhood, but no more so than my parents' frequent fights.
He needs more discipline. His teachers say he's always zoning off in class.
He's got an active imagination. Not every kid is a good student. It doesn't mean he's defiant.
We didn't raise him to be lazy and uneducated. You're too easy on him.
Eventually, Dad would leave the house in a rage. I always felt like it was my fault, but at least I had another world to escape to. And when I'd return, I'd tell my friends all about my heroic adventures.
I buried the demonic wolves in the snow, one by one, sending them into the icy dimension. And finally...
Finally what? You realized you were a crazy person who lives in a delusional fantasy world?
The other bullies started chuckling. They were making fun of me. But my friends loved hearing my stories, especially my childhood friend, Jinsha. She would be glued to every word I said. Despite her support, the bullies just kept getting worse.
Earth to Yuichi! Snap out of it!
The other bullies were laughing at me again, and everyone was staring.
Time to grow up and stop playing pretend, nerd!
I was so embarrassed. I felt terrible.
Tell me a story. That'll cheer you up.
I'm not in the mood. I don't know, maybe it's time for me to grow up. I saw Jinsha's disappointment, but I couldn't handle the judgment and bullying anymore. Sometimes I would secretly hide my ability and adventures because I was afraid how other kids would react to my crazy stories. And then everything fell apart when my dad left us and my mom got sick. A few months later, Mom slipped into a coma, and the power I once had to escape reality felt like a distant memory of childhood. Dad came back to me, not because he loved me, but because he pitied me. We couldn't afford to keep paying the mortgage, so he sold our house. As a result, I had to move into his tiny apartment. When I saw the state of it, I was shocked. Dad was always on my case to improve my grades and be successful. But here he was, living in filth. Dishes were piled up in the sink, dirty clothes lay all over the floor, and the fridge was stocked with nothing but TV dinners. A few years had passed, and I was now in high school. I had also started working at a convenience store, where my manager was always breathing down my neck.
The candy bars are all out of order. There's dirt on the floor in aisle 3.
Jinsha could tell I was feeling especially down lately, so after work, she showed me something to cheer me up.
It's called Honkai Star Rail. It's a single-player strategy and turn-based game where you can travel across different worlds through the Astral Express to seal the evil Stellarons threatening the galaxy.
She showed me the gameplay, and it honestly reminded me of the fantasy worlds I used to travel to.
I know you've been feeling down lately, but now when you're sad, you can just dive into the game and transport yourself to another universe.
Well, I had nothing else to do in my free time, so I gave it a shot, and I was immediately hooked. One day at the convenience store, I was terrified to see the bullies from school perusing the aisles. When my manager caught them stealing, he told me to go after them and stop them, just as I was getting into another Trailblaze level in Honkai Star Rail. I tucked my phone away and chased them out the door and down the alleyway. Hey, stop running! They stopped running and turned around.
Wait, I recognize that voice. You're the geek who can't grow up.
Give me back what you stole, and no one gets in trouble.
Ha! Or what?
Before I could make a move, one of them pushed me, and I fell to the ground as they stood around me, cackling. Suddenly, Jinsha turned up.
Stop hurting him! I've got it on camera, and I'm gonna post it online if you don't stop.
This got their attention. I was so worried as they started to gang up on her. But then, the three of them immediately backed off when a patrol guard showed up.
We're not done with the two of you.
I sat on the ground with my face swollen.
Yuichi, are you okay?
Jinsha tried to help me get up, but I pushed her hands away. You shouldn't have come after me, and now you're gonna be in trouble.
I'm sorry. I was just trying to help.
I don't need your help. I immediately stood up and ran away, blaming myself for being weak and putting her in danger. I took the train and gazed out the window. As I settled in my thoughts, I decided to play Honkai Star Rail on my phone. I noticed that I had only one golden ticket left in my account. I pulled on a character banner without much hope of winning a 5-star character. But in that moment, I allowed myself to wish for something more. Suddenly, the train began to rumble, and a strong golden light began to emanate through the train car. Then I guess I must have passed out.
Weren't there coordinates sent out from the space station?
Who cares? They're here and alive. Do they look like a mannequin to you?
Weak heartbeat and pulse. March, you better do CPR.
Huh? I've never done it before. Denheng, you do it. Wait, stop it. He's awake. Are you all right? Can you hear me? Do you remember your name?
I couldn't believe it. Suddenly, it all came into focus. Dan Heng, the archivist of the Astral Express from Honkai Star Rail, in front of me. And the girl next to him was March 7, the enthusiastic amnesiac who was saved by the Astral Express crew. Is this some sort of cosplay event? Or a prank? Wait, what station is this? Where am I?
What are you talking about? We're in Herda Space Station, and this is not a very good time to be idle. The Antimatter Legion is laying siege on the station as we speak. We must go.
I looked around, and nothing seemed to be making any sense. I grabbed my phone and saw my reflection in the screen, but I didn't look like myself. I looked exactly like Kalis, the Trailblazer. It suddenly occurred to me that I was in a completely different universe. I was inside of Honkai Star Rail. While I was zoning out, March asked me a question.
So, what's your name?
I am... Suddenly, instead of feeling anxious, I felt a rush of excitement as I remembered all the difficult moments that I had in my life. And I had the opportunity to escape those right now. Yes, I am Kalis! Back home, Jinsha was starting to get worried about my whereabouts. Finally, she visited my house, and my dad answered.
Is Yuichi here? I haven't heard from him in days. A patrol guard from the station contacted me and informed me that he found his phone in a train carriage.
What? I just thought he was staying with you. He never answers me when I call anyway. May I see that?
Jinsha handed my phone over to my dad. He began scrolling through it.
What are you doing?
I'm checking his text messages to see if there are any clues to his whereabouts.
Jinsha looked concerned. She knew what was in those texts. My dad looked devastated.
I'm not going home tonight. My dad's place is disgusting. He barely gets off the couch and the apartment smells like trash. Plus, I don't think he's showered in days.
He sadly handed the phone back to Jinsha.
Seems like he was miserable here. Maybe he ran away.
I don't think he would run away. He wouldn't want to worry you.
Jinsha tried to give the phone to my father, but he refused.
Keep it. I don't need a useless son.
Jinsha took my phone with her back home, looking at the last application I used before I disappeared. She saw Honkai Star Rail. Along with March and Dan Hang, we managed to defeat the Void Rangers of Antimatter Legion. However, they kept coming without any end in sight. Suddenly, Himeko appeared and saved us. As we proceeded further, we reached the supply zone, where the dreaded Doomsday Beast was waiting for us. I recalled all my hours of gameplay and put my skills to use. Dan Hang and Himeko used their ultimate, Ethereal Dream and Heavenly Flare to destroy the antimatter engine and its hands, which gave me the perfect timing to strike the beast in its most vulnerable state. We took the Astral Express to Dorillo 6 to face off against Cocolia. Unfortunately, I was frozen by Cocolia during the battle. But thankfully, Natasha was able to heal me and cleanse the debuff. With the help of Serval and Hook, we were able to defeat Cocolia and free Belobog from eternal freeze. Our next destination was Zhangzhou Lefu. When we arrived, Zhangzhou was already under attack, perpetrated by Lord Ravager Fantilia, who sought the destruction of Zhangzhou. Things got rough when Fantilia used her havoc during the battle. Our best fighter was injured and fell down. Luckily, Beilu, a skilled healer from Zhangzhou, was able to use her talent, Gore Duel of Elixir, to revive our fallen comrade. With our team back on track and Dan Hang in his powerful Imbibitor Lunae form, he rode his dragon alongside Jin Yuan's Lightning Lord and Hanya, who provided valuable support. Thanks to our combined efforts, we were able to turn the tide of the battle and emerge victorious. It felt incredible to finally be a hero in my own story. But as we progressed, I was losing touch with my former reality. After defeating Fantilia, the crew of the Astral Express returned to their cabin and rested. Later, I had a dream where I found myself in a small, dark room. As I looked around, I noticed a girl sleeping at a desk next to a phone, which had the HSR game open on it. She looks familiar. Then she spoke my name.
Yuichi.
Her voice floated away as she said, Yuichi. And suddenly, it all came flooding back to me. I was Yuichi, an average high school student in Yokohama High. Has she been by my side all this time? I held her hands, and suddenly, Jincha felt my presence, waking up from her sleep.
Yuichi!
She looked around and saw nobody. The next day, I gathered the team together and came clean. Everyone, I'm not who you think I am. I am not of this world, nor do I believe this world is real at all. I'm Yuichi, just an ordinary guy with terrible luck in life. I have this ability to disappear into worlds I've imagined, and I just pretended to be one of you. But it wasn't my intention.
You are you, Yuichi or Kalis. Your adventure with us, your heroic deeds, it was all real. You'll just have to discover it in yourself.
What are you trying to tell me, General?
Listen, Yuichi. Life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced. In time, you'll understand. But for now, you must find a way to get back to your world.
Do I really need to?
Didn't you call us here because you want to go back?
I realized now what I must do, to return to the reality where I came from. Everyone, before I go, I want to have our one last adventure.
We're ready when you are.
Lead the way, my friend.
All right, Yuichi, let's go.
Our next stop, the Penacony.
Back at home, Jincha was navigating through Penacony, the land of festivities, not realizing that I was actually a part of the game, and I wanted to keep it that way for a while. From there, we wandered through the dreamscape, which was a fun experience, solving the dream ticker, riding the bubble pinball, and becoming a Hanin. But as we progressed, we found ourselves dealing with Sam, a member of the Stellaron Hunters. Sam seriously gave us a hard time because of his skill, DHGDR, Supernova Overload. Welk immediately used his synthetic black hole to hold Sam for another turn, while Himeko and Dan Hang poured all their efforts to give me the opening I needed.
Rules are made to be broken!
I put all my strength into my ultimate skill, Stardust Ace.
You about to say you're welcome!
After the Sam boss fight, Jincha received a character message. She was shocked at how the game messages were actually interacting with her, telling her about my adventure in the game. And the last message left her in disbelief.
Yuichi is waiting for you at the station.
At first, she was skeptical, but then it all started to make sense. She knew I used to disappear often during our childhood and would return with a bunch of stories. One time, she witnessed me transporting, but she always thought it was just a dream.
The station, the train, where his phone was found.
Jinsha rushed over to the site of where this all began, and I knew I needed to meet her halfway. When Jinsha arrived on the train, she started looking all over for me.
Yuichi, where are you? I'm here.
The train was eerily quiet when suddenly it rumbled and a strong golden light emanated. And then we saw each other in what seemed like a dream state. Jinsha, you're here! I can see you! Jinsha walked up to me and then slapped me hard.
Why? Why did you leave me?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, but it was all too much for me and...
You idiot! Life is full of sad moments, just as it is full of happy ones. You can't just give up every time something bad happens. It wasn't fair, at least for me.
I saw Jinsha crying as I reached for her hands in the light. Seeing her like that, seeing how much I meant to her, I knew she was right. I couldn't abandon her. I leaned in and kissed her. A bright light enveloped us both and drew us together. We were back on the train where it all began. Jinsha woke up, but I was unconscious.
Yuichi, wake up! Help! Everyone!
I had fallen into a coma, probably due to the stress my ability had put on my brain and body. Later, in the hospital, Jinsha was leaving to go home when Dad entered my room with a really worried face. He rushed up to me and started apologizing for everything.
I read your texts. At first, I was angry, but now I'm so relieved to have you back. I'm so sorry for not being there for you in your hardest times. I've cleaned the apartment and even bought fresh food. It's ready for you, and I'm ready for us to make a fresh start. I love you, son.
Jinsha smiled as she closed the door behind her. A few months had passed, and Jinsha had returned to school. One day, Dad was coming to see me with fresh clothes, but when he reached my door, he dropped everything to the floor.
Yuichi?
I looked at my dad and smiled, like everything was gonna be okay. When Jinsha was walking down the alley, she coincidentally encountered the 3 bullies who immediately cornered her.
You're that geek's friend, right? We said we weren't finished with you. Where's your little buddy?
I'm not afraid of you.
For a brief moment, they were frightened by her unwavering gaze. The leader of the bullies immediately raised his hands to strike Jinsha when a hand suddenly caught his arm.
What the?
Yuichi?
Go now, before I wipe the floor with your faces. They smirked slyly, ready to fight, and I braced myself, prepared for battle. As the bullies charged at me, I chopped the first one in the throat. Then I swing-kicked the other one in the face. And finally, it was down to the head honcho. We engaged in hand-to-hand combat, and I didn't suffer a single blow. Before Jinsha could blink, all 3 bullies were on the ground, cowering.
Where on earth did that come from?
Not Earth. Honkai Star Rail. Luca taught me how to fight. The renowned boxing champion of the Bellabog underworld. Guess I still have it in me.
I have so many questions.
And I'll answer them right after... I leaned in and kissed Jinsha. Finally, I didn't want to be anywhere other than exactly where I was.
Promise you'll never leave again?
Promise I won't. I have everything I need right here.
Hi, I'm Edith from Ohio. Yeah, I know I sound like an 80-year-old woman. My dad was very close to his great-grandmother, and he insisted that his first child would be named after her. Unfortunately, that's me. Also, as you can see, I'm in a wheelchair. I had a spinal injury when I was little, and I don't even remember what it's like to walk. So if you want to feel bad for me, it should only be because of my name. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After me came my sisters, Louisa, Isabel, and Celine. Their names are pretty because Mom chose them. We live lived in a kind of poor household in a small town with parents who were galaxies apart. My dad was a neuroscientist who lived in our basement. He was convinced he was onto some groundbreaking research that would win him the Nobel Prize, but every year his research got rejected. It had almost become a metaphor in our town. It'll rain today, I'm sure of it. As sure as Mr. Arnstein getting rejected again. My son has failed 10th grade again. He's really pulling a Mr. Arnstein on us. Those comments made me so mad. No one was as smart or hardworking as my dad. Mom, on the other hand, was pretty and vain. She never met a reflective surface she didn't like. All she'd ever wanted was a fancy life, so she reminded Dad of his failures every day. When I met you, you made me believe you were freaking Einstein. I thought we'd be rich by now. Can't you discover gravity or something already? Like really, how hard is it? I might figure out all the mysteries of the universe before I understand why I asked you to marry me. I was such a fool the day I said yes. Not much has changed since. Mom unhappily ran a small flower shop to make ends meet. As the eldest, I wanted to make things easier for both my parents. I was a model student, and I tried helping out at home by making my sisters responsible. It worked when they were younger, but they were growing up to be useless, especially my second sister, Louisa, who was a lot like Mom. She was pretty, but apparently her nose wasn't rich-looking enough. What does that even mean, girl? I've got this flat button nose, and rich people have cute upturned noses. Okay, gotcha. They look like they can smell cow dung all the time. Exactly. She would sleep with a clothespin on her nose, hoping it would turn upwards. She'd also poke her cheek with a pencil while doing her homework, thinking if she did that every day, she might get a cute dimple. Such a moron. The other two weren't much better. Isabel wanted to be a dancer, and I've never met anyone so uncoordinated. Celine was also super untalented, but she kept trying new things all the time, hoping to find her true calling soon. No one prayed harder than me that it would be really soon. Luckily, I'd inherited Dad's brains, and in the 11th grade, I got a scholarship into a private school that would open up great opportunities for college. You've always been my favorite for a reason, darling. I know you'll do amazing things one day. I know you will too, Dad. I was really excited to start school until disaster struck, and my crazy family was to blame entirely for it. A week before, Mom came home really excited one day because she'd received a huge order for flowers at a rich client's house. And the minute my sisters heard that, they were dying to go with Mom to help her. Dad was out of town, and I'd just settled in for a peaceful evening by myself when I got a frantic call from Isabel. Edith, I'm at the police station. Mom and Louisa are going to jail. What do you mean they're going to jail? Louisa stole a necklace from the rich lady's room and got caught. Mom begged and cried, but the lady called the police. Please, you have to go talk to her. Louisa was such a pain. Isabel sent me the lady's location pin, and I took the bus to this massive mansion. I was asked to wait in the main hall, and I just couldn't resist taking a spin on the marble floors. But suddenly, I lost control of my wheelchair and went crashing into a center table, which sent a huge fishbowl to the ground, which made the servants running in slip on the water and land on their butts. Oopsie daisy. Soon, I was in the library, facing the snooty owner and her carbon copy snooty daughter. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house? Again, so sorry for the damage. I'd love to repay you, but my parents are poor, so I can't. Speaking of parents, actually, my mom is the flower lady who came here today, and the girl who took something from you is my, sister. What? You're related to those thieves? Louisa's mentally unstable, I swear, and some days she just refuses to take her meds. Please don't send them to jail. What will I do without my mom, given my condition? This is very distressing, and the doctors have told me stress is really bad for me. The lady didn't look happy, but she called the police station and asked for Mom and Louisa to be released. I thanked them profusely, and just as I was leaving, I ran into a school bag lying on the floor, knocking over its contents. Do you even know how to use that thing? You should take driving classes or something. I apologized and left, but I was horrified. This girl was going to the same school I'd just gotten into. How has my life suddenly become so complicated? Oh, I'll tell ya. It's because Miss Kleptomaniac here decided to steal, and I had to save her greedy butt. And now I have to go to school with this snooty girl who thinks I'm from a family of thieves. Oh, what a great start.
Edith, are you done with this useless family meeting? Louisa and I have had a very tough day, and we need our beauty sleep. Maybe the girl won't remember who you are. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, right. In fact, as luck would have it, that girl and I were in the same class. Her name was Haley, and the minute she saw me, her face went from shock to a wide grin. Uh-oh. And soon, Haley became my arch nemesis. Apparently, she was the smartest kid in class till I turned up. She was also beautiful and wealthy, and she was dating the star basketball player Cody. And Cody was fine. But Haley still didn't like being knocked off the #1 student spot. How about we make a deal, Edith? You can act a little less smart in class, and I won't tell everyone how we really know each other. I won't be doing that, thanks. I can make your life miserable, you know. You really want to make the wheelchair girl's life miserable? How would it make you look if I started telling people you're bullying me? It'll tank your popularity, and you might even get suspended, or worse. And Haley knew I was right. We just never got along and continued to compete in class. I always got the highest marks in subjects like math and physics, but she beat me in history and literature. She knew she couldn't openly bother me, but she tried in sneakier ways. Like one morning, when I wheeled into literature class, our teacher, Miss Agatha, was looking furious, and everyone was staring at me. And that's when I saw the chalkboard. On the lower half it said, Miss Agatha should change her name because she is not cool like Agatha Christie. In fact, she is dull and ugly and stupid. I think she was a toad in another life. She is... It went on, and the lovely cursive handwriting was unmistakably mine. Okay, I know what this looks like, but I really didn't do this. Detention for a week. Ugh. This Haley was good. She'd copied my handwriting to perfection. I didn't take her pranks sitting down, though. Well, I'm always sitting down, but you know what I mean. I just had a lot of accidents around her. Oops, sorry, lost control. That jacket looks new, huh? Sorry, I just didn't see your toes. You have really tiny feet, Haley. Then one day, our principal came to class to tell us about a statewide competition for which one student would be chosen from the school, and all interested candidates had to sit for a test.
Also, I should add that the winner of the competition will get a full scholarship to any university of their choice.
This was a chance to make all my dreams come true. I spent countless hours studying for the test. I knew Haley was preparing for it too, even though she didn't need a scholarship. It was just an attempt to beat me. The test was tough, but I did my best. And guess what? It was good enough. I managed to come out on top, and I was over the moon. But there was one problem. The competition required a big entry fee, and I had to travel to another town and cover those expenses too. I wanted to ask my parents for help, but that evening, I heard a huge fight between them over money, and I just couldn't. I wasn't giving up though, not after coming this far. So I decided to sell tacos in the school cafeteria, because seriously, I make the world's best tacos. I could cover the cost of ingredients, and I just needed to sell enough for 2 weeks to collect the amount I needed. I set up a little taco corner in the cafeteria, and they were an instant hit. My tacos were selling like hotcakes, till the awful lunch ladies in the cafeteria reported me to the principal, and I was informed that I couldn't sell food on school premises. So the next day, as soon as school ended, I was ready with my taco stall right outside the school gate. Technically not on school premises, so no one could say anything to me. Even some friends joined me in selling them, and the first few days, things were going great. But suddenly, things started going very wrong. Students started getting sick in school with similar symptoms, and parents poured in with complaints. The principal launched an investigation, and it wasn't long before they discovered the problem. My tacos. I was suspended for 2 weeks, but worse than that, Haley was chosen for the competition instead, and I was devastated. I didn't even tell anyone at home I was suspended. They all thought I had spring break. But 3 days later, the most unlikely thing happened. Cody, Haley's boyfriend, came to visit me at home.
Hello. I'm Cody from school. I came to see if you were doing okay.
Oh, wow. You're welcome. You too. What?
Can I come in, or are you busy?
No, I'm not busy. I mean, yes, I am busy. Actually, there's an avocado that's going bad, and I need to make some guacamole, but it can wait a bit longer. Not too long, though. What was I even saying? And that afternoon, Cody told me that Haley had sabotaged my taco business.
She'd mentioned something about bringing you down, and I thought she was kidding. She got someone to mix something into your food, which made everyone sick. I am so sorry.
I couldn't believe that someone could be so heartless, and there was nothing I could even do about it, and I just started to cry.
There'll be other chances, Edith, and I can't believe you started a business and made that much money. You're really cool and brave.
After that, Cody started visiting regularly during my suspension, and we'd have fun and joke around. He really made me feel seen, and we could talk about anything.
Do you feel people act weird around you sometimes?
Yeah, most people get so awkward when they see a wheelchair. Like, they don't know if they need to express sympathy or if they should just ignore it completely. But really, I'm fine, and I just want people to act normal.
Do you wish you could walk someday?
More than anything in the world, I dream about it all the time. Cody pressed my hand and smiled warmly, and my heart fluttered. And when I went back inside, my stupid sisters were waiting for me with huge grins.
You like him. You want to hug him. You want to kiss him. You want to...
Shut up, Louisa. He's just a friend. You may be book smart, but you don't know the first thing about boys. He's not coming over every day because he likes you as a friend. And if you're not interested in dating him, I can. I mean, it would be a crime to let this rich, yummy boy go. Shut up, Louisa. He's mine. When my suspension ended, I was back to school, ready to work hard again. Actually, I was looking forward to seeing Cody more than anything. But to my disappointment, I found him right next to Haley. I gave him a small wave, and he just looked away. Well, I guess things were back to normal. Cody had just felt bad for me, and he tried to make me feel better. He was still gonna choose Haley because she was everything a guy could want. Soon enough, the spring dance was on everyone's mind, but I wasn't even thinking about it till one day in the cafeteria. I was reading by myself when Cody sat and joined me.
Edith, I'm sorry I've been avoiding you. Will you go to the spring dance with me?
What? But what about Haley? You stole my boyfriend. You act like this poor little wheelchair girl, but you're so cunning. And I'm done keeping your stupid little secret too. Hey everyone, did Edith ever tell you that her sister's a thief who stole something from my house? Who knows? Maybe dishonesty runs in the family, and Edith's lying and she can actually walk.
That's enough. I broke up with you because I don't love you, Haley. Please, just back off and stop spreading lies about Edith. No one's buying them, least of all me.
Haley stared at us furiously, then screamed and stormed off.
So, where were we? Oh yeah, the spring dance. Go with me?
Since you're desperate, sure. We had an amazing time dancing away, and then we went out for a breather and shared our first kiss. Well, my first kiss ever, and it was magical. But when I got back home, I found Dad in the lounge in tears. Dad, what's wrong? Are you okay?
I'm more than okay, honey. I just won a huge research grant.
Oh my God, I knew you'd do it. I'm so proud of you. What's your research about?
It's about you. It's all I've been working on for years, and I couldn't give up. You never lost complete sensation in your feet, Edith, and I've been working on developing a machine that can get you walking again. I don't want to raise your hopes too high, but it's a very real possibility, and we have the money to try it out.
Dad, I can't believe you did this for me. Even if it all doesn't go to plan, this means everything. Well, long story short, I was one of Dad's subjects, and within 2 months, he got me to stand on my own 2 feet. A baby couldn't be prouder of his first steps than I was, and all of my mom's and sister's dreams came true too. We moved to a much bigger house with much fancier things, and Mom didn't have to work anymore. I knew I always made the right choice marrying you, Mr. Arnstein.
I'm still wondering why I married you, but let's not argue anymore, dear.
Hi, my name is Valerie, and I'm from Seattle. Growing up, I lived on the penthouse floor of the fanciest hotel in the city, with the weirdest parents on the planet. My parents owned the hotel and about a dozen more around the world. They were millionaires, and everyone in town loved them. They'd wave and smile to the doorman and the guests as they walked into the hotel, but the moment we arrived in our penthouse, everything changed. They'd send me to my room and spend the rest of the night shouting into their cell phones. When I was 5, I asked my dad to read me a bedtime story. As usual, he was busy on the phone.
Please, Daddy, it'll only take a second.
I asked him again, and he snatched the book out of my hand and threw it out the window.
Here's your story. Don't interrupt Daddy when he's on the phone. The end. Now go to your room.
When I was 14, my history teacher, Miss Jackson, gave me an assignment to draw my family tree. I asked my mom and dad about it, and their faces turned white. We are your only family. That's all you need to know. What about grandparents or cousins? Do we have any pictures? I could use them for my project. The next day, my teacher was gone. She'd been reassigned to a new school. I was so upset. I knew my parents had something to do with it. When I came home, I confronted them about it, but they swore they didn't do anything. I could tell they were lying. Things at school weren't much better. I was shy and a teeny bit clumsy. And one day in the cafeteria, I tripped over my shoelace and spilled my lunch all over the most popular girl in school. Sorry. She and her minions made it their mission to make my life miserable. Hey, leave me alone or I'll...
What, you'll tell your rich daddy and get us transferred like you did to Miss Jackson?
After that, none of the kids in school wanted anything to do with me. My only friend in the world was the doorman's son, Peter.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
I don't know.
Because the sun was in his eyes.
Peter always found a way to make me smile. And on days when my parents were away on business, I'd sneak down to the lobby to hang out with Peter. We played chess, he helped me with my algebra homework, and even taught me how to play the harmonica. When I turned 16, things got even worse. My parents spent most of their time away on business, and Peter's dad wasn't working as much as he did before. So I spent most of my days alone in the penthouse. One day, I was wandering around the apartments looking for my calculator. I couldn't find mine, so I went to my parents' office to use theirs, and I saw a painting hanging lopsided on the wall. I walked over and adjusted the picture, and then I heard a clicking sound. What's that? The wall behind the painting wasn't a wall at all. It was a hidden door. I pulled it open and found a huge safe I'd never seen before. The safe had a combination lock. I tried a few numbers, but none of them worked. I started to walk away. This was my parents' secret safe. I wasn't supposed to be in here, but I couldn't resist. My parents were never good at remembering things, so they had to have written the code down somewhere. I searched through my parents' drawers and notebooks looking for clues, and then I found it. Stashed away in a secret compartment in my dad's drawer was a list of passwords and the code to the secret safe. I typed in the code, and the safe opened. Inside were a bunch of boring old documents and a photo album I'd never seen before. I opened the photo album and saw an old picture of my parents. They were much younger and didn't have any of their fancy clothes and flashy jewelry. They stood in front of a tiny old shack with a baby in their arms, but it wasn't me. Next to the photo was a birth certificate. I had a sister named Raina who was 16 years older than me. I was furious. My parents had lied to me my whole life. On the next few pages were letters from Raina begging my parents to come see her. Raina had a family of her own and wanted to meet me and reconnect with my parents. My fury turned to confusion. Why would my parents hide Raina from me? Why would they shut their own daughter out of their life? I needed answers, and I knew my parents would never give them to me. They'd only lie, or worse. My despicable parents might send Raina and her family away, and I'd never see them again. Raina's address was printed on one of the letters, and she only lived a few hours away. I could take the train and get there by morning. Without thinking, I packed a bag, grabbed some cash from the safe, and hopped on the train. A few hours later, I was on Raina's doorstep. Raina lived in a run-down apartment building. I knocked on her door. The door opened, and I gasped. It was like I was staring at my future self. Aside from her green eyes, we looked exactly alike. Valerie? Raina? Raina hugged me tight, and then a 5-year-old girl ran up and grabbed my leg. This is your niece, Amanda. Raina invited me inside. She explained that she'd left my parents' house when she was in the 11th grade. The last time I saw you, you were so small. You knew about me? Of course. I used to sing you to sleep when you were a baby. I left the house a few weeks before your first birthday. Leaving you behind was my biggest regret. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. It's not your fault. I know, it's our terrible parents. They're not terrible, they're just set in their ways. Controlling and overprotective one moment and never around when you need them. I know what you mean. I had to leave so I could breathe and be my own person. But now, I want them to meet Amanda. I want us to be a family. Maybe I can help with that. I can't ask you to do that. You don't have to. Our family is broken, and I'm gonna fix it. Raina drove me back to the train station. On the bus, I started nodding off, and then several of the passengers' phones started beeping and buzzing, and then everyone started staring at me. I glanced at the notification on my phone and saw that I'd been reported missing, and I was all over the news. The moment I got off the bus, a couple of policemen escorted me to their car and drove me back to the hotel. Where have you been? We've been worried sick. I went to see Raina.
Raina, how on earth did you...
I saw the photo in the safe. I read the letters. Raina told me how you refused to see her and her daughter. That's not the whole story. Spare me your lies. You've never told me a single truth since I was a kid, and that stops today. Your granddaughter, Amanda, wants to meet you. You've got a second chance to make things right with our family. I invited Amanda and Raina over for dinner tomorrow. Hopefully you'll have the decency to be there. Then I stormed off to my room. I heard my parents whispering late into the night. The next morning, they were the nicest they'd been since I could remember. They pulled out all the stops as they prepared for Raina and Amanda's arrival. They brought in the finest chef in the city and bought Amanda a ton of gifts. When Raina and Amanda arrived, my parents were on their best behavior. We sat around the dinner table eating and smiling, and for the first time, it felt like I had a real family. Raina and Amanda moved into the penthouse next door. Raina even took a special interest in my parents' company. My dad offered her a job working beside him, and I got to watch Amanda after school. I read Amanda's stories, took her to the zoo, and taught her to play chess. Amanda and I did everything I'd never had the chance to do with my parents when I was her age. Things were going better than I ever could have imagined. We were all so happy, but a few weeks later, Raina started staying out late. At first, it was 1 or 2 nights a week, and she'd drop Amanda off to stay with us. But 2 nights a week turned into 4, and eventually, Raina started staying out for days at a time. She even stopped showing up at work. One night, I was reading a bedtime story to Amanda, and she was pretty upset.
Where's my mommy?
I don't know, sweetie. She'll be back soon.
Well, you said that 2 days ago.
I didn't know what to do. Each time I called to check on Raina, she didn't answer her phone. My parents weren't much help either. Every time I tried to talk to them about Raina, they'd just change the subject and rush off to their room. What's going on with you? Amanda has been worried sick. When did you turn into mom and dad? I thought you were cool. Then she grabbed Amanda's hand and stormed out the door. I was so confused. I wasn't trying to control Raina like our parents. I just wanted her to be more responsible when it came to Amanda. A few days later, my parents hosted their annual gala at the hotel for millionaires and celebrities from around the world. The featured event was the charity auction where fine art and jewelry were auctioned off to raise millions for people in need. Raina was supposed to help with the auction, but as usual, she was a no-show, so I had to take her place. She was supposed to do a final check of the items up for auction to ensure that everything was labeled correctly. I was halfway through my checklist when I heard glass shatter. I turned to see 3 people in masks rushing through the glass doors. I hid behind a large statue as the masked robbers snatched jewels off the counters and stuffed them into their bags. I hit the silent alarm and then the police burst in. The robbers fled. The police caught 2 of them, but one of them headed my way. Just as the robber was about to slip out the back door, I jumped up and tackled him to the ground. I pulled off his mask and saw that it wasn't a man at all. It was my sister, Raina. I was speechless. Raina was arrested and taken to jail. When the police searched Raina's hotel room, they found that she was the ringleader and she'd been planning the heist for weeks. I was sick to my stomach for days. I didn't understand how Raina could do such a thing. And with Raina in jail, Amanda wouldn't have a mother. Our family was broken before, but now we were shattered to pieces. I destroyed our family. You can't blame yourself for this. I'm the reason Raina's in jail. If I hadn't found her and brought her here, then maybe none of this would have happened.
Raina has always had problems. She's been in and out of trouble since she was a teenager. Lying, stealing, hanging out with the wrong crowd. We tried to help her when she was in high school, but she ran away. She lied about not wanting us to stay in touch with her. Our home was always open to her, but she refused to see us. We even sent her money to make sure she and Amanda were okay.
Why didn't you ever tell me any of this?
Raina made it clear that she wanted nothing to do with this family. We knew how much you always wanted a big sister or a big brother. We knew if we told you the truth that you wouldn't understand. It would only hurt you. We're sorry we lied. We didn't know how else to protect you. When Raina came to live with us, we hoped that she'd changed for Amanda's sake. But instead, she fell into her manipulative ways. We're so sorry that she hurt you.
I apologized to my parents and eventually forgave them for lying to me. My parents adopted Amanda and raised her as their own. They even stopped working so much so they could spend more time with me and Amanda.
Our new little family wasn't perfect, but we loved and supported each other through everything. Every day, I wrote Raina letters to tell her that I loved her and missed her. After I graduated from college, I opened a counseling center for young women. And one night, when I was closing up for the evening, Raina walked in the door. I'm sorry, Valerie. I was a horrible sister, a crappy mother, and a terrible daughter. That may be true, but you're family and you're here. That's all that matters. Then I hugged my sister, and she cried in my arms.
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet.
Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here.
As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her.
Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too?
Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse.
I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night.
Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes.
I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what.
But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party.
You little rascals!
Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene.
I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool!
Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket.
For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay.
And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them.
Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading?
Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom.
When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad.
I'm sure you'll be better than me and every wealthy man in this land, my child.
He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons.
My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend.
Really? Tell me.
He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes.
Yes, we fight back the right way.
Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people.
Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up.
Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but...
Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground.
Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her. "Is that for me?" Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder. "My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her." "Girlfriend?" As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. "Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever." "Are you mad?" "Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends." "Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that?"
What do you mean?"
"Can I hold your hand?"
No.
"I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too?" Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt.
Yes, I think I feel the same way."
Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone.
"I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on."
"You have plenty of time now."
"I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction."
"All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl."
"Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me."
"Duke, she cares about you."
Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone.
"But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other."
"I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now."
"Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?"
Shut up, Harper.
"Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding." Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie.
"I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend."
"What?"
"I said I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend."
"Since when do you have a girlfriend?"
"Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business."
Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross.
"Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset." "I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much." Do you have kids, Mr. Cross?" "A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime."
Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him.
"I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back."
Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. "Holy mighty, horsey!" Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk.
"How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town?"
"Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy." Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. "I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons.
What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station.
Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait, Nat.
Are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition.
What is it? Hi, I'm Shayla from Texas, and I'm a child genius. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was only 6 when I discovered I was what people called gifted. I was at my friend's birthday party, and we were having a contest on who could solve a Rubik's Cube first. Well, I solved it in 19 seconds.
Mommy, she cheated! That's crazy! How could I cheat? You were watching me the whole time.
Stop lying, Shayla. There's no way you could solve the Rubik's Cube that fast. Now go sit in the corner.
But that's so unfair!
I didn't want to play more party games after that because all the kids kept calling me a cheat. When I got home, I told my parents what happened, and a few days later, they had me tested. And it turned out I had an insanely high IQ, just like my mom, who was a respected neurologist. Cool, right? Well, not exactly. I got moved up 2 grades, which meant I was the youngest in the class.
And no one wanted to be friends with a little 6-year-old who was every teacher's favorite. By the time I got to high school, I felt like a total outcast. One night in 9th grade, I was home alone even though it was Valentine's Day, and tons of kids at school were out on dates. Knock, knock. I have a Valentine's Day present for you, sweetie. Thanks. At least I have one Valentine tonight, even if it is just my mom. Here, open this box. I pulled out a bracelet with an infinity symbol on it. What's this? Shayla, people like you and I, we're not like everyone else. We're smarter and 10 times more special. This is an infinity bracelet. And remember that nobody can hold you back from your potential. Do you understand? I think so. After that night with Mom, I decided it was time to change my attitude and stop feeling sorry for myself. So for the first time during lunch, I decided to eat in the cafeteria with everyone else instead of alone in the janitor's closet. Then suddenly, as I was walking, a flyer hit me smack in the face. Greetings, miss. May I interest you in joining the most amazing club in all of Texas? The Humble Mathletes. What are the Mathletes? Ugh, ignore him. His name is Nolan and he's the new kid. He's trying to recruit fellow dorks to compete in math tournaments across Texas. Well, I think math is fun. Sign me up. Cool. I don't usually allow younger kids on my team, but I'll make an exception. Ugh. I ended up joining Nolan's math team and the two of us became friends. Nolan wasn't gifted the way I was, but he was still smart and a really sweet guy. Finally, the day of our state tournament arrived and my mom called to tell me that she was coming. I can't believe it. My mom never takes a day off from work. Nolan, we have to win today. I really want to make her proud. Calm down, girl. We're gonna crush this tournament. Nolan pulled me into a hug and for some reason, it made my stomach do cartwheels. The competition went well, but in the final round, Nolan got 2 answers wrong and that cost us the first place trophy. Oh well, second place it is then. How about we celebrate with milkshakes and an MSA marathon? I was about to agree when I saw Mom standing behind me with a very disappointed face. I excused myself to talk to her. Why were you so happy back there? You're not embarrassed that you got second place? Hey, second place is still really good. Shayla, why are you friends with someone like Nolan? He's obviously not very bright. It's his fault you didn't win. Mom, don't talk that way. Nolan is really smart and we've become good friends. Suddenly, Mom took my wrist and started to unclasp the infinity bracelet. What are you doing? I shouldn't have given this to you, Shayla. You don't seem to care much about unlocking your potential. I'll just have to live with the disappointment. No, stop. I do care. I'm gonna make things right. Just give me a chance. I ended up riding home with Dad without saying goodbye to Nolan. And the next day at school, I tried avoiding him until he showed up at my locker. Hey, sunshine. I thought we were gonna celebrate, but you left. Are you okay? Nolan, we can't be friends anymore. What? Why? You want me to be honest? Of course. You're not smart the way I am. You're average at best. And if we continue hanging out, you're just gonna hold me back. I'm so sorry. I ran away before Nolan could answer, feeling horrible. Nolan didn't speak to me again after that, and I didn't blame him. Then 2 months later, my life took a turn. Mom was offered a research position in China. So, does that mean we're moving to China? No, only I'm moving, and I'm divorcing your father. I just can't have anyone in my way right now. But don't worry, you and I will keep in touch. Mom kissed my cheek, and tears filled my eyes. After Mom left, I tried to keep busy and comfort Dad, who wasn't taking the divorce too well. One afternoon, I was sitting on the porch when I saw a van pull into our driveway. A lady came out, and to my surprise, it was my first grade teacher. Mrs. Johnson? Is that you? Shayla? I haven't seen you since they pulled you out of my class to move you up 2 grades. Miss Johnson invited me to dinner that night, but while we were eating, she kept asking me if something was wrong, and I just couldn't hold it in. I told Miss Johnson all about Mom leaving and how hard school was and how much I missed Nolan. It doesn't matter though. I just need to focus on myself and my goals. I remember I was just like you, Shayla. My grades and my dreams meant everything to me, but I realized over time that part of success is also about being happy. No offense, but that sounds like a cheesy quote you'd read on Instagram. Maybe, but it's true. Try doing at least one thing that makes you happy this week, sweetheart.
I was exhausted from finals, so that week, I decided to take Miss Johnson's advice. I went to the community pool to sunbathe when I tripped over a crack in the sidewalk.
Whoa, easy.
Thanks. At that moment, I realized the lifeguard was Daryl, the most popular guy in school.
I usually save people from water, not concrete. You look familiar. I feel like I know you from somewhere. What's your name?
I was about to tell him, but then I paused. Boys like Daryl usually never talk to me, and I wanted to start off on the right foot. I'm Cher, like the singer.
And you're pretty like her, too. I'm having a party tonight. How about you be my date?
Whoa, did he just ask me out? Of course, I said yes. And that night, I got super dolled up for the party and even bought a new dress. The party was so much fun, and I danced with Daryl for hours. And when I saw the other kids at school there, I told them I'd changed my name because, well, I had a chance to be a new me. At one point, I had to go to the bathroom, but I opened the wrong door, which apparently was a bedroom.
Oh my God, what are you doing in my room?
Nolan? This is Daryl's house.
Yeah, and my mom and I moved in here 2 weeks ago. Daryl's my cousin.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of course you didn't. Daryl doesn't want to be associated with nerds. How did you get invited here anyway?
Actually, I'm not a nerd anymore. I've decided to change. Also, my name isn't Shayla anymore. It's Cher.
Cher?
Yeah. So, if you could call me that from now on.
No, I don't have the time or energy for this. Go back to the party, will you? And don't walk by my room again.
Nolan slammed the door in my face, and I felt bad. But I really didn't want to deal with the drama at the moment. I just wanted to have fun. A week later, Daryl and I started dating. I asked everyone to start calling me Cher instead of Shayla, and just like that, I became popular. I started dressing differently, and I didn't wear my infinity bracelet anymore. One day at school, the teacher handed back last week's physics exam, and even though I hadn't studied as much, I got 100. I was grinning to myself during recess when Daryl took the paper out of my hand.
What you got there, babe? Whoa, you got 100 on a physics test? What are you, some kind of computer bot?
No, my brain just works a little differently than other people.
Like a little Miss Smarty Pants? Wait, are you one of those nerds who thinks she's better than the rest of us just because she can memorize a few extra facts? I thought you were cool.
I am cool. You know what? It was just dumb luck that I got full marks.
Whew, I thought we might have to break up.
Daryl and his friends made it clear they hated nerds. So for the next few weeks, I purposely failed all of my tests and didn't do any homework, which they all high-fived me for. The end of the semester school party came around, and the theme was game night. Daryl and his friends just wanted to play foosball and table tennis, but I couldn't help being distracted by a bunch of kids playing trivia. What is a 5-pointed star called in geometry? Time's ticking away, guys. This is a crucial round. Anyone in the room who knows what the answer is?
Why would anyone know that, loser face? Can you stop ruining the party and have your geekathon somewhere else?
I knew the answer, but of course, I stayed quiet. But I wasn't having any fun with my friends either. Daryl was busy with the boys, and the girls kept commenting how my dress wasn't flattering and how my pink lipstick wasn't a good color on me. Can you stop criticizing me already? At least I don't, have her outfit. That's really hideous. The girl I'd pointed at turned around, and suddenly, I felt really guilty. Why had I said that? Just then, Nolan came and took the girl's hand.
Leave my date alone. She looks beautiful tonight.
Oh, she's your date?
Yup. She joined the mathletes right after you left.
Nolan put his arm around the girl, and I tried to push the feeling I had away. Was it jealousy? The party sucked, and I decided to go home early. But when I arrived, Dad called me into the living room and said Mom was on a video call and wanted to talk to me urgently.
Shayla, is that really you? I've never seen you wear so much makeup.
It's not that much makeup. I was just at a party.
Oh, I see. Partying on a school night? Well, that would explain the email I got from your principal today, calling me in for a meeting to discuss your grades. You've been failing your classes?
Yeah. I didn't do so well in a few tests, but I can make up for it.
Really? Because your principal said that if you fail even one more exam, they'll put you on academic probation. Can you imagine how I felt reading that? Wait, where's your bracelet?
Well, it doesn't match with the new clothes I wear now.
What?
I gave you that bracelet because I wanted to inspire you to live up to your limitless potential. But instead, you've turned out to be a complete disappointment. You know what, Mom? I'm not a little girl anymore. I don't need a stupid bracelet to remind me what I'm capable of. Just like I don't need your validation to feel good about myself. This is the first time you've called me in weeks. I'm your daughter. There's more to me than good grades. You don't value me the way I value you. I'm done trying to make our relationship work. As I ran outside my front yard, I suddenly heard a familiar voice. Haven't seen you around in a while. Oh, hi, Miss Johnson. You look lovely tonight. Did you meet a nice boy? Oh, is that why you haven't been stopping by? I don't know what happened then, but suddenly I ran to Miss Johnson and burst into tears. She hugged me as I told her everything. About Mom, the bracelet, how Nolan replaced me, and how I'd turned into a superficial bimbo. Oh, Shayla, don't talk about yourself that way. I think I know what the problem is. You do? Yes. First, you tried being who your mom wanted you to be. Then, you tried being who the kids at school thought you should be. You've tried to be everything except yourself. Miss Johnson's words struck a chord in me. I thought about them all weekend, and on Monday, I pulled out the infinity bracelet, but this time, it meant something different to me. I wasn't letting anyone hold me back, and I had to start by making things right with Nolan. Hey, I know it's been a minute, but I'd love to be a mathlete again, if you'll have me. Let me think. No. Nolan, please. I've changed. I don't want to be a stuck-up jerk anymore. I'll apologize to your girlfriend for mocking her outfit too. Firstly, she's not my girlfriend. She was just my date that night. And secondly, you're a fake, and I just can't take that person seriously. Cher. Just then, Daryl walked over to us. Hey, babe. Want to go with me to a concert tonight? Ugh, why are you talking to him? Because Nolan's my friend. I'm really not. You were at one point. We were on the Mathletes together. The Mathletes? That's a club for losers. You're better than that. Come on, let's go. Daryl started to pull me away, but something inside me snapped. No, I'm staying here with Nolan, and he's not a loser. He's your cousin, and maybe it's time you start treating him with the respect he deserves. I should have treated him better too. Aw, that's a cute speech. But if you want to be my girlfriend, you can't hang out with my dork cousin or join the Mathletes, Cher. Isn't it obvious that I don't want to be your girlfriend anymore? I feel pathetic that I dumbed myself down to fit in. I'm a nerd, and proud to be one. And just for the record, I know what a 5-point star is called in geometry. It's a decagon, and I'm going back to being Shayla. I marched off like a boss, pulling Nolan behind me. You know, maybe you can rejoin the Mathletes. We are one team member short, and there's a tournament coming up. Oh my God, you mean I can be on your team again? And you forgive me? Oh, Nolan, thank you. Hey, I didn't say I forgive you, but I do need your brain for the competition. I'm not exactly smart the way you are. Nolan, I'm sorry for saying that. The pressure to succeed turned me into a toxic person. The truth is, I think you're smarter than me. I don't have a quarter of your emotional intelligence. That's nice of you to say. Thanks. Nolan hugged me and I felt my stomach doing cartwheels again. Maybe one day, he could be more than a friend.
What's up? I'm Wyatt, and my parents adopted me from a poor farm in Sri Lanka. And now, living a millionaire life because of my politician parents. Well, I'm not a fan of rich life, but shh, don't tell my parents I said that. I mean, I'm grateful for what they've given me, but rich people always boss people around for the craziest things.
I asked for a gold-plated toilet seat, not this regular one. What? Are you stupid?
Mom, who cares? It's just a toilet seat. No one's going to rate our bathroom on the luxury loo leaderboard. So I spent all my free time jamming on a guitar with my best buddy in the whole world, Kevin. Time for the next gig. You in? I met Kevin at a local band tryout, and we've been close ever since. We got in the band and started playing local charities. It felt so awesome to bring so many people joy. One day we were playing at the local soup kitchen, and I heard a commotion. A bully was cornering one of the most beautiful girls I'd ever seen.
I found twigs in your soup you made. I want my money back.
It's free, and I saw you put those in there.
I was about to step in when the girl poured soup all over the bully's head. Security came and threw her out. I ran outside to tell her how cool she was, but
It was too late. She was gone. But when I got back to Kevin's, he had the biggest smirk on his face. Do you remember that cute girl who souped that bully? Duh. Well, her name's Gabby, and I asked her out. So she's kind of my girlfriend now. I felt like a giant rock had been stuck in my throat. But you guys, what was I supposed to do? There's a bro code. That's awesome, Kev. But as they started dating, I started to see less and less of Kevin. And whenever we did hang out, all he would ever talk about was Gabby. You know, Gabby supports her entire family. She has like 17 jobs. Wow. And the next day, my parents had a huge surprise waiting for me. There was a pretty girl twirling in my kitchen. She batted her eyelashes in slow motion. Honestly, it was a little ridiculous.
Hello, I'm Olivia.
I'm Wyatt, and why are you here? Well, son, it's your 18th birthday, and your present is Olivia. She's gonna be your wife. My what?
Did you really think we'd leave your matchmaking up to fate?
But your mother and I were in an arranged marriage. Look how happy we are. I was definitely not convinced.
Olivia's living with us until the wedding. You'll have plenty of time to get to know her.
I tried it first for my parents' sake, but everything about Olivia rubbed me the wrong way. Every time she opened her mouth, I felt like some brain cells had died. One time, we went on her family's yacht for a week and sailed past the farm where I was born.
Ew, I could never be that poor. How sad and pathetic.
That really made me want to throw her overboard. Wyatt, remember, you're a gentleman. I needed out of this. A life with Olivia would be a life tied to the very type of person I hated most. So, I decided to run away. As I was climbing out of my window, Kevin pulled up to my house. How could I forget we were supposed to practice together? Bro, what are you doing? My parents want me to marry this total snozberry. I'm running away. What? Wyatt, you can't give your life up. I don't have any other choice. I couldn't bring myself to say no to my parents or break their hearts. So, it's either run away or marry her. Besides, it's not like I have any other romantic leads. But then Kevin looked at me with this sparkle in his eye. What if you hired a fake fiancé and told your parents you're already getting married? I burst out laughing. Yeah, right. Would anyone actually be interested? I mean, it's a little pathetic. Gabby could do it. You mean, your girlfriend? Yeah, she's desperate for money. Let me ask. And then he started texting her. Wait, Kevin, isn't that weird? She's your girlfriend. She said she's in. And who cares, dude? It's just pretending. Besides, I trust you more than anyone. I mean, it's not like I really had any other options. Luckily, my parents went on a business trip, so at least that bought me some time. The next day, I met up with Gabby and got up to pull her chair out, but she kicked it back in.
One thing straight. This is just a job.
Jeez, I was just trying to be polite.
I love Kevin.
So do I. But don't you feel weird that he's passing you off to me like you're some loaner car?
I would advise you to shut your face hole before I shut it for you.
Well, you better get an attitude transplant if you're gonna be a convincing fiancé. Otherwise, this won't work. She looked at me with this mischievous smirk.
You don't have to question my believability. Trust me.
The next day, I invited Gabby to my school's potluck. I went to the bathroom for 2 seconds, and when I came back, I saw Gabby had entered the green chili eating contest. As Gabby shoveled chilies down her throat, she glared at me with cold hatred. And then, to my shock, she told everyone,
My fiancé holds the green chili eating world record.
Before I knew it, tears were streaming from our eyes as we ate chili after chili. Remind me to bathe in milk later. After Gabby won, I dragged her away from everyone. What are you doing?
Just having some fun with my fiancé.
I'm gonna be in the bathroom for a week straight now because of you. But if that's what you want, I'll give it to you and eat until you're happy.
No, stop!
Suddenly, Olivia appeared out of nowhere.
Wow, Wyatt, that is pretty impressive. My parents love spicy food. They're going to be so happy when they find out you can handle it.
And then she kissed me on the cheek and ran off. I wanted to flip a table.
What was that about?
Ugh! You need to start playing by my rules, Gabby, or you can kiss your money goodbye.
I do one thing you don't like and this is how you act? You're exactly who I thought you were. You're a rich, arrogant jerk.
I walked outside to blow off steam, literally, but I realized I got why she thought I was that way. I mean, rich people, they're the worst. I had to show her that I wasn't like that. I went back inside, but Gabby was nowhere to be found. I started to get worried, so I called Kevin. Did you seriously lose my girlfriend, dude? I'm on my way. Then I heard someone crying in the girls' bathroom. I took a chance. Gabby? It's Wyatt. I wanted to apologize. She unlocked the door, but when she opened it, I was shocked to see Gabby was covered in Jell-O. What happened?
That girl who kissed you on the cheek threw a whole Jell-O cake in my face.
Olivia. So maybe she was starting to get the message. I was almost a little excited when...
I look like a sea monster.
Here, let me help. I washed Gabby's hair in the sink and gave her my sweatshirt so she'd have clean clothes.
Why are you being so nice to me?
Because this is all my fault. Olivia attacked you because of me. And then I told her everything about the arranged marriage and Olivia. I'm sorry, Gabby, for all of this. This was stupid.
No, it's not. I was wrong about you. Just give me one more chance. I'll be the perfect fake fiancé.
And then she hugged me so tight that my heart started beating fast. But just then, the door swung open and... What do you think you're doing?
Kevin, it's not what it looks like.
Wait in the car, Gabby.
Kevin!
Now! I didn't like the way he was talking to her. He was acting so... controlling. Kevin came for me, his nostrils literally flaring. What gives, man? She's still my girlfriend. Whoa, dude, relax. This was your idea. Gabby and I are just... Stop, man. I see the way you look at her. What? No! The bro code. I would never... Whatever. Just finish this up ASAP. I can't believe he was really gonna let a girl get between us after all we'd been through. The next day, I woke up and was surprised to see Gabby sitting at the edge of my bed.
I have a surprise for you.
Then she put a blindfold around me and put me in the driver's seat. I had no idea what was going on, but I've always been a sucker for surprises. And the next thing I knew, we were in the mountains. We climbed the whole thing, but what shocked me is that the longer we hiked, the more I actually started to love it. For the first time, I could drop everything, and I could just be me. We took a picture together at the top, and Gabby put her arms around me. I blushed so hard. Uh-oh. Maybe Kevin was right. Maybe I was starting to catch feelings for Gabby. And it was magical.
Doesn't this feel like a scene from a movie, Wyatt?
Yeah, these paths are just like finding a YouTube channel unexpectedly.
And you're just pulled to hit subscribe and like. You never know what stories you'll get next, but it's sure to make your day.
So, you're saying that our lives are a YouTube channel now?
Maybe, because if it were, then people would subscribe to see if we soar or crash.
You heard it. Want to know what's next? So hit like and subscribe. And when I got home that night, Olivia was waiting for me.
You better be free tomorrow night.
Hello to you too.
My parents are coming for dinner to meet you. Our wedding's happening, Wyatt. Can you believe it?
I called Gabby immediately.
Why don't I just come to the dinner and they can see for themselves that you're taken?
Gosh, women are smart. If anything had a shot, it was that. The next day, Gabby arrived at my house. She looked incredible. You look beautiful.
Thanks. Too bad tonight's our last night doing this. It's actually been fun.
But before I could confess my true feelings, Kevin stepped out from behind her. I thought you may need a little chaperoning to make sure you don't fail miserably, Wyatt. Thanks for the vote of confidence. When we got inside, Olivia and her parents were already there. It was now or never.
I said for you to come.
Olivia, this is my best man, Kevin. This is Gabby, my fiancé. I wished I could bottle the look of disgust on Olivia's face for the rest of eternity. I was waiting for her to explode, but she simply said,
Okay then, prove it. Kiss her.
What?
If she's really your fiancé, it shouldn't be hard.
I looked at Kevin, who was fuming. But I had no other choice. Gabby gave me a nod of approval. I leaned in and kissed her, and the world seemed to stop. Crash! We broke the kiss and swirled around to see that Kevin had just smashed a vase and stormed off. Kevin, wait! What happened to the bro code? What was I supposed to do? You're the one who told me to do this. I never said to kiss her. Gabby is my girlfriend. You crossed the line.
Aha! I knew you were lying.
Kevin and I both turned to see that Olivia, her parents, and Gabby had followed us and overheard everything.
Nice try, Wyatt. But I knew you'd never date low-life trash like Gabby. You're marrying me whether you like it or not.
Can you really blame him for wanting to leave? You've got the ugliest personality ever.
This was getting out of hand. They were literally pulling each other's hair. So I stepped in the middle of them. Girls! Gabby, stop! And she felt bad the way I screamed, so she dashed away. Things couldn't end like this between us, though. Her family was struggling, and I had to do what was right. So I followed her. Gabby, wait! Take this. I wrote her a check for $3 million.
Wyatt, you shouldn't have to do this. Any of this. Just be honest with your parents about Olivia. Maybe they'll understand.
She was right, but I was still afraid of disappointing my folks. Just take the money. Now you can take care of your family.
What?
But she just stared at me blankly. That's why you took the job.
No, I took the job for Kevin. I agreed to do it and give the money to his sick mom.
What? But Kevin's mom isn't sick. Last week she ran the marathon. Just then, we saw Kevin with Olivia, of all people, showing her my cars like they were his own. He even had his arm around her. Kevin, you lied to us? All this time, you wanted my money for yourself. Kevin turned around with an evil look in his eyes. You don't even do anything with it. I deserve to have a little. Come on, Gabby, let's go.
I'm not going anywhere with you. You lied to me too. We're over.
Are you happy now, Wyatt? You've ruined my life. Don't be so dramatic, Kevin. Consider our friendship over. And then he got in his car, actually my car, and rode off. I didn't even care. He was never a true friend to begin with if he was only after my money. Gabby called a cab, but there was really nothing to say except, I'm sorry for how this all turned out.
Me too.
I wanted to kiss her so badly, but before I even got the chance, Olivia had a tentacle around me. I guess that was that. My parents came back and I went along with wedding planning, but I felt like a total ghost. I droned out Olivia's nonstop talking with thoughts of Gabby. I should have told her how I felt. I even texted her on the day of the wedding, telling her that it was happening. Maybe in hopes she'd want to pull a big romantic gesture. But when the time came and Olivia was walking down the aisle, Gabby was nowhere to be found. The priest started officiating when I heard a familiar voice call out, "Stop the wedding!" Everyone turned and gasped. To my shock, it was Kevin. Kevin, what are you doing here? Olivia, I love you. Let's run away from here. You want me to confess it in front of the whole world? So here I am. What? But then Olivia ran over to Kevin and started kissing him. I guess there was a lot more to that casual arm around her that night at dinner.
The wedding's off!
As they ran away together, I couldn't help but laugh. And then I was in for the shock of the century when my parents came up to me. Son, I'm sorry we forced this upon you.
We never should have. We were wrong. Olivia is clearly not good enough for you.
We made a mistake with her and just want you to be happy. From now on, we've agreed, you choose who you love. And they hugged me tightly and went to the guests. What just happened?
It looks like someone just got their happily ever after.
I turned around, shocked, to see the priest removed his beard and hat. It was Gabby.
You seriously thought I'd miss watching this train wreck?
Gabby, I'm so sorry. Look, I know this sounds crazy, but although we were just pretending, I actually fell in love with you.
I know, silly. Why else do you think I'm here? I feel the same way.
How did I have no idea that was you?
I told you not to doubt my believability.
I laughed and grabbed her in my arms. What do you say? Should we make this a happy ending?
I thought you'd never ask.